Morena koutou. Welcome back to the Te Pūtahi Ladies Mile variation hearing. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. Unfortunately though, we've lost our hearings administrator Lindley to COVID over the weekend. On Friday she was wearing a mask, so hopefully none of us will get COVID or any of the council team. Luckily Mr Brown is back, so that means he's managed to avoid it over the weekend, so that's good news for us, and no doubt for you. I hope your family's all okay. So on that basis, in terms of the proceedings for the rest of this morning and early this afternoon till afternoon tea, we've got the Glen panel team. And in terms of representations, it's over to you, Mr Gardner-Hopkins, to introduce your team, and we have read the representation. So just the key highlights from your perspective. I'm just conscious of timetable, yes. And we've got quite a few things to go through. And also what I don't want to lose the wheat in the chaff of just those key points. Thank you also for keeping under your page limit. That is appreciated.
Thank you. And if it's okay, I will stand.
That's fine.
Just old habits die hard. And look, thanks for indicating that you have read the representations, so I won't go through them in detail. In terms of introductions for the team, we do have a large number here, and probably I won't introduce them myself. I'll let them introduce themselves. In terms of the running order, the intention is to stick to the script, as it were, in terms of the timetabled schedule. The only possible wrinkle that I'll just raise now is that Mr Bartlett got left off the Glen panel list.
I've added him at 12:15 on my one where there's a space.
Yes.
But we're in your hands as to when Mr
Excellent, excellent. And look, like some of the witnesses, they have a foot in both the Hutchinson camp and the Glen panel camp. And so we're trying to be efficient, and for some of them, just calling them once, but others you may hear twice from because there are some distinct issues. So look, moving to the key issues in terms of who Glen panel is, set out at my representations, sort of pages 2 and 3, some of the background. You will have Mark from Glen panel talking to you directly. He doesn't have a 2-page summary. He just has 3 or 4 bullet points that he will like to address the panel on.
As long as it doesn't become longer than
And I suppose just pausing by way of update to some of the background that I set out in the representations. Since these were drafted, I can indicate that the Court of Appeal for the Flint's Park first fast-track application has given us a couple of dates, November 2024. So I suppose just in terms of what that means is your decision or recommendation will be well done and dusted before then. And so to the extent that the High Court decision remains in play, that is the state of the law or as it exists. But as I say, since I had mentioned it was subject to appeal, I thought I'd give you the update on that.
Thank you.
The other update that you may be interested in is that the Glen panel has lodged a second fast-track application. I think I did mention that in the representations.
It's going to be a question, so that's good, thank you.
Yes, and that has now been accepted this morning as complete. So it is in the system and will be proceeding through the fast-track process separately. So we've got some parallel, I guess, moving parts. I don't think it changes significantly your decision here, but I did think it helpful just to give you that update. So then turning to my page 4, the fundamental issues, and really for Glen Panel, it very much is that this variation needs to proceed. It sees that there is a fundamental and significant need in terms of housing, the provision of housing, and that it has had such a long history, it really would be a crying shame if it didn't make it through at this point in time. And I suppose, and Mark may speak to this, if it doesn't happen now, then the various landowners will need to look at what they will do. Because I think the reality is if it doesn't happen now, it's at least 2 or more years away from being considered again. And some of the landowners at least will look to do what they can in that time, and that may well preclude the integrated outcomes and the current vision for Ladies Mile. At my page 5 of the representations, I've tried to draw together the various threads, if you like, and key issues of importance to Glen Panel. I won't go through all of those, but that really is our best attempt to put them in one place, and the witnesses will talk to those matters to varying degrees. And I suppose just pausing there, Glen Panel has been very conscious to provide an evidence-based case, and I haven't summarised the detail of the statements. The preference is to let the experts and the evidence speak for itself. I will touch on the UGB and zone extension issues. And I do make the point that Mr. Winchester and Chapman Tripp have provided material on the jurisdictional question. Glen Panel adopts that, and what I've done in the representations is try to set out really the factual aspects that we say are particularly relevant to the question of jurisdiction, and most importantly, what Glen Panel said in its written submission. And I do say, and I've included the various references there, but if you like, pepper-potted through the submission, there are a number of statements about extending the UGB, including, importantly, to the 423 metre contour. So in terms of the extent of the extension sought, I do say it was in the submission. And I do also say that the extension of the zoning was also telegraphed in the submission. And really the approach that Glen Panel is taking is that the extension to the zoning, if recommended, would require, as a consequential amendment, a change to the ONF. So the short point being, we say that the UGB and the ONF can coexist, and there are examples of that occurring elsewhere, such as at Jack's Point. But in terms of the extension of the Ladies Mile zoning, it is accepted that that probably shouldn't coexist with the ONF. And now is the time to resolve the tensions between the potential zoning sought and the development that Glen Panel wishes to achieve with the ONF boundary.
And just on that one, the Ladies Mile zoning, you're looking with that comment to take it up to the 423 or to take it for this toe of...
Yes. So the zoning is just a relatively small extension to the toe. And look, it doesn't follow precisely a particular contour, but really it's been developed in line with the extent of development that was sought in the original Flint's Park application, and that has support from the experts in terms of what is an appropriate level of development at the toe of the slope.
So Ladies Mile to the toe, then UGB to 423.
Correct, yes. And look, if I jump to the UGB line, really the submission is that it is sensible now to provide a clearer consent pathway for the water reservoirs. And they've been called water tanks in some of the evidence. I think the better terminology probably is reservoirs. They will be large, they will be visible. And certainly in terms of how Glen Panel conceptualises them or understands, they will fall within the definition of urban development. And there is, of course, the policy framework that says urban development should not occur or must be avoided outside the UGB. So I know there's some evidence from the landscape experts that the effects may be acceptable, but I do say there is some policy difficulties still unless that UGB is extended.
And this will be with Mr. Murray as well, but just I think it was in response to the questions that you asked, Mr. Brown talked about rather than urban development, looking at it from a utilities lens.
Yes, yes.
So just as a heads up, sorry, I don't know who Mr. Murray is, but is it? Oh, there you are, right there. Just as a heads up, that will be a question. Just
yes.
whether that is the lens and response. Obviously, you've got the question answered, and it's just closing the loop on that one.
Yes. And look, it's probably fair to say that the plan isn't perfect in this regard, and the water reservoirs don't fit all that well in terms of the definitions, particularly municipal infrastructure, which is specifically defined and probably should have included things like these water reservoirs, but its detail actually doesn't. So there's not a perfect policy, I guess, framework.
Thank you.
So I think I've hit on my highlights for the UGB and the ONF issues. You will hear more about the historic Glen Panel precinct and what the experts, including a relatively recent joint witness statement, have said about letting the homestead breathe, but with some additional height that really transitions to the greater height enabled on the site immediately to the east. And look, and I suppose, and in the interests of time, I prefer to get ahead and give the experts and the witnesses as much time as possible. Those really were my highlights, but happy to take any questions before handing over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gardner-Hopkins. And also, if there are any wrap-ups at the end, we can, or as we go, there'll probably be questions bounced to you. Any questions from the panel? Ian?
Just want to better understand the consequence, if there are any, of the statutory time frame that a fast track application has, and how that might interplay with a decision that might pop out while we are still working through a recommendation that may not have been transmitted. The dates might not be a problem, but maybe you could just have a think about that and confirm to what, if any extent, might we need to be mindful of that.
Yes, so Look, the short point is that given the timing of the lodgement and acceptance, there will be a little lag period before we get a panel appointed. But having sketched out some of the dates, we do think that Glen Panel as applicant does have the ability to ask for the fast track to be suspended if it wanted the variation recommendation to come out first, or depending on how the fast track application goes, it may well come out perhaps not before your recommendations, but before the Minister makes the final decision. So we can't be sure which of those outcomes it will be, but that is certainly really the two key possibilities.
Okay. If through whatever circumstances a resource consent decision did pop out while this process is midstream,
yes,
is it a matter that you would recommend we pay some regard to whatever extent we could, or do we just say, look, it's a resource consent, it can have its own life, it can coexist?
Yes. Well, look, we would say it would be relevant.
Okay.
And depending on the timing, if it became available, we would be seeking leave to introduce the consent and its conditions, so that this panel does know really what may have been consented through that separate process.
Yeah, well, look, to be totally fair, the first thing that comes to my mind is a whole bunch of discussions we've been having about infrastructure triggers and what happens before what. So,
yes.
Okay, well, that's probably all we can do. So, thank you.
No, Ed pretty much asked my question.
No, not for me, thank you.
I've asked my main ones. I think the other ones can go to the witnesses and then to the degree of wrap up.
Yes.
But thank you very much for the succinct submissions, but especially for the list in paragraph 14.
Great.
It's very useful to have it all synthesised into very short statements,
Yes.
given the volume of information we have. So thank
Excellent.
you for that.
Thank you. Well, look, I'll hand over to Mark. I'll let him introduce himself. I think the panel may have been taken by him on site.
Yes, we've done a site visit, so that was one day last week, Wednesday, I think it was last week. So that was very helpful for the panel, and thank you for facilitating that and showing us around.
Welcome.
Great. And just make sure you do speak into the microphone. Thanks.
Yeah, all right. Can you hear me okay? There we go. Oh, hear yourself. Hi, I'm Mark. You've obviously met me before. I'm well prepared. So I'm one of the directors of Glen Panel. I also live on the property. That's really aggravating. Sorry. There's a massive need for housing in Queenstown. You're probably all acutely aware of it. It's highest growth in the country. It's 8.1% this last year. They're projecting quite a large population increase over the next 20 years. We've been encouraged to apply for consents for housing since 2016, first through the Hasher, and then the council decided to do their own master plan, which is why we're here today. We had two cracks at the Hasher, one in 2016, and it got knocked back for infrastructure at the time. Stormwater was the main concern. The second go was recommended to go through by the council officers, but was turned down by the councillors. It was a 6-4 split on our one. Cocoa Ridge got unanimously turned down. It was called Laurel Hills at that point in time. Cocoa Ridge have since gone on to, rather than do 150 dwellings median density, they've gone for something like 26, which is what they could do under their zoning. We've been at this, 8 years, I guess, and it seems to be taking an awful long time to get through the regulatory stuff. and we'll be looking to do something else if the planned variation doesn't go through or we don't get through the next fast track attempt. You know, housing's real bad here. My neighbour's niece have been living with them with their boyfriend. They can't get a flat. They go to flat viewings, 150 people at a viewing at a time. We've got our eldest back from uni. He'll be stuck with us for a while because he can't go out and flat. All those sorts of things. So that's why we're pursuing it. I guess there's only another couple of points I want to talk about. One of them's traffic. I've lived on the mile since 2009. I use the road every day. I'm one of the parents that's clogging up the highway in the morning, dropping my daughter off at school. And we used to send the boys on to high school on the bus, but the bus stopped stopping outside our place, so we've done a combination of driving them and getting them down to Shotover Country to catch the bus as well. The upshot of it is there's not enough school buses on, and the buses are packed, the ones that go to the high school, so standing room. They have 54 kids on a bus or more at a time. So I'm acutely aware of what the traffic's like in the morning. It's peaky, and what you'll notice from now and through until February when the school starts again is there's more or less no queues in the morning at this time. There was none this morning. I went out of the driveway at 8:46, dropped my daughter off, back home and then back over the bridge. And that's because the high school's more or less shut down, and the primary school shuts down back into next week, I think, and that takes care of the morning peak. So we've done quite a lot of work at looking at what traffic impact the school has, and you know, there's 870 pupils a day go over that bridge in the morning. So I think the traffic's a little bit overdone as an issue, and I think improvements at Howard's Drive and at Stalker Road roundabout will actually improve the flow of traffic for people out of Lake Hayes Estate and Shotover Country. You know, 10 years ago I was riding my dirt bike in where Shotover Country is now, so that's how fast this place is growing. A couple of years ago, Kōrero Park didn't exist, and now it's got a hospital, radiology, doctors, pharmacy, etc., etc. So the town's growing that way. I think the mayor's just called for, 4 previous mayors called for the council officers to move out to 516 instead of the glory box in town. Yeah, anyway, I'm waffling. So the other one's the ONF. In 2015, the ONF line used to be on the other side of the homestead. We didn't think that was a very good idea. We pushed for it to go over the back of the house. There's not a lot of science in where the ONF line is. It was never really tested. In those days, you could still develop or utilise your land inside an ONF, but since then it seems to have become a land grab by councils and by landscape architects to tie up sort of these quasi-reserves for free, and I think what we've proposed visually has more or less no effect, and I'd argue that the science about where the ONF line is needs to be tested properly. Yeah. I don't think I've really got too much else to say.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Comments or questions from the panel?
I have one.
Gillian.
Mr. Tilden, can you just clarify, you made a comment about the schools. In your opinion, is it mainly the primary school or the high school, or both collectively? I mean, both collectively are going to influence traffic, but is one more problematic in your mind in terms of the issues around traffic?
Yeah, the high school, hands down, is a big problem. If you look at where the high school is, there's no housing around the high school. There's a few flats in Frankton and a bit of housing there, but the majority of people have to travel to that high school, whether they're coming from the southern side of town, whether they're coming from in town or whether they're coming from the other side of the river. So the high school location is a big problem for traffic in the morning.
And just for my understanding, how many other high schools are there in Queenstown?
None.
Right, thank you.
One.
And I did explore this question with some of the experts last week, which was about if we were managed to move all those students going to the high school onto some kind of urban school bus option, would that significantly improve the bridge issue that you say is only there while the schools are open?
Yeah, look, more buses would improve, but parents have to want to put their kids on the bus as well, and that seems to be an issue in this day and age.
It needs, what do they call it, mode change to get them onto PT.
No, I don't know so much about that for school pupils. I think it's more related to parents' feeling of security about little Johnny getting on the school bus.
Okay, thanks.
Morning. So I do have a couple of questions, and it may be something that you want to pass to your experts, but I'll ask anyway, and if you want to talk the question, that's absolutely fine with me. So in paragraph 20 of your evidence in chief, you talk about wanting to extend the Ladies Mile zone boundary to allow the homestead to breathe, and you have two things that you want it to do. And one is to allow for the scale of mixed-use development to support reuse of the existing homestead for more commercial or sort of community-type uses. And the other one was to have more space to actually connect the homestead with the ONF and Slope Hill. So my understanding, and from what Mr. Gardner-Hopkins said this morning, is that the existing Flint's Park site layout that you have achieves around 45 households per hectare. Am I correct in that? Yeah.
Gross, yep.
Yep, and the medium-density residential zone that covers the majority of your land allows up to 48 dwellings per hectare.
Yes, the provision standard, I believe, at the moment.
Yep.
But let me defer to the experts
Yeah,
on
that's
that.
what I'm saying. This might be sort of an expert
40,
question.
48, I'm not too sure really. But,
So I guess my question is around the driver behind wanting to move development up to the lower slopes of Slope Hill. That if you've still got sort of 3 households per hectare leeway, if you like, between what you've planned in Flint's Park and what the medium density zone allows you to do, what is the push to put buildings on the lower slopes of Slope Hill? Could you just absorb, I think the Flint's Park is maybe a dozen, could you not absorb those into the flat areas?
Sure, but I think and I really defer to the experts on how they want to answer that, but from my point of view, it's going to make for a better development, better reuse of the homestead. We're going to create I think a nicer environment, and yeah, I like the look of the type of housing we'll be able to put on the toe there. I think it'll lend itself to a sort of a terraced and elevated stuff, which will work quite well. Kind of what you see out in Bullendale at Arthur's Point.
Okay.
And just to add, we will have some updated images being produced by some of the other witnesses.
Thank you.
The other thing I'd say is we haven't really changed our approach to the lower slope there from the Hasher application, which was in 2019 for Flint's Park, and that was recommended to go through by the council officers with no comment around that, I believe. So
I'm just keen to understand your drivers for it. I will be testing the same question with your experts and pushing harder, don't worry. The other question I have is around the sort of allowing the homestead to breathe and the connection with Slope Hill. So forgive me for my ignorance, is there anything stopping you creating pathways on the lower slopes to get that sort of public interface, the open space interface with Slope Hill under existing conditions?
Well, it's a good question. We can probably not. We can probably run a path up the back there, but you know, that land above that will be private. You know, and we've got to live somewhere, so you know.
I understand that. And my last question is just to give me a sense of scale. You very kindly took us out up Slope Hill last week. The 423 contour that's been talked about in terms of extending the urban growth boundary, whereabouts up the hill in terms of a local landmark that we might recognise from our visit would that be?
Yeah, without having the map right in front of me, but it'll be above the water race, I'd expect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So above the water race, but below where
Below
you've got sort of,
below the top boundary.
sorry, below the.
Below the top boundary, where we drove across on the track. I think it's below there, but it's above the water race. I think water race is 415, 420. I'm not too sure.
So is that the one near the lower slope of the hill, or the one that was higher up? Because aren't the two?
Without looking at a map, I'm not too sure which part you're talking about. But the water race, which runs across the hill, which is the irrigation race, and
So is that the one where we went up on the tractor?
yeah, we went up
So,
the tractor.
so that's the 423 around there somewhere?
A bit above that water race, I'd say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Ian?
No, thanks.
Just a question from me, and it's on sticking with those questions from Judith and your answer, and it ties in with your evidence too. So, in terms of you need somewhere to live, and the way I read your evidence is one of the benefits potentially in the future of moving the urban growth boundary up might be that it gives you somewhere to live and therefore to keep, the way I read it, keep that area clean and tidy and grass, etc., as a smaller sort of hill hobby farm. So is that, the experts talk about the reservoirs, and on some of the plans there's a circle about where the fire box is. Is there a plan for any residential up there?
I'm definitely going to apply for consent for up there.
Right.
That's if we repurpose that homestead into commercial, I'm intending to apply for consent to live up there.
And that's exactly what the impression I got from your evidence. Just wanted to check it. Thank you.
If I can just jump in quickly on that issue. The status of a farm dwelling on sort of the mid-slope, if we can call it that, and the policy support or otherwise for that is again a little uncertain. And I think some of the witnesses have touched on it. But the intent is not so much that the UGB necessarily is the foot in the door for a new homestead or farm building, farm dwelling, because I think as we see it, that isn't an urban development. And that is something that would be associated with the rural and ongoing farming that would occur for the balance of the slopes. So I suppose, yeah, look, it's not intended to be a stalking horse for the new homestead, but as I say, the plan isn't all that clear on what that type of activity would actually be. But it certainly would be.
I think that's a matter for the experts really on that one.
As a developer, could you see it being used if there was more density going in, for example, to your development, if there wasn't a cap? Or you've got it designed at an average of 45 and you'd stick roughly with that?
We would probably stick roughly with our design, but I mean, I think particularly in certain areas, if the market is there, you may well be able to up density with apartments and so forth. But it's not proven, and the ability to go there would be helpful, and we may well be incentivised by the government or by council somehow to increase density, but I think at 40 gross we can make that work and saleable.
And that would be in the shorter term?
In the shorter term, yeah. I think if you go too high too soon, it's not going to. We'll struggle to get off the ground.
And you might not want to answer this for commercial reasons, etc., but in terms of timing, if the variation proceeds and is approved, as Council has asked, how quickly would you look to potentially move? I know you've got other hearings and processes going on.
We've been trying to turn dirt for 8 years, so as soon as we can is the word there. It's been well signalled that we wish to develop, so we'll crack on as soon as we've got permission.
And sorry, one last question, and I'm conscious I'm the one taking us over time, but the collector road is one of the issues because the way it's done, of course, your block is sandwiched in the middle. I've seen other ones in the past with different hasher applications and got confused where roads connect, etc. Have you had discussions with your neighbours about potentially connecting? And again, commercially, you might want to just not answer that. But
look, I mean, if you look at the 2 fast track applications that have been referred, the collector road that lines up, so with us and Glenpanel to the east, I think if you follow the paper road with the collector road, then there's less issue with stopping process for the road, land swaps, etc. And it'll incentivise neighbours to get involved in that process,
but
because the road's coming through anyway.
But given that sort of history of the fast track and different ones with the different blocks and parcels, a reasonably good relationship over time?
Yeah. Look, I mean, there's definitely cooperation around infrastructure and so forth, right? We obviously don't want to, give away all the commercial stuff, but from an infrastructure point of view, we need to cooperate.
And that would apply to stormwater as well?
Stormwater, all the waters, and the roading.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Great. If we can now move to Adam Thompson. Yes, I will introduce Mr. Murray, who is handling some of the paperwork, and so we'll hand up the summary statements for each
Wonderful.
witness.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I think the usual course is to have the witnesses skip out the first couple of paragraphs as to who they are, and jump in and just sort of read through in a succinct fashion. They may interpolate from time to time, but we'll try to get through the questions as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll start from paragraph 3, if that's okay. Queenstown's house prices are the most expensive in New Zealand at approximately 1.5 million on average, and have continued to increase over the past 5 years. The high prices confirm that there is insufficient capacity to meet demand. The TPLM would provide significant additional capacity that will in part address the high prices and shortage. It therefore will have significant economic benefits. There is a strong demand for terrace housing, however, very little demand for apartments in the TPLM. I do not expect the demand for apartments will increase over time in the short to medium term, as this would only occur if there were ongoing increases in house prices, which is contrary to the NPSUD. If house prices become more affordable over time, then demand for apartments will decrease over time. The TPLM provisions support lot sizes of circa 120 to 150 metres squared for the HDR and MDR zones. The majority of dwellings will be terrace houses, and with a 40% site coverage, this equates to two-storey dwellings of around 80 to 120 metres squared. These are small 2 to 3 bedroom dwellings, most suited to younger singles and couples and families with young children under 8 to 10 years of age. My expectation is that the market will also seek slightly larger sites of 150 to 250 metres squared to provide larger dwellings of 140 to 200 metres squared that are suitable for families with older children, which form a large part of the market. I expect developers will achieve this by having a small site allocated to small apartments, e.g. 10 to 20 units of 30 metres squared each, and that these apartments may not be developed over time due to a lack of market feasibility, leaving the land unutilised. A specific question of the panel relates to the costs of land being unutilised if set aside for apartments that do not eventuate, which I outlined there, but we'll not run through that for the moment. TPLM is an ambitious, intensive development area that has the potential to provide some relatively affordable housing and meet part of the housing shortage. However, it does also present some risks. Most notably, it could result in a high proportion of smaller dwellings that are most attractive to the rental market, that would create a transient community that makes development less viable. In my opinion, the provisions should enable development to occur over the short to medium term, broadly in line with what works within the current market, rather than have provisions that speculate on what may or may not be a market for in the future. There is a significant cost from land remaining undeveloped for long periods of time, most notably less efficient infrastructure cost recovery, a drawn-out construction timeframe for a relatively small development area, which would otherwise be completed in 10 to 15 years, and less critical mass to support schools, retail stores, and other amenities. I note covenants on sites consent to require apartments are recommended by Mr. Brown in response to the likely issues relating to dwelling per hectare yields. I do not consider that this will address the issue, rather it will incentivise developers to allocate smaller apartments, e.g. 30 metres squared, to achieve these yields. This would minimise their cost and risk, given these sites are unlikely to be feasible for development over time, and their preference will be to maximise their saleable land yield in the short to medium term. A maximum lot size would, in my opinion, achieve the benefits of density, however, would not result in some of the potential inefficiencies. It would also provide the ability for the TPLM to respond to unforeseen market changes over time. Notwithstanding my concerns around the dwelling yield per hectare approach, I consider the TPLM to have significant economic benefits relating to the provision of relatively affordable housing. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Questions from the panel? Ian, do you have any questions?
A couple of questions, thank you. Just in terms of the summary, your paragraph 9, and you talk about, near the end of that paragraph, a relatively small development area which would otherwise be completed in 10 to 15 years. Are you referring to the entirety of the proposed zone?
Yes, I am. Yes.
How did you land on the 10 to 15 year period to fully develop it, or consent it?
I've done development research for a wide range of large master plan developments, and a big part of that work I do to assist with the commercial side of development is looking at the annual sale rate that can be achieved. Generally a large or even a medium scale master plan development of circa 1,000 to 3,000 dwellings would achieve a sale rate of around 150 to 200 dwellings per annum as a minimum, and increase to in the order of 250 to 350 dwellings per annum once it's established and the market can see what they're buying into. There's also a good relationship between the size of a master plan development and the annual sale rate that can be achieved within that development. So as a development gets bigger, the market for it becomes stronger because people are able to buy into a development that has amenities such as shops and schools and parks and so forth. So the scale of the development at 2,000 or more dwellings is sufficient to achieve those higher sale rates. So I base those estimates on a minimum of 200 dwellings per annum being sold, which would be 10 to say 12 years. And I've put a few extra years in there just for the lead-in time frame, so that's your 10 to 15.
Okay, and you're sufficiently informed of the local market in Queenstown and other development areas that are building houses simultaneously, still not cannibalising that figure?
The current price of dwellings in Queenstown is evidence of a shortage of housing, and it will be predominantly in the lower price points, below the 1.5 million average in Queenstown, and possibly predominantly below $1 million. So any development that can bring dwellings to the market in the $1 million range or below $1 million will achieve sales that are in addition to the current market.
I'll ask it slightly differently. I hear a lot about Hanley's Farm in a different part of the district, also trying to build density, trying to provide affordable housing. Have you informed yourself of other locations that might be trying to provide a similar contribution to the issue that this zone is? And would that still allow clear air for the development timeframe you've identified as feasible on this zone? I mean, presumably if you've got 10 developers all able to build 200 houses a year, they're not just going to sink 1,000 houses into a market that's only supporting much less than that per year in sales, or is it your view that people will just build as much as they can whenever they can?
I haven't looked into that specific development to see how they're tracking and how that may affect this development. With regard to the 200 or so dwellings per annum, that would be across the total development, not within each of the individual developments that comprise the total development.
Okay, thank you. Look, last question. I imagine you've got many other things to do than watch our YouTube live stream last week when we were talking to the council's witnesses about density and affordability and diversity of housing.
I have skimmed.
You did?
I have read. Well, I did not watch. I have read the transcript with Ms. Fairgrave for interest.
Okay. Well, putting aside that you won't be after us to autograph a screenshot or anything, one of the layers of the onion that came out between what was the objective of requiring some of the higher density sort and medium density was a concern, a particular concern of the council witnesses about providing as much affordable housing as possible. Whether that's relative or absolute or how anyone measures it is a separate matter for now. But the question for you is, in your experience, what scale, type, height of density or what type of housing is most likely to provide the most affordable housing? And that's both in terms of the price, most affordable, but also the quantity, the greatest number of affordable units.
The lowest price point on a square metre basis, the lowest price point on a nominal basis will be the very small terrace housing. There's a large quantity of small two-storey terrace housing in other cities, circa 80 or 90 square metre unit size over 2 levels on a 100 to say 125 square metre site. That'll be a small 3-bed or a large 2-bed type unit. That would be the lowest nominal price point. it would also have quite a good price point in terms of the square metre rate when compared to small apartments, which cost a lot more per square metre, and that's the fundamental hurdle that makes apartments challenging commercially and in low demand. They cost a lot per square metre. So you have to understand housing both in terms of the nominal and the square metre price point to get your head around that kind of issue. More generally, having a range of dwellings, I think, is also important to weigh up there, because if you focus predominantly on small terrace houses, you could saturate that market quite quickly, whereas the market's best conceptualised as a bell curve, and you want to hit all points in that bell curve as much as possible across the city, and then a particular development like this may hit the bottom half of that bell curve. So it's not just a matter of the lowest price point, because certain sectors of the market will see affordability at a slightly higher price point. For example, if they require a 180 or a 200 square metre house, a low price point for them may be higher nominally, if that makes sense.
Yep, follow that. If we were looking at conceptually something like a 6-storey apartment building, which is one of the built forms that the zone might enable in places, and assuming you have sufficient familiarity with 6-storey apartment buildings, and you may not, but I'm interested in understanding the extent to which developers in a 6-storey apartment building would mix a whole bunch of 30 square metre studios and 3-bedroom larger scale apartments in one building, or is there a pattern of one, maybe building A gets used for more uniformly higher end specification and building B gets used for a concentration of the smaller end? Or how do developers mix and match apartments when they're looking at those things?
That is something I'm quite familiar with. I've done research for a lot of large apartment developments, advising on unit type and size and price point. The incentive for a developer when putting together an apartment building is to achieve as much of the market as possible in terms of sales, so that the widest range of sales possible, but without having too many at either end of the spectrum that can, or either end of that range that can undermine the sales through that core market that they have identified. So if you were to have some larger multiple $1 million apartments at the upper levels, and then a large number of smaller, lower price point units at the lower levels, then that would diminish your viability for the larger units at the top. So you would have a range of price points, but it wouldn't be a full range. It would be sort of the middle half of the price range, just to give you a way of thinking about it, or the upper half or the lower half of a price range, and then you wouldn't get those internal issues with having too much price range within one building. And then with, if you are to do very small rental products such as 30 square metre units or smaller, I've worked on a development that was 12 square metre units, 300 of them, just to give you an idea of how far you can take it. You would tend to put those into one building just because it's very much targeting the rental end of the market, and that becomes an issue if you're selling to owner-occupiers that become concerned that there's a transient rental market, and I think that's one of the high-level concerns I have with this area, is if it's dominated by smaller rental product, then that will diminish the attractiveness of it to the owner-occupiers, and that could actually backfire in terms of the success of this development.
Look, thank you for your answer. And one of the things I've been trying to work through in my mind is a scenario, even if in the long term a 6-storey building did become a feasible, viable proposition on the land, whether that 5th and 6th storey would be likely for small houses or big apartments, for instance, because you'd have views over the entirety of the zone to the landscape that no one else in the zone could probably get. And I was trying to then get my head around what would be most likely, and if there was interest in something more premium at those very higher ends, would that itself knock out using the balance of the building for lots of small units, which your answer now has just informed me quite helpfully. But But having shared that with you, and I'll close with this question so the panel gets some other time with you, if an apartment type 6-storey scale building did come feasible, would you see it as being more likely to serve a higher end demand, or could it plausibly be the concentration of all the affordable houses?
It would depend on the quality of that view relative to the quality of that view in other apartment locations in Queenstown. I suspect that this is not as good as other locations for apartments for that reason, and because it is geared to more affordable dwellings, it becomes less attractive to the higher end apartments.
Okay.
So weighing that, I would expect there would be small to medium scale rather than large. But as I say, if the view was particularly nice, then you would get some larger apartments.
Okay, I can't help myself. If we were to agree with you or accept that it was that low to medium, likely be the desired product, would that affect the time frame within which it might become feasible in terms of cost per metre and ability to pay and price points, or does it all even out?
No, it wouldn't, because apartments are viable in proportion to terrace houses being viable and standalone houses being viable. So if you can purchase a nice terrace house in that location for, say, $1 million, you are unlikely to also want to pay $1 million for an apartment because it'll be half the size. So unless it has a particularly nice view, as you know, it's going to be the terrace house that works in the market and the apartment that doesn't. So it's a relative price question in terms of the viability, which reflects the high construction cost of apartments.
Well, thank you for your help with all those questions.
Judith.
Good morning, I think just. Thank you for your answers so far this morning. If I could take you to paragraphs 10 and 11 of your summary. I'm going to display my ignorance here. I really need you to walk me through what the maximum lot approach achieves in terms of sort of driving towards density that you believe the covenant approach doesn't. In simple layman's terms, please.
I think they both achieve density. I think the dwelling yield per hectare has some unintended consequences in that it can be circumvented by having a design concept that has larger terrace houses and larger sites, or larger sites with larger terrace houses, and then allocating a very small amount of land to apartment buildings that may not be intended to be built in the short to medium term, if at all. With regard to a maximum lot size, you would achieve the same approximate density, in that you would say to the market, you can build, for example, terrace houses with a maximum lot size of 200 square metres or below, so you still achieve the density that way. So that's my concern, that the dwelling yields per hectare approach has it's not necessarily going to achieve the outcomes that are anticipated, because it can easily be circumvented.
So if you have a maximum lot size, we'll take your nominal 200 square metres, to monitor or control how terraces developed, how does that then allow you to get that higher density if you want to? If you've only got a 200 square metre lot size, how do you build apartments on that scale?
Well, that's a technical issue in terms of how you would work through the unit titling of apartments across sites. I conceptualise that perhaps slightly differently than a town planner would, in that I would consider the effective lot size of apartments to be much smaller than 200 square metres. So you could, for example, aggregate 5 200 square metre sites, have 1,000 square metres, put 30 or 40 apartments on that site quite comfortably, and the effective lot size would be 50 or 80 square metres under that scenario. So I don't see that there's a necessary barrier for apartments because of that maximum lot size.
But does that just add complexity in a different way to the zone provision? So rather than having a covenant and complexity that way, you're then sort of kicking the can down a different road and a different degree of complexity to allow the same overall outcome?
I don't think there's any complexity at all to do that. I've been involved in multiple apartment buildings that traverse multiple sites and achieve the density that they achieve across those sites. There may be specific town planning issues that arise in this instance that I'm not aware of, but I can't imagine that it would be difficult to resolve those to allow apartment buildings across multiple sites.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Judith just asked you my questions because I'm also quite ignorant on the lot size versus density, so I was going to ask you about that. Thank you very much. Your evidence was nice and clear and succinct, so thank you very much, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
If you could move to Mr. Ladbroke.
Thank you. Oh, Shelley, could you say will be 12:45-ish for lunch, please? Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners and everyone else. It's nice to see some familiar faces around the table. I'm providing evidence on behalf of Glen Panel Development Limited and Anna Hutchinson Family Trust. I did prepare 2 statements of evidence in chief dated the 20th of October, and those also outline my qualifications and experience. This morning I'm going to be speaking about stormwater, and I will read this into evidence. Stormwater catchment boundaries are easily defined through analysis of topographic data, survey data, and an evaluation of on-site conditions. Hydrology calculations take account of climate change through the use of increased future rainfall projections as determined by NIWA. As a note, that accounts for the 2.5 degree increase. Stormwater runoff coefficients are easily determined by an evaluation of land use, surface type, and slope. Based on existing conditions, the pre-development stormwater flows are very well understood, and in consideration of a range of potential rainfall events. Based on the projected development, post-development stormwater flows can be calculated with a high degree of confidence. Post-development stormwater volumes are higher than pre-development, primarily due to the change in land use, surface type, and localized slopes. If discharging stormwater off-site, best practice requires the post-development flows to be lower than the pre-development flows. And again, this is for a range of different rainfall events, and this does require attenuation. If discharging stormwater to land, the disposal rate is determined by the infiltration rate of the soils and the surface area that is to be allocated to stormwater disposal. At this point, I'd also like to note, going off script, that there is a pipe across the state highway. I understand that it does have a capacity of 1.5 cubic meters a second that was oversized previously. My understanding is that originally was intended to provide for development on this area, but early in the process we had council staff advise us we should not allow for that being provided for a solution, which is the outstanding issue, I guess. Would also note that the pre-development flow from the development on the flats is 0.5 cubic metres per second, which is well under the available capacity. To paragraph 10, all stormwater generated by the development area on the flats should be designed to accommodate the 1% annual exceedance probability, also known as the 100-year event, with all associated stormwater discharge to land. This does not include stormwater generated by rainfall events that are more extreme than the 1% AEP, and which will likely need to follow defined secondary flow paths to a controlled discharge location. As I said before, stormwater attenuation is required for all post-development discharge. Attenuation can be provided by ponds, channels, pipes, and underground chambers. A single centralized stormwater solution for the entirety of Ladies Mile is not possible, as QLDC is not in a position to purchase the land that is necessary for that option. An integrated stormwater approach for the development area is feasible, whereby similar stormwater disposal solutions are employed, but in the fewest number of locations. Those locations are likely to be the areas which feature the highest infiltration rates and which are generally in close proximity to each other. Although there are similarities between the land parcels along Ladies Mile, each one is unique with regard to orientation, configuration, topography, geology, and the time frame for development. Therefore, some flexibility is needed with respect to the development of stormwater solutions for each development area. Permanent stormwater collection, treatment, and disposal devices must be in place early and sized for the future development capacity that each element will serve. Erosion and sediment control measures are extremely important during construction and must be well maintained throughout the time period where construction is taking place in the catchment. Matters of natural servitude must be considered as part of the sizing for each stormwater element, where this is a primary consideration for stormwater off of Slope Hill. A cut-off channel or swale is proposed along the Slope Hill side of the collector road at the toe of Slope Hill, and this will serve as the primary collection, disposal, and conveyance mechanism for stormwater off of Slope Hill. Landowners should endeavour to dispose of Slope Hill stormwater disposed to land for up to the 1% AEP rainfall events where possible, noting that disposal must be provided for rainfall events up to the 5% AEP. Stormwater above these levels will need to be conveyed downstream in a coordinated manner to include the provision of secondary flow paths. As I just said, secondary flow paths must be provided for all stormwater disposal devices, and the specific elements of each stormwater solution can be resolved through the detailed design process. Some comments here about the latest position on matters remaining in dispute. I would say there is agreement between all experts that a viable stormwater solution is possible, utilizing disposal to land. However, it is specifically noted that an integrated stormwater approach should not be construed as another name for a centralized stormwater solution for Ladies Mile. Landowners should be enabled to select the optimal stormwater solution for their own land, whether to utilize ponds, channels, or underground chambers. This is a technical matter for assessment at the appropriate time and will necessarily require consideration of how the proposed solution will integrate or allow integration with the solutions provided or potentially to be provided on neighbouring land. Any guidance document pertaining to stormwater solutions for Ladies Mile should not be completed nor approved by Council without consultation with affected landowners and due consideration of landowner input. Such a guidance document would be useful, but is not imperative to the delivery of an integrated stormwater solution. There is no reason why road reserves cannot be used for stormwater disposal, providing that any such disposal device is not located below the curbs or road carriageway and are designed with consideration of maintenance of the said devices. Landowners should be encouraged to collaborate on common stormwater solutions, albeit must not be hindered from development by council or neighbours with contrary preferences. However, it is noted that there should not be more than one stormwater disposal device for each land parcel, excepting the swale which provides common stormwater service to Slope Hill. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Gillian, would you like to?
Thanks, Mr. Ladbroke. Just some quick questions. Did you tune in to hear the witnesses for QLDC, Amy Prestige and John Gardner last week?
I did not tune in due to the video problems. I did quickly review the transcript. I can't swear I saw everything that they saw, but I did review some of their comments.
The reason I ask is there are a few questions raised around, and there were some fairly, dare I say, crude diagrams around how the stormwater system would work when you had developers at each end and something missing in the middle. And I was just curious about your views around how the coordination across different developers and the evolution of stormwater devices and systems that need to be integrated would actually work in practice.
It's a great question. I think there's a lot of idealistic thought out there. The reality is if you connect systems, the water is going to go to the lowest point. And so when you've got neighbours upstream and downstream, you end up running the stormwater to the bottom. That may not be where your best disposal areas are. So connecting everything with pipes isn't necessarily a good idea, and I would argue it's a bad idea because you'll overload those lower areas and you're just essentially conveying the problem from one place to another. When we talk about wanting to develop and have idealistic solutions, it's all well and good if everyone's orientated kind of, up and down the hill, but when you're kind of sideways across the hill, it's nigh on impossible because the uphill developer can't wait until the lower person builds their stormwater, and so it becomes a real challenge to who builds what and how do they provide for it. Hence the idea of if there's one disposal device for each land parcel, that makes it a lot more viable from a timing perspective. However, given that this is a relatively small area, the idea would be that these devices could be in close proximity, as in across the fence from each other, and that gives the ability to perhaps tie those things together in the future. But as I said at the beginning, tying them together may not actually solve the problem. Rather, if we have two ponds, for example, that are side by side, it's not necessarily an advantage for them to be directly connected. It could be that there's actually advantage for them to be separate, but in close proximity. You can still maintain them, but if they're at different elevations, that actually is an advantage. If we put those pipes through, like I say, all the water's going to go to the lowest point. I think that where neighbours can collaborate and work together is ideal, but it's practically very difficult because they don't want to develop at exactly the same time. And no one wants to wait on their neighbour to build something before they can develop their land, and I don't think that would be particularly just. And I think there's a lot, as I said, each land parcel is unique, so coming up with standards that apply to everyone is very difficult. I think we need to recognise that there are differences, and those need to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. So practically speaking, each property, as it develops, needs to be looked at in its own right with a mind to the intention of being integrated, which could be we're disposing to land, we're using ponds or underground chambers, and these are generally in that central area where there's good infiltration.
So in paragraph 24, you referenced the guidance document. There was quite a bit of discussion around a stormwater guidance document last week and how that would fit. in terms of the variation, whether it's simply guidance, becomes a requirement. In paragraph 24, you say it would be useful to have guidance, but it's not imperative to the delivery of integrated stormwater solution. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the idea is if you have a guidance document which provides here are some indicative approaches that would be accepted to council and other regulatory groups, then that provides the landowner with confidence that if I build this in a certain way, then that would be approved. And I think that's very useful. However, those general kind of approaches may not be the best solution for each and every parcel. So there may be some variation or bespoke solution that is needed to be considered. And in that case, it has to be worked through with council and other regulatory officials in what's most appropriate for that particular circumstance. The field of engineering is such, when we're dealing with land issues, that everything is slightly different. It's not uniform. And while having standard guidance is good, sometimes that's not necessarily applicable to everything. So I guess what I'm saying is that neighbours can collaborate with neighbours can work with council officials, and a guidance document is useful, but it's, we can still proceed without that guidance document.
Okay, thank you. It's fairly evident that there's been a lot of testing of soils and ground conditions right across Ladies Mile. And it seems that there's the potential, and I'll ask you this theoretically, there's a potential that one land developer may actually have no suitable soils on site to achieve, well, let's say 5%, which is probably the worst scenario. So say they can achieve the 5% AUP to land. How do you see that working in this scenario where you've got an integrated system, ideally, that's where you're trying to get to, but someone may not be able to achieve that on their land. Their neighbouring landowner may also be trying to develop their land, put their houses on the market. How do you see that working?
Yeah, it's also a fair question, but if you look at all the different tests that have been done, they've been done at different depths, and what we do know is that there is essentially a crust that is much denser. We know that we've got 47 or so metres of sandy gravels, which are highly permeable, and if you don't get down into the good sandy gravels, then you're not going to get good infiltration. So in essence, we need to make sure that those devices are at an appropriate elevation so that we're not getting restricted infiltration. So in that respect, it could be that on one parcel, a landowner may need to go slightly deeper than on another. However, I'm highly confident they should be able to find suitable soils at some elevation, at some location. Recognise that also close to the toe of the hill, there's more likely to be runoff from the hill that's accumulated over time. That crust might be thicker versus in another area where that's much easier to access. So I think that those are, again, a great example of why we need to have the ability to have solutions that are unique to each site, recognising that we're not disputing disposal to the land, although I'd love to be able to use that pipe. If you would allow us to use half a QMAC in that pipe would be terrific, but if we need to dispose of land, it's just a matter of size, because again, in one area you might need more disposal area to accommodate a slightly lower infiltration rate, and in another area perhaps that device is somewhat smaller because you've got really good free draining soils.
Thank you. So that would be reflected, you'd expect that would be reflected in the stormwater guideline, to have that recognition of the variety of soils, drainage, permeability, and the different types of devices to and methods of disposal to achieve it is a discharge to ground that you would need across all of those different scenarios.
Yeah, if a guideline is put together, it should allow for that fluctuation, and that would, in essence, change the sizing of things. I would note that in the On the Glen Panel land, we're looking at an underground storage chamber. Again, that's a function of the value of land. Disposal areas, if you look at the base of a pond, there's side slopes that end up taking a lot of land, but we don't want to be constrained to only using ponds if an underground chamber is a better option. So there needs to be some, but we don't want to make everybody use that if it's not the best solution for a specific piece of land. So I'm a little bit concerned about those guidelines not having landowner input, because it could become it could be, dare I say the word, slanted to a preference that doesn't reflect the landowners, and I don't think that would be appropriate. So.
But also a need to recognise that the ultimate asset owner would need to maintain those devices.
Absolutely, recognise that.
Mr. Ladbrook, did you review the modelling, the stormwater modelling done for the work done for, the Candle 3 report that was done looking at stormwater management in the area?
Yes, I was actually engaged by council and involved in the procurement of their services in the early part of their work, so I am familiar with that work, although I haven't committed it to memory.
That's fine. I don't think any of us have. In terms of slope hills, there's been a lot of feedback around whether the calculations for runoff from slope hill has been adequately assessed. There's been quite a lot of comment and submissions about it being underestimated. Can you make some comments around that, in your opinion?
I know that I've prepared calculations which I've discussed with council staff and others engaged by council, where we came up with similar numbers on the parcels that I've assessed. I cannot speak to the assessment of other areas by other people, because I have seen the Candor report. I'm not going to comment on that in detail, but I'm confident in the numbers that we've prepared.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my final question really is around a comment that I'm trying to find in one of your paragraphs, is around the discharge from a site, from the area. Where do you envisage, so you've talked about primary discharge to ground, you've talked about secondary flow paths. Ultimately, under some conditions, there will be runoff. To where do you envisage?
So right now, the existing conditions are that most of the stormwater collects in low points and will dissipate to ground. In extremely large events, the only way for water to run is downhill, and that runs towards Lake Hayes. I understand there's a lot of people concerned about that, but that's exactly what happens today, and is what we would expect secondary discharge would replicate that and would run in that direction. I would expect that, we've got plenty of safety factor in there, so I think this would be very unusual, but road corridors would be the natural secondary flow path. And so as design and planning would have a say over which direction those goes, we would be expecting that that would need to accommodate secondary flow towards the lake, okay, or to the river in the case of the Anna Hutchinson, which is facing the other way.
Thank you. Got no further questions.
Thank you. Pūtahi?
I think I might have a couple. Just want to start by summarising the stormwater environment to make sure my questions is caged correctly. So we have Slope Hill, which will have rain coming off a different quality than will have in the built environment, and an ability to deal with that maybe separate to what's eventually built. We have a permeability gradient that kind of works from Slope Hill out to State Highway 6. And we have the ability to disperse water preferably away from Lake Hayes, but understanding there's a gradient there that on the surface might want to take it towards that. When we were exploring the various considerations with experts last week, preference was to design to be as close as possible to the 1% AEP as opposed to the 5%, and had that as the target for dealing with it. Do you see that as feasible? And if not, why not? And I suppose whether my summary of the receiving environment correct is probably helpful as well.
So in the expert witness conferencing, I think there was a general consensus that the disposal to land is preferable, and there is variability within the soils, as in those gravels will be looser and tighter in certain places. There is, I think, agreement that that crust I referenced earlier may be thicker, closer to the toe. So that could become a problem, perhaps, if it's overly thick. Hence, the consideration of underground chambers is actually quite advantageous in those situations. I would expect that 1% is the correct target, but I think that the allowance for 5% is realistic, given that that fluctuation may exist in certain cases. So I do not have any problem with that arrangement, given that I think that 5% should be achievable. What will change is the size of the disposal area, based upon what the testing shows in those very specific locations. As was mentioned, there's been a lot of testing done, but those are kind of essentially pinpricks on a map. And when we actually go to detailed design and we know the specific locations, that's the point where we can actually size what it needs to be. It would be prudent to not stop too shallow. I think that you're going to find slower infiltration rates if you don't get down deep enough. So I think that's a design opportunity, and as such have no qualms with that 1% target, 5% minimum.
Probably just leaves one question which we also looked at last week, and that was in regard to the developer who went first and having to deal with the stormwater on their property is going to have an influence on the properties on either side of them, whether they're up or down or lower, or actually through their calls and their testing have the capacity to deal with stormwater from the neighbouring properties. And I'm trying to put that in the context of, is that centralised or integrated? Just trying to understand your differentiation between the two models.
I think that what you've just alluded to becomes a bigger challenge with respect to the cutoff drain for Slope Hill. I think that's not really shouldn't be a concern that can't be overcome on the flats. But when it comes to a single swale, so to speak, along that toe, clearly we need elevations to match at those property lines. So whoever goes first is going to obviously be doing testing to determine what those infiltration rates look like, looking at the soil profile. And that will be very informative, because the land is not materially going to change just because it grows across the boundary. It's likely to be very similar on the other side of the fence. Doesn't mean it's going to be uniform throughout the length of that, but it should be a very close match for whatever is downstream or upstream. So I don't see there's a problem with whoever goes first. They will be doing the investigations necessary. Council will have that information. I expect the neighbour's going to have that information. They're certainly going to know the elevation that things are set at, and that becomes a constraint. So whoever's last will, in essence, have two defined points to work to. Recognise that the variability in soils means that it may be highly permeable in one part of that and less in another, and all that does is change the sizing that is incorporated into the detailed design. So I don't see there's any reason for the entire thing to be fully designed. It can be done in segments, because it's going to be based upon the situation for each site.
Thanks very much. I'm good.
Thank you. Judith?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Ian?
No, thank you.
And just one question from me, and it relates to the lake haze. When we were discussing it with the council's experts, they said in their opinion, and you mightn't have done the modelling, but just using the information you've got, in their opinion, with the 1% and then the 5%, it's expected that there'll actually be less overland runoff into Lake Hayes than current. Do you agree with that position? And if you haven't looked at it, just say.
No, I have looked at that at a higher level, and I would agree with that. I think that if we are disposing of the 1%, that should be a benefit to Lake Hayes, and have agreement with the other experts on that matter.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Just
We're going
checking on time.
We're going to go a little bit late and
Yes.
just use up 15 minutes of our lunchtime.
Mr. Wood has a summary, and effectively he has 3 sentences to read.
And effectively, I think our questioning may be about similar, but that might just speak for myself. Thank you.
Shall I get into it then?
Yes, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Right, the most scintillating part of the day. Good afternoon, councillors. I'll just briefly read the paragraph 2A, B, C. I consider it entirely possible to provide both wastewater and drinking water options to service the sites based on the level of development envisaged by the submissions, and in particular water supply can be staged by connecting to council reticulation now for the early stages and using water reservoirs or tanks sized for the staging locally with pumps engineered accordingly, or staged with any Ladies Mile reservoir or any combination of the options. And wastewater similarly can be staged by connecting to council reticulation now for the early stages, or local pump stations with separate lines and or completely new lines and pump stations staged and engineered accordingly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wood. Questions? Gillian?
But thank you for the riveting.
What?
No, I couldn't.
Judith?
No.
Ian?
Yeah,
This is a bit harsh because wastewater especially is a fascinating topic.
Oh, we
But
could go on all day.
As I alluded to earlier, I also have no questions. I mean, there's been conferencing, the council's experts, there's agreement that there's technical methods, there's ways this can be done. You append the report, etc., to your evidence, so the details there in terms of the earlier investigations. And yes, no questions from me either. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Actually, can I just?
Oh.
I'll give him.
Oh.
I'll give him a question.
Well, only if
Can't leave you.
you need to.
You can't
Well,
leave without a question.
We can in terms of my timing constraints, but no, that's fine. Jim.
But you may not be able to answer this. I'm not sure. Current wastewater in the Ladies Mile is on septic tanks, I assume.
On the Glen Panel site?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So when it moves to a reticulated site, what happens to the old septic tank?
All of those would be removed, I'd imagine. Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wood. That's probably the quickest appearance you've ever had.
I'll go for the record. Thanks.
Thank you. Now we've got Mr. Bartlett. We've got a little bit of time after lunch as well, but I'm just thinking because there will be, I suspect, some questions for the witnesses after lunch.
Yes.
Whether we could have Mr. Bartlett now to at least get the summary done.
Yes, very happy with that.
He may be slightly longer than Mr. Wood, but at least we can get the summary.
Is it just the on-off button? Got a copy of your summary? Yeah, I do. No.
Hello, Mr. Bartlett.
Hello.
And actually, now I can put a name to the face. You were here last week listening, so that will be helpful.
Yes, I popped in from time to time to spy what was going on.
Thank you. No, that's useful to know. Thank you.
My summary includes for both Glen Panel as well as for Anna Hutchinson Family Trust.
Cool.
I'm at the moment proposing that I'll read the stuff relevant to
Glen panel.
Glen panel only, so I will skip out probably half of my summary
Perfect.
for you. So my name is Jason Bartlett, and if I take you now to paragraph 9, that's probably the easiest way to go about it. The Glen panel development land is located within sub-area B of the variation. Based on the variation master plan, this land is reliant on the provision of collector type A road to enable access to any development. I consider that this road should be positioned over the existing unformed legal road to enable development of this land without reliance on others to the east and the west. I note that Mr. Shields has softened his approach to the position of this road, but not the active travel corridor. The variation provisions require that major transport elements are delivered ahead of development. It was agreed through the joint witness statement for transport that this should be interpreted as occupation, meaning that as soon as a transport infrastructure is in place ahead of demand occurring by development. To enable the development anticipated with Te Pūtahi Ladies Mile and to meet the objectives of the variation, I consider that some development must be possible ahead of the provisions of SH6 works and specific transport infrastructure requirements of the current zone provisions in the structural plan. And just ahead of some of the questions previously raised, urbanisation of the State Highway corridor. I agree with urbanising the State Highway 6 corridor. The transport infrastructure will go some way to creating an urbanised corridor, including signalised intersections and crossings to enable pedestrian access across State Highway 6. I consider that reduced building setbacks are critical to achieving an urbanised feel to the road and to assist with lowering the operating speed to 60 kilometres per hour or lower. To this end, I agree with the reduced building setbacks to around 10 metres. I would prefer the setbacks to be further reduced, particularly around the signalised intersections. As far as a rapid transit service, I consider that the State Highway 6 corridor is a rapid transit service. It is a planned frequent service between Ladies Mile and Queenstown, utilising separate bus lanes and bus priorities so that it will be largely separated from other traffic. I consider that this is important if public transport is to achieve the required modal shift identified within the transport modelling. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And I'll just let Judith finish her thought and then over to Judith.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. I do have a few questions for you. So I'll start with your summary, but I do have some questions arising from your evidence in chief as well.
Right.
If you have
We're
that
in no
handy.
hurry too. We can come back after lunch. We will adjourn at 12:45, so people have a break. But over to you, Jude.
Right, so I can really string this out.
Well, I'm not wanting
Excellent.
you to rush. It's limited.
Okay. So just going to paragraph 11 of your summary, Mr. Bartlett.
Yes.
And you're talking there around the, you consider that some development must be possible before the provision of some of the State Highway 6 works are in place.
Yes.
Could you be a bit more specific about which works you consider you need to be able to preempt?
I can, and I suppose this relates back to my evidence in chief around paragraph 16 or so, and it's based on the essentially based on the modelling that we've undertaken for the Flints Park development as part of the fast track application. So as part of that, we have done some modelling. We find that the intersection improvements, I'm going to call them now, at Howard's Drive and Howard's Drive and the bus lane from Howard's Drive to the bridge, basically, to the merge point ahead of the bridge,
So is that on the east side?
That's on the eastern side of the Shotover Bridge, yes, correct. We find that that is useful in the fact that it generally frees up capacity on the state highway for approximately 180 dwellings worth of traffic. So it does provide some means that that infrastructure is required, but it does not consider the need for other bus lanes or the remainder of the NZ Up works, I suppose. Bearing in mind that that works is covered under the Regional Transport Plan, Regional Land Transport Plan, although its funding is not through the National Land Transport Plan, it's through the NZ Up Works Programme.
So were you here for Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Yep. So you would have heard from him that stage 1 of NZ Up is committed for early next year, I believe, in my notes.
Start date
Yep.
of works, yes. And I believe those works that we're also talking about, and that, as far as those bus lanes works goes, has within the benefit cost ratio 1,100 dwellings within the mile as well. I think that was the first time that was definitively stated for the commissioners, I suppose, as to what reliance those businesses' cases have on development of the mile.
So given stage 1 includes the bus lane on the east side of the bridge, not the ones on the west, and the Howards Drive intersection upgrade,
Yes.
in your view, is that sufficient? And the timing of those, if they're to start in early 2024, and we understand from your client that you would like to develop ASAP,
Yep.
Totally get that.
Yep.
Do those works have to be in place? Or, sorry, I flipped that around. Given the timings, is it likely that you'd actually potentially have units built and ready to be occupied and put traffic onto the network before those public works are actually in place?
I think you nailed it with the second part, or the rephrasing. You know, with all the best will in the world, let's say the fast track gets approved, we're not going to be forming any form of access intersection until this time next year at best, probably open for early 2025, and that's just a super lot development. So by the time those super lots get changed into residential dwellings to the point where they create a demand for this infrastructure, we're probably another year down the track. So given the timing of the Howards Drive intersection improvements, they, based on everything we know today, will be in place by the time doors are opened. The bus lanes, or certainly the eastern portion of that bus lane, is expected to be in place by that stage too. Expected to be at this stage by 2026. So, yeah, I believe, and they are committed projects. They have committed funding through the and within the Regional Land Transport Plan, that I think we should be able to take some comfort that the planning for that is there. Bearing in mind the rest of the NZ Up works follows through a bit after that, but not much after that.
So there was then discussion around the bus lanes on the other side of the Shotover Bridge.
Yes.
What's your view around the need for those to support delivery of units within Ladies Mile, and specifically Glen Panel?
I think when you think about the greater Ladies Mile, I think they are required, don't get me wrong. And I think, you know, if we go back to what Mr. Smith said, you know, that justification for them is based on 1,100 dwellings. So it suggests that as Ladies Mile increases up to that 1,100 dwellings, we would also want to take comfort that that planning is in place and acting parallel to the development of Ladies Mile. Yeah, and again, I think we can reference the Regional Land Transport, Plan with respect to that infrastructure works, and then we also need to consider the Regional Public Transport Plan and the business cases as far as the services that sit on those works, which is an ongoing work that Mr. Packard told you about.
Okay,
Hopefully we'll have more this month on that one.
it would be lovely. So, thank you for that. So I'd like to go back to your evidence in chief. And it was around paragraph 10. And you're talking about the consented access. And the consent you reference is RM 200443.
Yes.
And this may be a question for the planner on the team, but I'll ask you, in case you know. My understanding from reading your evidence, and also that of, I think it was some of the NZTA feedback on Flint's Park,
Yep.
I'm getting a slightly different view from two different sources here. So Waka Kotahi, their information seems to be saying that that access to State Highway 6 is consented to allow for a cafe, art gallery type use of the homestead, and that's it. What I inferred from your evidence was that it was also consented to allow for your 180 dwellings. So could you provide some clarity for me on what it is actually consented for?
So under RM 200443, it is consented as a access to the cafe and gallery at the homestead. So it's consented as a commercial access. However, during the development of the Flint's Park proposals, we have also gone back to NZTA with a detailed design of that access, which looks at the different intersection features of it and changes them slightly to enable development of Flint's Park using that exact same access. At this stage, it's been reviewed by NZTA in the safety elements of it and operational elements of it, and our advice from them is it's ready to go for a corridor access request to construct that access. So it sits current consenting, but then it has also gone through a process within the fast track.
So is your advice to us as a panel that it's consented for the cafe, designed for housing, but there's no actual consent for the housing activity, it's just preempting that it would occur, and you therefore have an access ready to go?
Yes, exactly right. I don't think I could sum it up better.
So that access is clearly not in the structure plan.
No. No.
Could you share your opinion on why that might be the case, or what benefit it would provide to the wider Ladies Mile if it were included?
I think the structure plan was looking at the current road network and taking accesses of that, i.e. looking at Stalker Road and the existing Lower Shotover roundabout there and Lower Shotover Road, and taking an access off Lower Shotover Road. I think the master plan also looked at the upgrade improvements, or the upgrade and improvements of the Howards Drive intersection, and also thought that that's an ideal opportunity given that it was always, up until now, really, we've always expected that that would be a roundabout type intersection, and having 4 approaches on that would seem a logical approach. I don't think they considered the idea of building a new access. It's generally not something that NZTA would jump behind. I feel it was probably the path of least resistance.
So the access that you've been working on, I understand, is left in, right in, left out only. Yep. So I understand the logic of that with roundabouts, so you can, the right out turn that I'm assuming Waka Kotahi deems unsafe, you can turn left, go down to Howards Drive, roundabout, and go back towards Shotover Bridge if that's what you want to do.
Yep.
Given we're now looking at signals rather than a roundabout, could you provide your opinion on how your current access that you have agreed with Waka Kotahi could be amended, or what you might need to do
Yeah.
Just give me your professional opinion, I
So,
guess, on that situation.
I think it's fair to actually step back a wee bit here. The consenting for that access is always had, it will include this, it will include that based on agreement with NZTA. With a number of elements that could be pulled out depending on whether there was a central barrier put in, for instance, onto the State Highway 6, which was definitely an option at one stage. So it was always designed around being able to change it as we needed to meet the formation of State Highway 6 at the time. To now change it and put a signalised intersection there would probably be the easiest change we could make.
So do you mean a set of signals at your access?
Yes. Sorry, is that not what you're asking?
No, I was asking around if, because you have this access that you've agreed in terms of design principles with Pūtahi, but we now have signals at Howard's Drive, so the U-turn that you would have had for the banned right turn out is now no longer facilitated.
No. Yep. So, but likewise, we could also now look at a signalised intersection to Flint's Park rather than needing to worry about an 80k speed and right turning out, or right turning in and left right turning out sort of thing, would now happen under a significantly lower speed, and therefore, yeah, we could work around it by actually putting a signalised intersection here rather than relying upon U-turn manoeuvres at Howard's Drive.
Okay. Doesn't that have a network management implication?
It does, yes. It has a benefit that it brings another pedestrian crossing in mid-block. Yes, it does have a network implication, and it's not something we've gone down the line of at the moment. It would mean that there would be a signalised intersection at 400 metre spacings rather than, or 450 metre spacing rather than 900 metre spacing. So I would suggest that it still sits within what would be acceptable in an urban environment, and possibly goes one step further and actually emphasises that urban corridor, should that be where we take State Highway 6 to.
Okay.
Should we pause?
That would be a very good time to pause, because that was my last question.
Oh,
Thank
nice.
you, Mr. Bartlett.
We'll pause there. My watch is telling me it's time that I stand. So we should have lunchtime now, and we'll start again, though, on time at 1:30, so it will just be 40 minutes for lunch. Thank you very much.
After you.
Kia ora. We'll make a start after the lunch adjournment, and we're with Mr. Bartlett talking the joys of transport and traffic. And you'll be pleased to know, Mr. Bartlett, Judith does have one more question.
Sorry, I was doing the unforgivable and thinking over lunch. So we've obviously been talking around the Flint's Park proposal, 180 households that you've designed and access through agreement with Pūtahi that would accommodate but is not consented for 180 households. And we've been talking around your view that there should be some ability to get some houses to market before certain pieces of infrastructure are in place. And we talked around timing in terms of what's likely to happen on Glen Panel. My follow-up question is, in your opinion, should there be a threshold of 180 houses across the variation that can be built before all the infrastructure is in place? Sorry, particularly with reference to the bus lanes on the west side of the Shotover River that are not lined up for development within or delivery within the 2024 period by NZL.
I think there's probably a series of different thresholds that you may want to consider. We've looked at a particular access arrangement for up to 180 dwellings using a new intersection. Beyond that, the modelling suggests that we're going to need to develop another intersection, so that would hence my requirement for moving the road element of the collector type A to the legal road, so at least we can then get some form of access to the other intersections. But the other one is looking at where the business case puts for those bus lanes to the west of the lower Shotover Bridge, which would suggest 1,100 dwellings as well as a potential trigger or enabler, I suppose.
Okay. So obviously you looked at 180 dwellings for Glen Panel in terms of
Yes.
that one particular access. In terms of the effect on the wider road network, putting aside whether they should be on Glen Panel or not, but in the context of the wider variation, in your opinion, is 180 dwellings manageable on the network with the stage 1 NZ works in place?
Yes, it basically resorts back to similar traffic to what we see now.
Thank you. That was it.
Yep.
Hoani?
No, I've got things.
Judith? Oh, sorry.
The other one.
Gillian. I was looking at Gillian calling her Judith.
It's been a long week.
Ian?
Yeah, hi, Mr. Bartlett. Two questions. One, well, actually, maybe the first one isn't a question because in your summary you covered off some of the Hutchinson issues, but then you're on my agenda to come back and speak tomorrow with the Hutchinson crowd anyway. So
Yes.
we're not doing it now. We can do that later.
We can do it later. I think it's probably better to save the western end of Te Pūtahi Ladies Mile until later.
Okay. More generally, not now addressing a Hutchinson question. We've got an identified commercial centre in the zone, and then an area of high density that sort of relates to that and also pushes back to the hill a little bit. And then within that, there's also options for possibly a high school. I'm, in my mind, working through some questions about the high school, and the contribution you can make to that is in two respects. The first is, in traffic terms, would it be more desirable to have high-density housing adjoining and around the commercial centre, or do you not mind in land use terms for all the things the centre's supposed to do to help travel? Does it not matter that to have a big open space on one side of the highway and then a high school right next to it and the whole eastern side of it all open space?
I suppose for me, in thinking not necessarily just about the high school, but just generally for transport, I feel that density should be more clustered around the transport hubs.
Okay.
And within that, we know that the high school and the commercial area is generally within a walkable catchment and certainly within a cycling catchment for everyone within the mile and the neighbouring communities as well.
You're familiar, I imagine, with the ability of certain providers, including the Ministry of Education, to use designation powers to acquire land they might want.
I am.
And you'd be aware that if the Ministry of Education wanted to put a high school in the vicinity, it wouldn't only be limited to the area of land the council's identified in the Ladies Mile Zone.
Correct.
Can't see many options to the south side of State Highway 6. That seems to be pretty well going, but there is an interesting area of land east of the proposed zone, between the zone edge and Lake Hayes, and that I'm sure is subject to all sorts of limitations and things. But the question for you is, if, because strange things happen, a high school happened to occur outside of and to the east of the zone, possibly because acquiring rural land might be much cheaper than brand new urban priced land, who knows? Would that give you reason to start revisiting the basis of your support for the zone and all the traffic efficiencies you see happening?
Not. How far east are we talking, I suppose? I suppose
east of the zone and between that and Lake Hayes. So.
Yeah. I suppose if I look at the existing high school, has a very large catchment. Some of it one side of the river, Frankton, Queenstown, Jacks Point, Hanley Farm sort of thing, whereas a new high school would easily take in that zoning the other side of the river. So all the way to Arrowtown sort of thing. Right. So I sort of see it as the river's always going to be a bit of a divide in the population to try and get that even balance.
Yep, that's the west side of this.
Yep.
Yep.
So therefore, I don't see it as a major thing. And if I may revisit, and this is possibly a little bit to do with Glen Panel, is looking at whether internal bus services may assist in this sort of thing. At the moment, we're obviously reliant on 3 transport stops along the state highway. So I don't see it as being a major problem. I just see that it is something we'd need to think about a bit more carefully when it comes to that transport element of it.
I'll draw a line under that, but what I'll invite you to do is keep thinking about it, because when you do come back for the Hutchinson land, I'll probably ask you if a high school happened way down the eastern end, would that change your thinking? But we'll address that tomorrow.
No, fair enough.
And just sticking with the school, you will have heard questions last week about also whether there should be some form of trigger tied to the schools. Were you here when that was discussed?
Yes.
And what's your view on that?
The high school really does have benefits if it comes earlier. My knowledge of working with such designations that schools may use is it would be difficult to tell Ministry of Education when they have to provide a high school. I think there is also scope in thinking more about the bus service and not necessarily Ministry of Education bus services, but thinking about how our transport network may provide a greater level of bus service between all these Ladies Mile communities, the existing ones and Te Pūtahi, and the existing high school site. Because at the moment, I'm not too sure exactly what happens with the Lake Hayes bus. There's a couple of extended routes on the Lake Hayes one, which I think may be meant to feed into Frankton Flats, but I'm not too sure how that works in practice. So I think there's scope for providing school travel as part of the public transport offering.
And in terms of a trigger then, if there was to be looking at that, I think it was 20% of the traffic across the bridge. And you've talked about the 1100 in the business case base.
Mm-hmm.
And you've discussed that with Judith.
Yep.
From a transport perspective and the road and delays and congestion,
I think it comes, yeah, sorry, jumping too quick there. I think it sort of also goes along with that public transport type plan and the business cases that Queenstown are working on at the moment. I think it's clear and obvious what that percentage is that's travelling over the bridge. It's clear and obvious what the effects are on the AM peak compared to holiday time. So I would like to hope, and this might be where I'm very, very naive, that the Queenstown business cases that they're doing at the moment for public transport services would include some route to the school for that Ladies Mile communities. At the end of the day, well, at each end of the high school day, it's only, quite a heavy demand, but it's only over a very short time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bartlett.
Yep.
Oh, yes, no, there we go.
Nearly gone.
Yep, the option hammer hadn't fallen.
Going back to your summary and your paragraph 12 and the comments you gave about urbanising the corridor, and you made in your second sentence the comment of that including signalised intersections and pedestrian crossings at that surface level.
Yep.
Are there any transport reasons why that particular crossing solution is favoured or important to you?
I think it's my experience with filling in underpasses would suggest that they're not a very nice place to be.
Okay.
So I would, based on my experience, and I'll have to add that it's not New Zealand experience, it's my
Where was that?
Sheffield.
Sheffield.
Yeah, lovely spot.
Filling in underpasses.
Filling in underpasses because they were functionally useless in an urban environment.
That's a great quote. For whatever value it might have, functionally useless in an urban environment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so transport-wise, yeah, I can see the point,
Okay.
but
Okay, look, the reason I ask is we are only making recommendations to a minister, but even the minister is only making a decision on the district plan side of it. And the Transport Agency, I understand it's just changed its name in the last few days. I'm not quite sure how we should describe it from here on in, but the Transport Agency has powers to not do a signal-based crossing if it wants. And although the council officers have come on board through this process, they've still published a master plan that says underpasses, which the Transport Agency could conceivably point to and say, well, the council can't be that opposed to these things because its own document still says go for it. If we were to agree with you that they're, you said your great quote, functionally useless in an urban environment, should we be using everything we've got in our powers to be trying to promote the best possible, i.e. signal-based pedestrian crossings long term, to the extent that we might say to the Minister, we'd suggest you try and persuade the Minister of Transport to really try and make sure only signal-based crossings work and that underpasses, we heard from experts such as you, aren't acceptable? Or should we just leave it to Pūtahi, or whatever it wants to call itself now?
without avoiding the question too much, I think if you look at Mr. Brown's latest versions, he suggests safe crossings.
Which could be an underpass, couldn't it? Or are you saying they're not safe?
No. What I'm saying is for you, it makes it very easy. If you're specifying safe crossings, it means that there's an ability to look at what is appropriate based on the speed limits on the road at the time that that development is coming forward.
How would we look at Pūtahi exercising its requiring authority powers over its highway without needing resource consent or necessarily any approval from the council?
I think by sticking with the safe infrastructure,
right,
you're allowing them to actually have an input.
Okay.
They will also have a feeling on underpasses are ideal for, say, an 80k speed limit, but if they also then get to make that judgment call as to how far away do we think we are at lowering the speed limit, and therefore is it more important to start thinking about a delay for a year with retaining what's existing and then thinking about bringing something new online when a bit more development starts driving that urban corridor. Again, I feel that it's not going to all happen overnight.
Following through then, based on that framework, the agency makes the decision that the speed limit is still too high for signals and crossings, and I understand that framework, and that it's still desirable to have crossing, and that on that basis an underpass is the optimal way to go. Can that then be used to delay lowering the speed limit? Because there's no need to now.
I suppose it could be. Yes, I suppose it could be. It could work not in our favour as well.
Okay. Again, you probably weren't expecting that question, so appreciate all
No.
you can give us.
Thank you very much.
Now we have Mr. Milne and two hand-ups. One is his summary and the other is a graphics supplement prepared by Dave Compton-Mowen. So I think we can have Mr. Compton-Mowen just confirm how he put that document together, the methodology if need be. But it may be that Tony does refer to some of the images. That's why we're handing it up now.
It's going to be on the screen as well. So just the first picture. Just you might have a couple of media sources, that's all. Right, yeah, for sure. Sorry. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Absolutely fine.
Thank you, Mr. Milne.
Good afternoon, panel. Thank you very much. I will start at 3 in my summary, where I've listed a succinct summary of key points of my evidence in chief. Regarding the capability of the Glen panel land to absorb development, I consider that there exists an opportunity beyond that anticipated by the variation, but consistent with the general intention of it, for some limited development within the site. In my opinion, that while the Slope Hill ONF is relatively small in scale, the shared and recognised values associated with it vary across it. The Glen Panel site within the lowermost southern slopes of Slope Hill generally displays a greater degree of modification from the seemingly undeveloped, distinctive and highly legible upper slopes. Visibility of future development on the toe of Slope Hill on the Glen Panel site will be limited. The new urban development, up to 24.5 metres in height in places to the east of the Glen Panel site, anticipated by the variation, will screen the lowermost slopes of Slope Hill. While I acknowledge that the visibility of the feature is just one aspect of the landscape values associated with it, it is an important one as outlined in the Slope Hill PA ONF schedule of landscape values. I also note that there was no conferencing on any site-specific ONF locational issues of the ONF, though that through that process, on that basis that it was out of scope. Potential adverse landscape and visual effects arising from an increase in building height within the Glen Panel homestead can be either avoided or mitigated through controls on building location relative to the homestead, retention of existing trees, and additional provisions to Policy 49.2.7, including the requirement for a Glen Panel precinct master plan. Regarding provisions to retain all existing vegetation on private land within the variation area, mature vegetation present and where appropriate can continue to inform the visual character and amenity of the variation area. Rather than a blanket retention, I suggest the assessment, protection and successional management of the existing established vegetation is the most logical way to ensure existing vegetation is retained in a practical way that can contribute to the future setting of the variation area. And my last 4 paragraphs just relate to the latest position of matters in dispute, or remaining in dispute. And I confirm I've read the rebuttal evidence of Ms. Bridget Gilbert, along with that of Mr. Skelton, and some questions to Mr. Brown and Mr. Miller. I've also read the Urban Design and Transport Experts Joint Witness Statement, along with the Experts Joint Witness Statement on the Glen Panel homestead. From a landscape and visual outcome perspective, I agree with the position reached in regard to higher buildings requiring greater setbacks, and the grounds of the homestead, including existing trees, are integral to the overall setting. From a landscape and visual amenity perspective, the main outstanding issue concerns the UGB extension on Slope Hill. In my opinion, urban development as anticipated by the Glen Panel submission would not detract from the oppression of Slope Hill as a highly legible Roche Motenay landform feature, which I understand in geological terms may be identified as further up the slope than that identified in the PDP. Further to that, I consider such development can protect the identified landscape values described in the rebuttal version of the landscape values schedule. The legibility and expressiveness of Slope Hill resulting from its underlying geomorphological processes is further emphasised by current land management practices, i.e. a grazed pastoral landscape. In my opinion, if such practices were to change, then any resulting change to land cover will potentially, to some extent, decrease its legibility and expressiveness. It is my understanding that if the UGB and the ONF were to overlap, then the status of the land being within the UGB would not result in uncontrolled development on the slope. Rather, the rural zoning would remain and the objectives and policies applying to the ONF would still apply. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Gillian, do you want to start?
So the handout was prepared by Mr. Compton Moen. Certainly a lot more comfortable if he walked you through that. However, I am familiar with it.
Was there any reason we were given it in summary?
In case you had any questions that might relate to a visual matter which could be easily described. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No questions? Ian, any questions?
Oh, okay. just one. I'm looking at Mr. Compton Moen's, I think it's page number 4, which is drawing number 2023-185004, revision F. We're looking from the western side of the river looking east.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So we've seen this view, we've looked at the area from all over, and we are aware that there's quite dense lines of mature trees providing varying bits of screening and a couple of gaps. And when we look at this representation, I think most of those existing screening trees are still retained. Are you satisfied that those would be required to be retained? I have to say my experience around the country is that when people get an inkling of a view, trees have a funny habit of falling over.
Indeed. And no, I don't, in my opinion, not all of those trees need to be retained.
Right.
And also I think in this view here, Mr. Compton-Moen has shown proposed planting, particularly on the Hutchinson land, and I know we're talking about Glen Panel at the moment, but he has furnished the image with some additional vegetation.
So if we just, I don't know the best way for you to describe your answer so that everyone viewing can follow on the live stream, but it would be helpful for me to get an understanding when we look at these representations, and I can't fault taking what exists and then showing what could be added to it. But I don't have a clear sense of what of that vegetation would be required to be retained, what could be taken out completely. And I don't know if you can help me with that or explain otherwise, or someone else can.
For sure. Look, I think it might be a hybrid of both myself and Mr. Compton-Moen answering that. I certainly know, and this is in reference to what we see on the immediate left-hand side, i.e. the Hutchinson Family Trust land, those pines, macrocarpus in the foreground to the view, the dark green trees, there's a big clump of them there, they would be retained. The trees beyond that and the ones that are poking up a bit like a popsicle, near a slope hill in that view, poplar trees, they're beyond the variation boundaries, so they would remain. In terms of the view to the east and to the south, where we have buildings alongside the highway and also to the south, not a lot of trees shown in there at the moment.
But possibly, depending on where we land with setbacks and cross-sections, a heck of a lot.
Exactly, yes, indeed.
Okay. Okay, look, thanks for that. That was the only question I had. You're looking at a reasonably discrete issue on that ONF.
Yep, thank you.
And I've got no other questions on these images.
Thank you. Paul, any questions? Judith?
I do have one or two questions. So your summary, paragraph 8,
Yes.
and your last sentence, you say, further to that, I consider such development can protect the identified landscape values described in the rebuttal version of the Slope Hill Priority Area ONF Schedule of Landscape Values. As a non-landscape expert, can you walk me through what that means in lay terms?
For sure. So, and the rebuttal version was appended to Ms. Gilbert's evidence last week, her summary statement. And there is a schedule of landscape values associated with Slope Hill. They list in that schedule, and I'm just going to keep this as simple as possible, they list values associated, well, attributes associated with the physical nature of Slope Hill. And then a lot of the values there are the perceptual or sensory, and then the associative values associated with the hill. And those values, in simple terms, arise from the attributes. So it's how those attributes are recognised, and a lot of that schedule, and I think from memory from paragraphs 24 through to about 32 in that schedule, describes the views of Slope Hill and talks about its openness as a landscape, its legibility and expressiveness, and a lot of that comes down to, and as I've mentioned in my summary, to the land management regimes of Slope Hill at the moment as well. So have I answered that enough at this stage?
Yep.
I can go.
So my next question then becomes, is it more that it's not protecting those, but is responding to those attributes?
I think it's a bit of both. I think and this is an interesting place we take ourselves to when we talk about protecting attributes and values. And I mentioned in my summary, Slope Hill is relatively defined, but its attributes and values vary over the feature in itself. I think we are protecting those values that are listed in the schedule, which relate a lot to the mid to the upper slopes of Slope Hill.
Thank you. So my other question is around paragraph 9, where you're talking about the fact that it is a grazed pastoral landscape, and that if practices were to change, then you'd have a difference in how Slope Hill might be perceived as part of a landscape. Those changes could occur anyway. Am I correct in that assumption? So it's not related to development or the variation.
That's right.
The landholder could just decide to stop grazing.
To stop grazing, and it could be infested with gorse and broom, I'd imagine.
So in that sense, whether there's development or not doesn't necessarily affect the future of Slope Hill.
No, and in my 9, that's where I was getting to, or wanting to make that point, is that the Slope Hill value could change through a land management practice, or change in land management practice, not necessarily just development.
Thank you.
Just sticking with those paragraphs, I'm back in paragraph 8 of your summary. You mention, in my opinion, urban development as anticipated by the Glen Panel submission. What urban development are you referring to there? Is it the development at the toe of Slope Hill?
Yes, the toe of Slope Hill.
And you, well, actually, Mr. Compton-Moen has the various images, and I was just flicking through them. There's one, yes, here we go, well, page 12. And just so I'm clear, the current ONF boundary would come along in front of the back row of dwellings, or through the middle of, kind of thing, on the right.
Yes, yes.
Then comes along behind the...
I've got...
Excellent. That sounds good.
Well, no, you need to describe it for the live streamers who can't see that.
Oh, share. Okay. Okay, which one was that? That middle one? Okay. I'm now pressing the red button, and there is a red dot on the screen running along here.
Yeah.
And I think, sir, that's where you're describing the line?
Correct. So,
So,
the presentation is being viewed online.
good luck. So the red dot going along this image on the screen represents the O&L or ONF boundary as it currently exists. It runs to the front of those apartments shown there, 246 on the right and 2467 on the left-hand side of the Glen Panel precinct. The back of those apartments, approximately, if one was measuring it, about 25 metres beyond the current line, ONF line, that is.
and put simply, Ms. Gilbert's evidence is toe-ish
Yes.
of the slope, for want of a better word. I won't try montane, whatever. Your evidence, and I know this overlaps with Mr. Compton-Moen as well, is that there's capacity in those lower levels to absorb those dwellings, and you say quite rightly, I think, that it's not just visual, but if you could just explain to me the key sort of points, your summary alludes to it, but just the key reasons why.
For sure. In terms of capacity, I believe the landscape at the toe is quite different to the landscape in the mid to upper slopes. I believe the mid to upper slopes are more highly valued because of their openness and expressiveness. I believe the toe is more convoluted in landform, i.e. there's more creases and folds, and therefore development can sit more easily within that. The toe of the landscape, or of Slope Hill, currently contains more modification than the mid to upper slopes, i.e. exotic tree planting, tracks, and a shed, which in this view sits just above the 3 water tanks shown to the left of that gully.
And moving up towards the 423 contour, for example.
Yes.
One of the issues with that is, well, where do you stop and where do you start? Which is the same with the toe, so agree there's always this argument. The 423 in terms of a contour over the Glen Panel land, what would you do once you're outside the Glen Panel land? There's obviously submissions from other parties too, but does it then follow the boundary down and then carry on, or?
Yeah, I think that would be very odd. And when we look at the 423 contour, it aligns a little similar to the historic water race on the southwestern slopes. It does align. It's just below, and I listened to Mr. Tilden's answer this morning, it is just below the current lowest water race on this side, on the southern side of Slope Hill. The 423 contour, it doesn't quite align with that water race, it's just below it.
So thinking of the upper valley where the pipe goes over,
Yes.
it runs, the path then goes just above that, there's a track going just above that pipe. My understanding was it roughly ran along that track.
Roughly, yep, you did right. So from a land planning point of view, it would seem very odd that you would return back down a cadastral boundary. So it would follow a similar elevation or height along that slope.
And so if we were minded in putting the if in front of that, we'd then need to consider, obviously, for ease, the west and the east of the Glen Panel precinct for the ONL boundary as well.
In terms of the UGB overlay, and this
UGB.
UGB overlay, yes.
Yep. And with back to the picture up on the screen, the water tanks are there sort of semi-buried, etc. The landscape experts agreed from memory that, in terms of a landscape perspective, there's ways to hide the water tanks. How concerned are you if, and this is the if the other way, if there isn't an urban growth boundary up there, of the difficulty in consenting? Not from a planner's point of view, just as a landscape expert with your experience.
Yeah, from a landscape point of view, Appendix A to my evidence went through an assessment of those water tanks, and from a landscape and visual perspective, I believe they could sit in that position on the hillside relatively comfortably.
And just finding your summary, which I've gone and buried. Here we go. I know Judith asked you about that, so that's ticked that one off. No further questions from me, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we can then move now to Mr. Compton.
Perfect, thank you. And for simplicity, if Mr. Compton could take us through the visuals, but at reasonable pace.
Yes, please.
And we can probably skip the Anna Hutchinson ones today. Otherwise, we'll use Glen Panel time for Anna Hutchinson.
Cool, thank you. Just to observe, Mr. Compton has produced some of these images essentially at the request of the Anna Hutchinson team. He's not actually given evidence later in the week on those. So I suppose to the extent there might be any questions as to the way that he put the images together, even if they do relate to Hutchinson's, they should probably be asked now.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Compton.
Cool, thank you. My full name is David John Compton. If I skip to paragraph 4, I was involved in the expert witnessing for landscape and urban design, all of those. My office and I prepared the graphic attachment that you've had before you. We'd previously done a lot of modelling for Flint's Park for the EPA submission, and we had detailed contours and building types, and quite a high level of design had gone onto that building. And then for the Anna Hutchinson, it was basically trying to bring it all together in context, and that was the intention of bringing all of the modelling together. So the model's been prepared in SketchUp, and for the terrain, we gathered the terrain off Google Earth, except for the Flint's Park site, where we have quite accurate information, especially around the homestead area. And so looking at the graphics, they kind of align with what could be developed rather than what will be done. So you've always got to have that sort of at the back of your mind, that it's with a plan change or a rezoning, we can only sort of forecast so much in terms of what is actually going to be built rather than compared to a resource consent application. But I do think they're a fair representation of what could be done on the site, and probably compared to some of the other graphics that have been prepared looking at viewpoints, I think it's a fairer representation. And some views we've left existing vegetation in place, and then others we've added in new landscape treatments. But it's there's still very much a work in progress as well. Noting that some of the information we'd got from the transport conferencing, and how the changes to State Highway 6 has quite a dramatic change on the urban design treatment of that interface. So if I just jump in at paragraph 5, the appended graphics show the following: updated view of the homestead block and the proposed setbacks and building heights. Illustrations showing a reduced State Highway 6 setback and positive building relationship. The lower slopes of the ONF already tend to have a more modified character, with farm tracks, drainage channels and farm equipment present, which I consider allows for greater capacity to absorb development without affecting key landscape values. With the proposed scale of development on Ladies Mile, the slopes directly behind Te Pūtahi Ladies Mile master plan will have a greater capacity to absorb development without adversely affecting the values of Slope Hill. This is evident in the illustrations that were prepared. As I understand it, it's possible for a UGB and ONF to overlap or coexist to allow some development while retaining controls to ensure the values of the underlying ONF are being protected. The position of the Slope Hill ONF boundary varies and is not consistent in its alignment, and I consider that further refinement should be undertaken at a site-specific level, and that's particularly with the Flint's Park site. The proposal to increase the height of the buildings at the toe of Slope Hill, combined with a setback from the homestead, will result in positive benefits for the homestead building and retention of existing vegetation that surrounds the building. I think that was illustration 9 that you were asking about before. The increased building height on the eastern edge of the homestead will create a more consistent transition with the proposed 24.5 metre high buildings to the east. I consider the reduction of the building setback on the northern side of the State Highway as a positive move, as it provides sufficient space for the functional requirements of the movement corridor, including active transport needs, can provide a high level of amenity if buildings are built to positively address the highway, and sufficient space is available for landscape planting. Additional land is also available for development, increasing the number of households possible for the Glen Panel site. I welcome any questions the panel may have.
Thank you very much. Questions? Judith, you'd like to start.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I do have a couple of questions for you, and it relates to something I was asking Mr. Tilden a little earlier about the driver for development on the lower slopes of Slope Hill. And I kind of want to explore this with you. You know, we have image on page 12 of your pack that you've handed up today. And I guess my question is maybe flipping it around a slightly different way. So rather than what's driving development on the lower slopes, because everything we're hearing is sort of justifying why it's possible, my question is, what are the implications if we say no? What are the implications for Flint's Park and the medium density residential that's possible on this land?
Yeah.
If we decide that it's inappropriate to develop on that lower slope of Slope Hill?
I will push that question to Mr. Ware.
Mr. Weir.
Yes, yeah. So I sort of wear two hats. So, you know, obviously a landscape and urban design hat, and sometimes they conflict a little bit from a landscape point of view and a built form, and purely from a design point of view, without looking at the numbers and the density. I think it works, and I think it's a better outcome than we previously had, where we had an 8 metre height limit.
So what works?
Oh, so the proposal where the buildings do go back past the O&F boundary.
I'm not asking whether that works. I'm asking whether it works if you don't do that.
I'm sure it could work. Density is one of those things that you could move around the site, but in terms of exact numbers, I'll leave that question to Mr. Ware.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I think that was it from me.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gillian? Oh, no, I wondered if Gillian had any. Oh, no, sorry, I missed that one. Pūtahi? Ian?
You attended the expert conference on urban design and transport, talked about State Highway 6 setbacks.
Yes, I went to 2 of the 3 conferencing.
You happy to answer some questions on where that landed?
Yes.
Very good. When you were engaged in the discussion and reaching your own view, what was your understanding? Who did you assume would be owning those setback space, whatever they may be?
It's a good question. I would assume they would be vested.
Okay. And when we look at the various cross sections that came up, and there were some options.
Yes.
One of the features that's common are, at least in terms of a two-dimensional cross section, some pretty big trees. Was it your understanding that they were approximately drawn to scale to capture the intent, not just of having trees, but where the big trees would be and what kind of height they'd be relative to buildings?
Yeah, I think they're an important aspect of the design.
Okay. And again, what was your understanding or assumption of how frequent those trees would be planted along the highway? One every 150 metres, one every 10 metres, something in between?
Something in between, one every 20, every 25, depending on tree species. But they would potentially come at a later stage, so at subdivision stage or detailed design.
Are you aware of anything in the plan provisions that would stop one landowner planting 1 per 50 and then the next landowner saying I only want to do 1 per 100, then the next landowner doing 1 per 30? And how through the resource consent or subdivision process does the number get landed on?
I'm not sure if there is provision in there.
Or maybe there is. So if we combine the scale represented in the height scale represented in the cross sections with what you assumed of planting 20 to 25 metres spacing, A plus B sort of suggests a longer term, more or less continuous canopy running along the highway. Is that a fair putting together of those ingredients?
Yeah, I think eventually, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I take your point, it's eventually.
Yeah.
I imagine the trees might get planted at quite a modest height.
Yes.
So, with some of the other witnesses, we ran a little bit of a circle, which was really trying to understand why the setbacks are being included and what it is they propose. And part of it was the idea of maintaining a rural character. Part of it was this idea of a gateway experience. And part of it was this idea of views to Slope Hill. Which of those three do you think, or other things that I haven't mentioned, do you think are really important and that this setback is trying to achieve? And in fairness to you, the bit I had the most trouble with last time was planting really big high-density trees that block views of Slope Hill on the premise of showing views to Slope Hill.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
So go for it.
So I think it was all three of those. Originally, when we worked on it in 2017, it was very much about the rural character and trying to screen urban development. Then I think it has moved through into being more of a gateway design and a high amenity gateway into Queenstown. I think it's more partial or glimpse views of Slope Hill at certain points of time, at certain stages along the route. I don't see those necessarily having to be available all the time because they're not at the moment. So I do see that the primary function now, that if it becomes more of an urban edge to the state highway, and there's a positive relationship, that is more about providing amenity, and that's the key driver rather than views.
Are all of those things, not to diminish them in any way, closer to nice to haves or must haves? And reflect on what we're being told as soon to be crippling transportation issues in the district, the need for mode shifts that are unprecedented in the words of one expert, and even more alarming adjectives in the words of other experts, that this will be about 6-storey urban outcomes, etc., signalising the highway, kids and adults crossing all over the place, potentially major sports fields with floodlights and stuff in the open space that the council's acquired, supermarket possibly very visible, that sort of thing. Must-haves or nice-to-haves?
I think the ability to plant the corridor is a must-have. Obviously balanced with functional movement requirements, but I do think that quality of the environment will have a positive impact on transport, active transport as well.
I didn't ask if it would be positive. I asked, was it a must-have?
Yes. So yes, must-have.
One of the traffic engineers we've heard from specifically pinned the tail on the donkey and said setbacks down to 10 metres would be preferential in terms of the outcomes that at least that witness sought along the highway. Would 10 metres be sufficient to allow planting of the type you envisage?
I think it would. It would largely come down to how much land the transport engineers, I guess, grabbed out of that space.
The council might say it doesn't want to own any of it for all we know.
Yeah. So I do agree. I think there's benefits in having actually a smaller setback, a more efficient.
Seems to me the thing that would be lost with less of a setback would be the idea of the rural character.
Yes, and I think of all of those aspects, that's the one thing that will be lost, but I don't think we should be trying to maintain it.
Well, that was
either.
the must-have, nice-to-have question, and you said all these things were must-haves.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out why we're trying to preserve a rural fantasy an urban environment that some witnesses are saying could be a rapid transit service that's that urban.
Yeah. The rural character I don't consider a must-have, and I consider that.
It was the trees that you really focused on?
Yes, yeah, and amenity. I think.
Right.
Yeah, the rural character can go. You know, that it's going to change. So.
Okay. Look, thanks for that. You'll appreciate all these things get so layered and we have to try and unpick them all and then put it back together again.
Yeah.
But thank you for that. Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Compton-Moen. Oh, yep, my mic's on. Just with the photo on the screen again, and just some questions on that. Firstly, the development in the foreground, that's medium density at an average of 45 dwellings per hectare?
You understand with the dwellings around the apartments around the homestead, but I can defer that one to Mr. Ware as well, actually. Exact number.
So the 45 comes with the development around the homesteads?
Yes, yes.
And so down on the flats there, that's showing the 40, is it? In terms of density?
I think it's about 38.
Oh, 38, okay. It might be that these are for Mr. Ware.
Yes.
So that's the 38, and then we...
Hold on. Sorry,
Yep.
Chair.
No, go.
Can you just clarify whether that was gross or net? That's something we've been talking about.
I'll defer to Mr. Ware on the numbers.
38 something per hectare.
And when I was talking about that sort of area earlier today, asked whether there's anything sort of, if the upper level of density was removed. From an urban design, and I realise there's Mr. Ware coming too, but you're wearing sort of two hats. From the urban design point of view, firstly, would you have a concern if that part became denser?
No, not at all. I think I mentioned Cocoa Ridge as well. That we need to provide intensification. You know, we need to provide more housing as the fundamental desire. I think there's a lot of other factors that will limit the density that's provided. So I have no concerns if it went denser.
And from a landscape point of view?
No, none.
Then moving to around the homestead, and again this sort of overlaps because there's three witnesses here, but I'll ask you, the drawing shows sort of mature deciduous trees there to the right of the homestead.
Yes.
Currently there's big massive sort of conifers, but with no underplanting.
Yes.
So is this your expression in the sort of Glen Panel position about being cautious what trees you may protect or may not protect?
No, it was largely just, again, it was an illustration and to give a feel for some of the design elements in that space. I think they're Washington or sequoias in that garden, and so we haven't shown all the trees because then we start to lose.
Right. Cool. So it's illustrative.
Yeah, it's illustrative.
They've been chopped down.
Yeah, exactly.
And the same, there's been discussion about the avenue of, are they hornbeams or something, some trees as you drive along from up the driveway?
Yeah, hawthorns, I think.
Hawthorn.
I think.
Okay. Again, that they're not shown, but again, this is just illustrative of what may be done in an evaluation.
Yes, yeah, just illustrative.
And then moving to the heritage precinct and this issue of where the ONF should run, and again, some of these might become Mr. Ware matters, and I know he's had conferencing, I'll put it in parentheses, with the heritage expert. But that those rows of houses, it looks to my mind, especially on the right, but no doubt on the left, there's a cut there. I think it might be 5 metres from some of the evidence, but there's a cut to get a platform for that right-hand row of houses.
Yes.
And in terms of the boundary, the slope hill, where things might sit, you're comfortable with that cut being there and not taking away any of these various values, I won't even try to list them all, in relation to the values of slope hill?
Yes, you can see the thin blue line, which is the ONF line on the drawing. But I am comfortable with that. I think in this location, the landscape could absorb that degree of change, especially once the built development comes into becomes part of the environment.
And from an urban design perspective, would the back of those look into the cut? The back of those run?
Yes.
Those places?
Yep. Depending how they're designed, it would come down to the design of them at that stage, but some of them would look into the back, but they'd most likely have views out to the south as well.
And again, the combo of hats you're wearing, if you're on that road to the right heading towards Slope Hill and those buildings there, from a landscape and urban design perspective, would having an open vista at that point be preferable, or you're comfortable with having it more sort of curtailed, given the curtilage of the heritage precinct and the large trees that are there?
Yeah, on that location I'm comfortable with the design, and that I guess the end of that view is formed with buildings. I think if I go back to what's this one before? The image on page 10, which is sort of the main road going through Flint's Park. You've got buildings and tree planting at the end. I think the scale of Slope Hill behind is an important aspect, and I think in all of this, none of those values of the upper slopes are affected. Slope Hill's large, and so it still retains that dominant element, and even with all this development of the base, I don't think it's of a scale that it doesn't have an effect on the form behind.
And you're not worried from a landscape urban design about a creep up the slope? It's sufficiently constrained and contained?
Yes. Yep. I'm not worried about that aspect at all.
And you mentioned the lower slopes character farm tracks. So yes, there's farm tracks there. There's farm tracks on the upper slopes too, or?
Yeah, there are tracks up there, but they are, I guess, less pronounced and less of them. And the landscape is definitely more open and expansive up there. While on the lower slopes there's more signs of modification. The three gullies are clearly visible, and they're quite nice landscape elements along that frontage.
And then you mentioned drainage channels. Are you meaning the low drainage channel behind the homestead, or the water race further up the slope?
There's the mix of both. I know on the property to the left, when I was looking at Christian Stalker's property behind there, they did have some drainage channels. They're not highly noticeable, but they're just low channels that collect the runoff and then direct them down the hill.
And then you mentioned farm equipment, which to my mind would be fleeting, as in it could be there or it might not be there.
Again,
what did you mean by that?
At the time when I was looking at it, I think it was on Christian Stalker's land, but there was some old farm equipment and some pens as well. Typically, you do find there's not rubbish, but it's just broken down machinery and the likes that can be quite common on farms.
And Mr. Milne, when asked him about this area, talked about the sort of toe being convoluted, and also mentioned tracks, trees and sheds. the combination of that, do you see that as a problem in terms of an ability to move the line back, or actually just the nature of where the toe is, that a toe is naturally convoluted and development off a flat will always come up to the toe of something?
I don't see it being an issue. I'm probably not going to quite answer your question correctly, but I do see that it's not a hard line, I don't think, between the flat area and the toe. It's sort of, there is a bit of a transition along those lower slopes of Slope Hill.
Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Mr. Compton. Any other questions? No? There.
Thank you.
Only because I've asked before, I've said thank you very much, and then questions have popped up. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we now call Mr. Weir. And he has summary and also another graphics attachment. So the hard copies of those are being handed up. And we've come to our first technical glitch, if you like, in that the plan set that was provided this morning electronically didn't have all of the plans. So the electronic file will need to be updated, and I'll liaise with the administrator on that. But I think the hard copies are correct and include what you need to be taken to today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Oh, hello. There we go. So, good afternoon, Commissioners. I suspect you've got a lot of questions of me, so I'm going to rattle through my summary from paragraph 3 and give you as much time as I can for questions. So, the proposed Te Pūtahi Ladies Mile variation is seeking to implement an urban character with sufficient residential density to support high-frequency rapid transit bus services along the State Highway 6 corridor. The substantive component of the contributing catchment is on the northern side, with only limited direct contribution of benefit being provided to the existing urban areas to the south, being Shotover Country and Lake Hayes Estate. The Glen Panel site, being Flint's Park, as we've designed it, plays a particularly significant role in the development of the master plan area for a number of reasons. A, it is located midway between the two now agreed future signalised intersections and rapid transit stops or hubs. It has an NZTA approved, or whatever we're calling it, entity approved entry intersection. And I take on board the comments with regard to what it's actually approved for, the extent of that. At the point generally identified at the expert conferencing we attended for a mid-block intersection, and I'll make particular note that that was with regard to a second or a further pedestrian crossing. And C contains the only heritage asset, being the Glen Panel homestead in the master plan area. The Glen Panel homestead is particularly important from an urban design perspective, as it underpins character and identity for the Glen Panel precinct and plays a critical role along the collector road route in terms of stitching together the other heritage elements between the Shotover River and Lake Hayes, and specifically I mentioned the old Shotover Bridge, the Ferry Hotel and the Threepwood Homestead. Together with associated development, the enhancement of the Glen Panel homestead in this way bolsters legibility of the node, being the heritage node, and supports wayfinding, all the foundations for quality placemaking. So consequential considerations from the expert conferencing. There has been complete alignment between myself and Robin Miller at our expert conferencing that supporting the adaptive reuse of the homestead is one of the only credible methods to protect and enhance the homestead itself and its landscape setting, and enable public access utilisation of this asset. And point 2, encouraging development with greater density away, being west and east and north of the collector road, from the homestead is preferable to allowing low rise, low intensity closer to the homestead, which would essentially undermine the setting as sought under Chapters 26. So that's the definition of setting with respect to character or heritage elements within the PDP. And that building heights should graduate towards the surrounding development. Now that specifically relates to the development in the east, which is currently proposed as high density residential. Consequently, while the Glen Panel rules promote, and you've got the reference there, setbacks from the boundary by 3 metres, from a boundary by 3 metres, it is my view that setting any new buildings of up to 17 metres in height as sought, back by 40 metres from the homestead itself, would also be more than sufficient to preserve the integrity of the setting while also providing for greater residential density to support the development of the node and attain the urban design attributes that contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. The issue of building heights around the homestead, views to Slope Hill from highway vantage points and potential visual impacts on the ONF are also correlated with what happens along the highway corridor. Expert Urban Design and Transport Conferencing has now clearly articulated that the northern side of the State Highway corridor will feature more intensive urban frontage to interface with the active travel network and rapid transit route/hubs. The recommendations include a narrow amenity access area to accommodate the active travel paths and reduce building setbacks. 3 to 5 metres has been tabled, and with dropping down to no setbacks at intersections at the conferencing, and greater building heights around the signalised intersections, which are the safe pedestrian crossings. These interventions will serve to further constrain views to those at right angles along the State Highway, to the major entry, or constraining the views to the major entry roads and the mid-block pedestrian pathway point. Tree planting of any scale along these routes will all but obscure the upper areas of Slope Hill. Consequently, while I acknowledge the opinion of Mr. Miller that from a pure heritage perspective, the mid-block pedestrian crossing and route vista through to the collector road and beyond to Slope Hill would ideally be the existing driveway and shelter belt tree planting along the eastern boundary. This view shaft would terminate on new residential development along the toe of Slope Hill, whereas consolidating pedestrian activity to the approved Glen Panel entry road position provides far better urban design outcomes. The other matters, just to draw your attention to, was there has been a lot of focus on the impact of proposed development along the toe of Slope Hill, ironic after our last speaker, and good to talk to, and the perceived impacts on the ONF. All I can contribute to this debate is to say that geomorphology, landscape and heritage, and not limited to those matters, are a range of attributes that need consideration and balancing to achieve the best urban design outcomes. It is clear that any views to the base of Slope Hill will be all but obscured from almost any vantage point by the anticipated built form either along the highway or in the Glen Panel precinct itself. It is also clear that the ONF delineation is far from being definitive and that the attributes that define it and subsequent placement varies markedly. It is therefore hard, sorry for the spelling guys, I should have had a better check, to justify it as a hard edge and more a transition zone which could accommodate sensitively designed buildings so long as they are visually subservient to those in front of them. Notwithstanding my ONF delineation concerns and depending on what the panel finds, I recommend a review of plan accuracy generally, as I've noticed a number of inconsistencies in other elements of the structure plans. Sorry. So,
thank you very much for that. In relation to that last one, it could be useful to talk to the council about any inconsistencies you might have found, but to the degree you haven't already.
Yep. No, there'll be undoubtedly tidying up as part of this.
Thank you. Now, conscious about afternoon tea at 2:45, we'll go into questions and we might just have a sort of 5-minute break. What we might do, we've got the Lake Hazen Shotover Country Community Association turning up at 3:15, so we've got a bit of time with afternoon tea at 3. So the questions, not so much for you, but more for Mr. Murray, about your availability. I haven't discussed this with the panel, but your availability at 5 o'clock.
Yes, no problem.
For a delightful half-hour session. It's just I don't want to rush, and we wouldn't even get your summary in. We will have questions, I suspect, and we just need to step through it carefully and make sure we're happy with what you're saying, because the joys of the planner, you bring it all together.
Yep, no, that's fine, no problem.
Thank you. Okay, so questions. Judith.
Good afternoon, Mr. Weir. I do have a few questions, and I'm going to start with one I asked Mr. Tyndall this morning, and that was around why the push to build on the lower slopes of Slope Hill. I know, third time's a charm, hopefully I'll get an answer this time. Particularly around the density. So I think Mr. Compton-Moan was sort of batting this question to you around what Flint's Park is achieving in terms of density on the flat and what building on the lower slopes gives you in terms of density overall. So if you could step through that as a first point, that would be very helpful.
Absolutely. Now it's, I guess it interrelates with the inputs provided by Mr. Thompson this morning in terms of economics. And that is that as you move to higher density living, you are looking for other attributes or amenities which can support that higher density. It's really, really challenging to deliver high density dwellings, and Mr. Thompson spoke about sort of 5%, and then it varies up depending on what you can do. One of the key attributes that you look for quite often is a view, and I think it's been pointed out by earlier questions and that were raised with slope, and so.
Can we just go back to starting by confirming what the density is that you have
with
the park on the level?
On the level.
What the density changes to if you can build on Slope Hill, and then we'll probably get to what you're currently answering.
So we're currently showing on the medium density component alone 38 dwellings per hectare, just a little bit north of that gross, and that includes local roads, excludes the collector road, and it excludes the a connector road, which is the entry intersection. So that's just the balance MDR land. We achieve 45 dwellings per hectare across that area gross with the development of the homestead precinct within the Homestead precinct included as well.
Okay, so I'm detecting a bit of a mismatch in how the gross areas have been assessed between yourself and council. My understanding of council's assessment of gross is that it's everything, but you're discounting things like collector roads.
Yep.
So how does that then affect your density if you've taken those areas out? Taking it would reduce it further.
Correct. And I should point out that when we started the design process, it was a fast track application, and that was going on concurrently with the master plan being promoted by council. So the two were going hand in hand, and the notion of densities was sliding, I would say, was increasing the whole time. So when we first started, we were talking about 35 dwellings per hectare, plus or minus a percent, and by the time we've landed up here, it had gone to 40 to 48, so it had jumped up. And we were able to accommodate those changes because we had a robust block pattern that we'd anticipated that there might be the need, there always is, to intensify over time. So we'd set up the pattern to accommodate that.
Okay, so just exploring that, but if you set up a development pattern, and I guess with respect, this is assuming that you wanted to continue with Flint's Park, and I understand that there's a lot of work gone into it, and people don't want to throw out baby bathwater and all.
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm trying to understand is, in reality, with the variation, if we were to approve it, and a density range for medium density housing between 40 and 48 households per hectare, including things like the collector road, is that an achievable outcome, putting aside the work that's already been done?
Yeah, it's if you included those roads in it, and it perhaps is, it would still be. I guess the point is you're setting a threshold quite high in terms of the density that you're going to provide overall. So if we accept that there were 40 dwellings is a I guess a target density at this point in time to provide the public transport and the infrastructure design capacity. If you applied that and it included everything, so the total lower area, yes, 40 dwellings per hectare is doable.
Yeah. So my next question is, why the drive to build on Slope Hill?
It comes down to, that's more of an urban design response, and Mr. Munro was no doubt going to talk to me about this, but it comes down to what are you driving, what are you using to create and support that density? The higher the density goes, the higher the amenity. That's a sort of general premise of how we develop urban environments. And what we do have at the toe of Slope Hill is we have a little bit of extra elevation. In this particular case, we also have a heritage asset with a consent for adaptive reuse. So we've already got the one heritage feature in the master plan area. We're on a collector road, which is clearly a major link through to a town centre environment in the east. And that gives it a bit more horsepower, I guess, to support higher density residential. It's an attractive environment to live around. The toe of Slope Hill, moving up Slope Hill, obviously you want to get more around that node, more density you can within reason. The toe of Slope Hill gives you a little bit of extra elevation. You're not going up very far. And I guess my experience of this comes from Bullendale, which is one of my developments I've been involved in Arthur's Point. where we did exactly that. We just used a bit of the slope, we brought the density up slightly higher against the toe of the hill. It gave people outlook, meant things could get a bit tighter. When you try and do that on the flat, you start getting into some pretty, you need a lot more space, or you have to try and create that amenity. It's a lot harder work.
So just stepping through a few of the things you've said there.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that by developing on Slope Hill, you get elevation, which gives better outlook.
Yep.
How does that work for the people living on the ground floor?
Of the ground floor of buildings.
Yeah. I mean, are you assuming it would be terraces, or are we looking at apartments?
I guess if you go for a massing of built form as opposed to necessarily a typology, it could be a combination. So in Bullendale we used terraced walk up. They're dual keys, so they're basically like a masonette style apartment development. They're not. But they could be terraces. There's similar stuff.
Focusing on Ladies Mile.
Yeah.
And because it's zoning, we don't have a particular development in mind.
Yeah.
So potentially you could have apartments on those lower slopes.
Low rise, absolutely.
Yeah. How does the elevation help the people living on the ground floor?
On ground floor, they probably are looking at a lane space, an urban space. On an elevated, as they get higher, they get better views.
And you talk about obviously wanting to maximise the degree of density around the asset of the homestead.
Correct.
I totally understand that. Does it have to be achieved on 4 sides, or can you achieve it on 3?
Probably, I mean, the more frontage you can get, the better. But no, 3 would work. Yeah.
And just thinking about connection to Slope Hill and the ONF itself, and thinking about, once again, maximising the value of the landscape asset and the heritage asset of the homestead and Slope Hill. Obviously, we've just talked that you could develop on 3 sides of it to not build on Slope Hill itself. Does that then open up an opportunity to use the lower levels of Slope Hill, where you're currently thinking about building, for more amenity space? So you're just changing the shape and the relationship between the built form and the amenity areas.
One of the challenges we've got, the short answer is yes, you could front it, and you could absolutely you could put a walkway through along the bottom and create a connectivity link. It then is essentially, like the land behind it in Glen Panel is privately owned. It's not public land. So you'd have to create a walkway link, and you'd have to create it the whole way to add value, but you've got the collector road immediately to your south, which is performing that function as the major internal, pedestrian/cycle route, providing that function. So this would be a recreational pathway.
Well, if we're talking amenity, recreation is the key word, isn't it?
No, that's right. So yes, it is, but it performs a different function. It's a recreational pathway, essentially. It's to do with perhaps a direct link to the heritage assets, but yes, you could do that.
Thank you. So my next question comes to around paragraph 11 of your summary, and also to the images that Mr. Compton-Mowen has provided.
Yeah.
And I just want to understand what we're seeing in terms of probably page 1 of those images as a starting point.
Page 1.
Thank you. It's probably going to be quite hard to see.
Yeah.
Just to the right of the number 4 on the page there, you can see a road connection. It goes all the way up to Collector Road A.
Correct.
It runs east-west through Ladies Mile variation. Is that the, I'll use the term loosely, consented access road?
Correct.
That is, so that's not the existing driveway?
No, that's the strip, you can see like a landscape strip to your east, further to the east.
Yeah, with sort of the little yellow, I'm assuming, trees in
That's
there.
the one,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So if we can now go to page 10.
Yes.
Am I correct that that is the view along that access road?
Correct.
Correct. So we basically see a representation of some development along the lower slopes of Slope Hill.
Yes.
And some landscaping in front of it, but we're not seeing the homestead.
No,
Okay.
no. And the reason for the placement of that road was pretty much determined because it was an approved entry intersection when we started. It would have been nice to have it completely aligned on the homestead itself, to, you know, in terms of all the good things of legibility and wayfinding, but it was slightly off, but it was onto the grounds itself, so that is within the actual homestead grounds that you see there.
Right, so in paragraph 11, when you talk around the sort of route and vista for the pedestrian, it is in relation to the homestead grounds, not the actual building that you're
Correct,
talking about.
yeah.
Thank you. That was the clarification I needed.
No worries.
Thank you, Mr. Weir.
In para 13 of your summary, you use the term sensitively designed buildings.
Yep.
No. Could you not hear me? I'll use my big room voice from now on then. In your para 13 of your summary, you use the term sensitively designed buildings. And I was just wondering what the attributes of they are.
Sensitively, as in not having too big a cut into the slope, a level of, you know, you're going to anticipate some cut, but basically the key attribute there is that they are sitting below, tucked in below the buildings that sit in front of them, as long as they are dropped or no higher than the buildings that sit in front of them. You know, it is that thing of who's going to see them, you know.
And when you say who's going to see them, from State
From
Highway 6 potentially?
State Highway 6, even the collector road, because you've got a big landscape in front of it. You've got the setting of the homestead, and you've got buildings that are onto the collector road on either side outside of that curtilage area. So, yeah.
And then you talk about, and my words may not be correct, a hard line when it comes to the urban growth boundary and where the development should be on the toe of the Slope Hill.
Mm.
What's to stop urban creep if there is a movement of that line? So as soon as you...
The old incremental creep, yeah. Look, it's... Once you've... There's clearly a balance site above, up Slope Hill, and that'll have access to it, and it's a challenge, and you know, Mr. Tilden's identified that he'd love to have a home up there, house, and you know, I guess there's a range of opinions of what could occur up there in the future. I wouldn't preclude it. There's access to, there's legal access to that site, but it does get steeper quite quickly along the hill, and it's technically a lot more challenging to do. It's so you can't ever say never. You know, like I think it's been pointed out, A high school could go on Threatwood. There's nothing stopping that. There's mechanisms for that to occur. So we can't say that development will never occur further up Slope Hill. It could at some point in the future, but it would be a lot more challenging to achieve. And having the heritage asset and buildings in front make it all that much more challenging.
So when I lived in Queenstown, the bottle house was kind of the start of the urban development as you hit the village, which it probably was then.
Yep.
And at the time when they started developing back towards Frankton, it was pole houses and that sort of thing. If we see a dwelling for the homestead go partway up the slope, irrespective of what the status of the land is, what's to stop infill then happening, because there's already then a dwelling created there and there's a little bit of land left and it might be needed. What would stop development happening from what's the edge of the zone we're considering now going up the hill?
Yeah, look, I would, like, it's really, I wouldn't like to answer it, but ultimately it comes down to ownership. If we're determining that Slope Hill is so important that it needs to be preserved as a public asset, then that's a question of ownership and how we achieve that as professionals. If we're leaving it in private ownership, then maybe we can achieve public walkways and access through the land, but somebody's got to look after it. And then, so if we're then seeking betterment, who's going to fund that? How's that going to be paid for? You know, like it comes down to, if it means that much to us as the public, then it means ownership. And I'm not sure that's a great answer for you, but it
isn't. So I might rephrase it slightly different, hoping you were listening to that and Hutchison discussions we had last week in regard to scope, and if it does come in, then what would a geomorphological boundary look like to stop it spreading for exactly or similar reasons? Is there anything on the Slope Hill area that we could be looking at to do the same thing?
If it was geomorphological, I couldn't. I tongue twisted. I couldn't answer that. You know, you've seen on the images that there's a farm track that goes up the road, and it's pretty chunky and it's pretty dominant. If that farm track had trees on it, and they supposedly screen buildings, you know, it was private land. I mean, it's, you know, things could change in the future. I guess the mechanism is if it means a lot to us, mate, we've tabled the ideas of maybe there is the walkways and things. If it's betterment, if that's what we want to start these walkways, then we have to come up with a mechanism using development to create these elements that we all want. So it's a public access easement, something like that, that hopefully contains it for now.
Thanks very much.
Conscious of time, but Gillian, any questions?
Just one question of clarification. So we've got all these extra handouts as well. Are you speaking to those as well, or are they for another?
Some of them are, I guess, some background material, but also a composite of the relief for both the Hutchinsons and Glen panel, and just putting that together in graphical form in one place. I suspect we've handed up all our hard copies, but Bruce certainly can talk to them if need be. He may get another bite when he comes back in a couple of days' time.
Okay. So I guess.
Oh, yep. I'm just thinking, if you do have a few more
do you want to break for a cup of tea?
Adjourn. Will be probably 10 minutes. If we have just adjourned for like 8 minutes or so until 1:15, then we've probably got a few more minutes with you, I suspect.
I suspect.
And then, so for the other submitters, we will be probably, I suspect, about 15 minutes late. So apologies to anyone, but we'll work and get through Mr. Ware, and then we'll go to the Lake Hayes and Shotover Country Community Association.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
You.
No, Gillian?
Oh, Julian, jeez. I'm seeing Judith.
He's having a bit of problem with that. In the name of efficiency, I'm going to ask Mr. Munro to ask the question rather than me.
You'll be coming back tomorrow for the Hutchinson Trust presentation?
I will indeed.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So the questions that
Thursday, tomorrow?
we have relate to the secondary neighbourhood centre proposal, the higher density around that.
Mm-hmm.
Our understanding is that that is all part and parcel of the consequence of adding the Hutchinson land to the zone,
It's
or are they independent of one another?
they're interrelated.
Right. So we can ask the questions when you're back with Hutchinson.
Absolutely.
Very good. We'll do that. So in terms of, was that the only question you had?
Yes.
Okay. The homestead.
Yes.
And its heritage significance and what it could be and all that.
Yep.
At any time was consideration given to simply relocating it somewhere else?
No. No, and I think that comes down to the fact, I know that the Ferry Hotel has been relocated, and look, I've been involved in projects where we've done that before, but in this case, it was as much about the setting and the grand grounds and
Right.
it just takes so long to reconstruct that somewhere else. You're just striving for effect. So no, it was.
I mean, we are talking about planting a lot of huge trees along the edge of the highway, aren't we?
Well, that's true.
And the
That's
setting
true.
was a farm originally that is now going to be all turned to housing,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
It was, and look, it's got some merit, but it's not something that I
Okay.
personally would pursue.
Okay, well, there's no criticism there, that's
No.
for sure. Last question for you then. You heard the questions I put to Mr. Compton-Mowen about
Yes.
the conferencing on the setback and what it was trying to achieve and what are the must-haves and what are the nice-to-haves and that. Do you have anything you want to add to or agree with or disagree with?
Oh, look, I think what I would say that the active travel component, that the dimension is pure, from my perspective, is about achieving that quality active travel.
This is pedestrian cycling along the edge.
Cycling,
Yep.
that's right. And so in the additional sort of, I guess there was information we'll discuss later on, there was some imagery in there which shows down towards 5 Mile, which is, if you're making it an urban corridor, then you expect a formalised treatment, generous pavements, all those sorts of things that go with it, and more
You're referring
immediate
to
frontage.
the photo looking at the Bunnings.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
the one. Like the expectation is if you're going to put that level of amenity in, you're going to get as much frontage as you can onto an environment like that. So, look, trees take a long time to develop to any level of maturity, even if you put them in pretty big. It's, do you need a huge amount of space for it? There's been quite a lot of variance in opinion, but on the north side, we can do something about that quite quickly as part of this process.
Okay, I heard you talk about similar themes to Mr. Compton-Mowen, although you've focused on the active travel.
Yeah.
But much like he, although it took a bit of time to get there, acknowledged he wasn't pursuing the idea of a rural character. No. Do any of the things you're seeking relate to a rural character?
No.
No, okay. Thank you, Mr. Ware, for your patience, and we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
So fast.
The first one from me is, in your summary, you referred to paragraph 8 to the setback of 40 metres from the homestead itself would be more than sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
On the illustration number 12, is that showing, and thank you for screen to be updated, is that showing the 40 metre setback?
I will have
that
to
you're proposing?
I will have to defer to my offsider, but I'm pretty sure that is, but I will, no. Cameron Russo here is another urban designer, and he's actually We can double check that, but it's pretty close.
Right, so that's the sort of 40 metres either side of...
That's right, that's right.
Thank you. And then the second one, just with that, because the other questions I've had have been put to you already, is in that same one, just behind the homestead, there's what appears to be a sort of white with a black roof shed.
Oh, I knew you'd ask about that. No, that was the ability that you could include a related, so as part of the homestead complex, that you could include a new structure, a new building that related to the homestead itself, as long as it meets the heritage attributes of the precinct. This was prepared when we were in discussion with Ms. Galavisi about the potential for it to be a public facility. So whether it became like a scout hall or a community building or something like that within the grounds, a gallery space, could you do that? Where would it be? So that's sitting within the grounds, that white building.
And it's sitting within the current ONF boundary?
Yeah, look, it's straddling it, I think, from memory.
And just so I'm certain I'm right, on that page 12, on the left-hand side,
yes,
the boundary of the ONF runs in front of the back row of terraces.
That's right.
On page... Sorry, get there eventually. On page 1, here we are, should be able to find it easier.
Yep.
On page 1, it seems to run behind them, and I'm just wondering if to the right it runs in front of the houses. Sorry, if you can see that, you're doing incredibly well.
Yes.
To the left it then runs behind. But I think is the left-hand one the shift that you're seeking?
I will have to...
If you could just check, there's no...
Yes, I'll have to double check that.
Just let me know, because on one of the images it runs in front, but on that image it runs behind. I'm just wanting to be really clear. My understanding is it runs in front.
Right.
As per page 12.
Yep.
But when I saw that, I just thought, well, have I got this wrong?
No, the challenge I was having, or particularly with the team generally at that point, was it runs behind the house on the property to your left, to the west, and then it moves right up to the water race, and it was like, well, that's why I made that note at the bottom of my summation, which was that, hold on, it's jumping around here. Is it following a contour? Where's it going? And it's simply to illustrate the fact that, the toe of that slope has a relatively limited, it's a workable, easily workable development area. From a pure constructability point of view, I don't know where we have to set that ONF edges.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Webb.
No problem.
We'll see you tomorrow.
You will indeed.
So, if it's okay, we'll just pause there and then come back after the Winter Mills Airstream submission. And we've got one less of their witnesses, so that will hopefully save a little bit of my timing. So thank you very much, and we'll be back with Mr. Murray and any further questions for Mr. Gardner-Hopkins. So now we're on to the Lake Hayes and Shotover Country Community Association.
That's me. Where do you want me?
Wherever you'd like. Thank you. And you're Mr. Burnell?
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Burnell, I've used paper and I'll just put that away. Yes, I wouldn't drink that.
That's mine.
Oh, that is yours? Good. Then you can drink that. Do you mind just making sure there's a microphone somewhere near you turned on, please? And
Do I
the
just
green
push it to
light
turn
will
on?
glow. Yes,
This one's turned on.
that's turned on?
That's fantastic. Great.
Perfect.
Um,
Thank you, Mr. Burnell. We're over to you and in your hands.
Great, thank you. Look, I probably just want to point out that this is not my normal environment, so I'm probably the only person who's not paid to be here this afternoon. So I am a resident of Lake Hayes Estate. I've lived in the estate for 12 years. I'm a local professional and I have a family of 3 children at school in Frankton. And where I refer to me or we, this should be considered as on behalf of the Lake Hayes Estate Shotover Community Association. I'm representing the Lake Hayes and Shotover Community Association, and that covers a resident population of roughly 5,000 people. And for context, that is a population which is larger than Arrowtown, as our understanding meets it. The association's position does not claim to represent every single resident of our community, but broadly, through various engagement touch points that the association has undertaken, we are confident that this submission is representative enough to be considered a prevailing opinion of our residents. Our single most significant informant is for the position the association has taken on the TPLM has been the community engagement process run by QLDC in 2021, whereby 86% of respondents resident within our community opposed the variation. In June 2023, another association poll of residents showed that of almost 200 respondents, 89% still oppose the master plan in its current form. It's quite revealing sitting here and seeing the plans on the screen. It's quite eye-opening, and I imagine our residents would be quite surprised with the detail that you're discussing. The association contends that our submission should be considered of elevated importance in this hearing process for the reason that, unlike most other submissions, our community has no direct commercial interest in the TPLM. Furthermore, we are residents upon whom your decision will directly impact the most. Our concerns represent real daily life issues, and I'm confident our submission has reflected that. We are the people that live here, and we will be affected directly by whatever outcome you decide. And we implore you to think incredibly carefully about the decision you come to and the conditions you place within your decision and recommendations to the Minister. The Association maintains its position that it does not believe the variation meets the proposed statements of expectations. Now, just repeat, I'm not a professional in this field, so if my terminology sounds naive or my perspectives, I apologise for that, and you're welcome to question me on anything that I bring up. What I'd like to do is just give you a very brief summary of the submission. I'm sure you've read it, and I don't really want to blandly repeat it.
No, we've read everything
Great.
that's been provided.
Obviously, it's more comprehensive than the points that I can make here. I need to make clear we are not anti-development, nor are we seeking to close the door on new entrants in our community. We also acknowledge that many of the residents within the community could quite possibly benefit from the TPLM in one way or another. That said, as detailed in our submission, the association still opposes the variation, and as the process has accelerated, the key themes and concerns detailed in our submission have, in our lay opinion, not been answered satisfactorily. Those themes within our submission are focused on the following key points: schools, housing supply and affordability, community facilities, transport and modal shift. I'm moving quite quickly, that doesn't mean they're not important. The association has sought that the variation be declined until such a time that many points of contention are resolved to the satisfaction of the community, allowing the community to have more faith in the opportunity for success of the master plan. Underpinning our position, and this has not changed throughout the process, is an overriding concern that the master plan's outcomes are grounded on factors that are quite simply outside the scope of QLDC and its army of consultants to guarantee success. We have constantly questioned how any master plan can be considered truly comprehensive or competent and deliver to its stated aims if the sum of its parts and subsequent outcomes are not controlled by a single agency to guarantee that success. We understand that this type of planning is unprecedented in New Zealand, and whilst brave, the community is rightly concerned. Importantly, and by way of a reminder, if the TPLM is not a success, We, the residents of Shotover Country and Lake Hayes Estate, are the people who will have to live with whatever eventuates. So I'm just going to take a little sip. Current status. As we've travelled through the process, the recent reports and evidence have greatly improved our knowledge of the plan and the details therein. We can see how the process is potentially safeguarding some of our interests against overdevelopment, including rampant predatory commercial interests, and how growth in our community should be well planned. But within our feedback from our community, the position is clear and continues. At no point has the community's interests been represented by QLDC, and largely our feedback has been ignored. The outcome of the process was a fait accompli, and largely any engagement has been a tick-box exercise. The fact that only last week we had 4 previous mayors suggesting council offices should be built on Ladies Mile, and a few weeks before the incumbent mayor pointing to approving master plans was suggesting their wisdom, it's a done deal. So our community wants to know, is it a done deal? Within our community, there's now an absolute sense of resignation that the master plan is going to happen, regardless, and in turn, our community is incredibly anxious and nervous as to how this is going to play out in the coming years. It's up to you I'm not going to tell you what to do, but it is up to you to ensure that the necessary safeguards and conditions are in place to continue to make this side of the Shotover Bridge a pleasant place to live, maintain the quality of life that our community currently enjoys, and support our right to peaceful enjoyment. So the details of our opposition, and this is a summary of the submission, reviewing the points in our submission in more detail and what questions and concerns remain outstanding. Number 1, schools. The chronic traffic challenges that Ladies Mile face, particularly in the morning peak, in residents' opinion, snowballed when Wakatipu High School was moved to Frankton. You've probably paid thousands of dollars to work that out. We know that just from living there. Congestion has become steadily worse in this time as all Wakatipu High School traffic has to travel via the Shotover Bridge State Highway 6 corridor. The association believes it is a shame that the panel were not able to undertake a site visit to the Stalker Road roundabout and the Howards Drive intersection during peak hours when all students are present to get a true understanding of how peak hour congestion unfolds, regularly bringing State Highway 6 and the surrounding roads to an absolute standstill. If the master plan is to be a success and deliver positive outcomes to the communities on both the north side and south side of Ladies Mile, encourage modal shift and limit traffic congestion growth, a high school must, absolutely must, be delivered as part of the master plan. But we are concerned that we don't see any guarantees on that. To reference our submission, page 27, our association want to see a condition of the master plan proceeding, written commitment from the Ministry of Education to establishing both a high school and primary school on the north side of Ladies Mile, including timelines to the construction and opening of both facilities. If you seek to approve the variation, we urge the Commissioners to think long and hard as to what measures you can include to ensure the high school happens. Maybe the new government can offer some joined-up thinking, and the Minister of the Environment and the Education Minister can have a conversation on this issue to deliver to that commitment. Without a new school in this location, the aims of the master plan will simply not be delivered. With respect to housing supply and affordability, again, you can spend thousands of dollars getting consultants to tell you what housing supply and affordability is like in the Wakatipu Basin. Our residents have a pretty good idea. Quite simply, it's a very complex issue, and obviously there are no easy answers. It is commonly known within the Wakatipu Basin housing supply and trends operate within its own microclimate, reflecting an average property price in August of 2023 of $1.7 million, nearly $500,000 above the average in Auckland. Is any housing affordable in the Wakatipu Basin? Our residents believe that is not the case. We maintain our opinion that the TPLM will not offer any solutions to this challenge, as housing affordability is completely reliant on the free market economy and the economic trends therein. More specifically, as detailed further in our submission, page 24.6.2.1, we maintain our position that the variation will not guarantee that the typologies of affordable housing identified as a shortfall in Queenstown will be delivered, regardless of good planning provision, because of the prevailing economic context. Anything that is promised or suggested within the plan is, in our opinion, cannot be substantiated, once again because of the economic status, such as build versus sale costs, and therefore the desired outcomes of the master plan are at risk. In order to deliver to the master plan, our association would ask the panel to deliver concrete provisions to ensure affordable housing is guaranteed as part of any development via a housing trust or similar, and help those that need in our community to get started. Because on prices as they are, it's not going to happen otherwise, no matter how well planned you think this master plan is. One final thought on housing supply, as per page 20 to 22 of our submission. QLDC proudly boasts more houses are not the answer, a point attributed to the current CEO. In May 2023, the council promoted on social media that 649 houses were built beyond our needs of both population growth and short-term demand. It seems like a hopeless argument, but our community continues to question the very need to develop the land to the high density level the TLPM outlines, and why do we need or should we be building 7-storey tower blocks in an area so close to sensitive and outstanding natural environments such as Slope Hill and Lake Hayes? And so I'm going to answer my own question. The reason you need the tower blocks and the density is to do with the traffic and modal shift. Now, as far as we're concerned, in conversations in the association, this is completely back to front planning. Because you need the high density, of course, because without the high density, the master plan's traffic solutions don't work. So let's have a look at that. It's actually quite depressing to think that we need to carve up the countryside and build multiple multi-storey buildings to hopefully secure a frequently departing bus service when, but for land banking by existing developers on land already zoned for development in alternate urban areas within the Wakatipu Basin, these high-density housing could be built in Frankton within walking distance to all the main services. As our submission contends on pages 9 to 16, this doesn't seem like good planning to us, and we are aware that even now the residential numbers required to achieve the necessary density support the proposed transport infrastructure are under scrutiny and are doubtful. That is anecdotal, so I don't have a fact to prove that, but we would encourage the panel to look very, very carefully at the numbers and obtain further concrete information from Otago Regional Council that they will deliver the funding to support the transport that is required. Is that locked in? The association maintains that the transport solutions are still the most critical part of this so-called master plan, but continues to be the weakest part of the plan, despite evidence presented. Through our community's lived experience, and I'll just say that again, this is our lived experience, we continue to have major concerns about the congestion that will eventuate with over 2,400 planned residential units. We simply don't believe that 40% modal shift rising to 60% will transpire, and we conservatively expect at least one car per residence to enter the local road network based on those housing numbers. Now, we're not anti-modal shift, but we've got a fair amount of common sense in that region. And within a metropolitan environment, for example, with plenty of transport options, and I'm talking not just buses, a 40% modal shift is probably acceptable and could eventuate, but not in a semi-rural Wakatipu Basin whereby the only serious transport solution is an increased bus frequency. Please be fully aware that the modal shift in a semi-rural environment is also dependent on families. So I'll just start that again. So, and you are aware, the modal shift is fully dependent also on the existing residents changing their transport habits. Now, the Lake Hayes and Shotover community is very family-centric, and the Wakatipu Basin is simply not a location where not owning a car is practically possible, and trips beyond the bus routes are frequent. The number of cars throughout the estates of Shotover Country and Lake Hayes underlines this position. Moreover, the limited scale of community facilities proposed for the north side of Ladies Mile are simply not going to satisfy the community's every need. The increase in footprint of the supermarket as suggested in the 42A report is important and useful, but that's a small change in the wider scheme. Shuttling back and forth to the service centre of Frankton and beyond to places such as Cromwell, Wanaka or South is simply the way of life. Our submission states that we want an absolute commitment that the traffic solutions will be achieved, but how can this commitment be delivered if QLDC are not the body approving funding or funding the road upgrades, the bus lanes or the new bus services? We've no understanding if ORC are going to fund the services required. If they choose not to, the master plan fails, because more residents will have a car and nowhere to park them. Our position on these points, I'll just note, I've only got a couple more pages. Our position on these points is further supported by the new evidence that was submitted only on the 20th of October 2023, which we find incredibly revealing. The traffic analysis by David Smith, Technical Director on behalf of Waka Pūtahi, finally offers some balance to the one-sided and frankly hopeful traffic evidence that's been provided so far by QLDC. We argue it paints an incredibly bleak picture for the successful traffic outcomes of the master plan. I'd like to reference some of Mr. Smith's evidence, which obviously you have available. On page 2, Mr. Smith indicates that the capacity of the Shotover Bridge has already been met and is exceeded by 8% in the evening peak. Obviously, this has flow-on effects to the connecting roads, particularly Stalker Road and Howers Drive, and challenges assumptions made in other evidence already presented by QLDC, which the association has and continues to question. Page 3 of Mr. Smith's evidence 1.6, with reference to the Shotover Bridge, Mr. Smith states only finite vehicle movement capacity is and will continue to be available along the corridor, and removing people from their cars and attracting them to public transport is essential to increasing people movement capacity of the corridor. Well, that's correct, but the association covers modal shift in detail in its submission, and it doubts it will be achieved. Mr. Smith continues 1.7, page 3, I have concluded that the impact of TPLM will result in further deterioration in the performance of key intersections along State Highway 6 and will be exacerbated by any increase in traffic associated with the TPLM site. Page 17, 11.1, I think that's quoted correctly. There are several areas of uncertainty and risk within respect to the network performance. The delivery of the package, including bus lanes and Howards Drive intersection upgrade. Mr. Shields' assessment relies on the delivery of these improvements and does not consider the transport effects. If these are not delivered or are only delivered in part prior to the development, to the establishment of TPML, the ability to achieve the mode shift to public transport relied on by Mr. Shields will be compromised. The addition of a bus lane will not entirely solve the challenge of providing a fast and reliable service if the traffic is held up on local streets. Critically, point C, page 18, this must be important because I've underlined it in red. There is a risk that if the unprecedented shift from vehicle usage is not achieved, then the outcomes will be worse than modelled. And point D, finishing where we started with schools, there is a risk that if these are not established, referring to schools and employment within the TPLM, then the transport impacts will be worse than modelled. If this were the case, network impacts and performance would worsen. Again, sorry, that's just quoting Mr. Smith. So back to the association's opinion. In short, the variation does not ensure that the future development will be undertaken in a manner that recognises the limitations of the existing transport network in this location. To a greater degree, we believe that it simply ignores those limitations, in our opinion, simply hopes for the best. In summary, take a breath. We commend QLDC for taking this approach to trying to deliver well-planned development in our community. But without the necessary and concrete commitment from all stakeholders the plan so obviously requires, we have fundamental concerns to the ability of the master plan to deliver on its objectives and do not believe the variation meets the proposed statement of expectations by the Minister. We simply fear we're going to end up with a half-baked plan, no commitment to timing of the necessary infrastructure that must come first, the potential of land banking by developers because it makes no financial sense to develop housing, no new schools, no bus service because the density does not warrant additional services, no commitment from ORC, Otago Regional Council, and congestion the likes that Queenstown has never seen before. There are simply too many what-ifs, and suspect the Council are very aware of this. Just to finally say, that sounded like a little bit of a lecture. That was not my intent. I want to deliver the points across to you cleanly and concisely. I am representing the community, and I would welcome any questions.
Thank you. Just before questions, could you, if you've got a soft copy of what you've just read out, or even the
I'm happy to send it,
just
or I can leave this.
Send it to the hearings administrator.
Yep.
That would be great.
No problem at all.
Because well done for speed reading. But it will allow us to.
Do you want me to repeat it?
Reflect more on it.
There's a lot of people in the community more passionate than I, so
yep.
I hope the points got across.
The points have come across, but it's just at speed. It's better if we can take time to
Sure.
also read what you said too. So that would be great, thank you. Now, in terms of questions, Ian, any questions?
But you're glad you got that all off your chest. It's really helpful, and you'll be pleased to know that all of the points you have identified, we have already independently arrived at from the other evidence we had. Not that we haven't read the submission, but I can assure you we are live to all of those considerations. You put a question to us near the start about, is this a done deal? It's definitely not a done deal. And not that I recommend for anyone's recreational pursuits watching us live streaming this hearing all day, every day. We have taken up the themes you've raised with several of the witnesses. I did write down, and I want to just check with you that you're happy for me to write down and attribute to you to the extent that we might refer to the discussion as part of making our recommendation. You talked about your summation of at least some of the council's thinking as simply hoping for the best.
Correct.
And when you summarised some of the key concerns of your group, you I thought, captured it really directly by saying there's a risk of only delivering a half-baked plan.
Correct.
Also fair? Yeah, okay.
And there's fear that we will have to live with that.
So, to the extent that it may, again, address some of the group's concerns, one of the matters we have raised with other witnesses is perhaps limiting development to some kind of commitment for a high school. That seems to be something that you are very much minded about. And we've talked about various other transport triggers to do with trying to overcome some of the uncertainties, such as commitments for upgrades to the highway, slowing the speed limit, crossings, bus lanes, that sort of thing. But one of the things that's been put to us by the council's witnesses in a perhaps counterintuitive way was perhaps what might be exempted or excluded from any restrictions or caps might be a supermarket in the proposed commercial centre. And it was put to us that that might be something, if it could be encouraged or could happen early on, and although people tend to drive to supermarkets, it might still nonetheless provide something of a short-term benefit while all these other things are going on. I just want to check with you in terms of the concerns you've raised about development of the zone in its entirety. Would the group also have concerns with something like a supermarket establishing early?
I think we're supportive of a supermarket establishing early, and certainly when I read in the 42A report that the recommendation from the author was that the supermarket the footprint should be double in size.
Yep, to 4,000 square metres, I think.
It made complete sense.
Yep.
But just to offer some more context around that, supermarket is one component to the kind of things that you do on a Saturday morning, be it visit Bunnings, be it visit Mitre 10, be it take the kids to the swimming pool, be it go to rugby, be it go to Wanaka for rugby, be it go to Invercargill, be it go to Glenorchy on a day out. That's just one small aspect. So it's almost so obvious that it needs to be there, it's not even worth commenting on, because if there wasn't a medium-sized supermarket, then the idea that on the north side of Ladies Mile there's no supermarket there, I mean, it just doesn't bear thinking about. But it's not going to create modal shift.
No, I don't think anyone suggested people would bus to the supermarket, to be fair. Part of the modal shift isn't necessarily just people on the north side catching future buses. It's been put to us that at least some people residing in Lake Hayes and Shotover, perhaps those living closest to the highway, might also in time take advantage of those services. Is that something you see as likely, or do you think it really is about the north side?
Look, I think we all live in a changing society where we know that modal shift is going to happen at some point. It's going to have to happen at some point. Whether Lake Hayes Estate and Shotover Country should be the starting point for that, I'm not so sure. Take a walk around Shotover Country. Just have a look at how many cars are in Shotover Country jammed up next door to each other. Lake Hayes Estate was developed with a little bit more space, and so you don't see the density of cars in those areas. With respect to QLDC, I think there's a perspective amongst the community that QLDC don't really understand how people use their cars and the frequency of trips that they make, what they're using their cars for. We've got, and this is a typical example, we've got a lot of builders in those estates, and they travel right across the basin for work every single day. Do I see more people using bus services? Yes. But, again, anecdotal feedback and an opinion of one at this moment in time, it's not significant. The improvement of bus services, I know, has seen an improvement of patronage. And it's potentially something that using a bus would cross your mind more often when you know you can rely on a service. So that is modal shift in action. Is it going to encourage people to live in a semi-rural environment without a car? It simply doesn't work in that area. I want to go and walk Wye Creek at the weekend. I need a car to get there. I want to go to a ski field, Cadrona. I need a car to get there. I need to pick up the kids from after-school activities. I mean, I'm just one family within that area, and we have work as well. So you need at least one car per household to make that happen. I'm not certain whether I'm answering your question directly, but I will answer it directly. No,
you took me on the scenic route.
I just
But I
don't
think we got
see
there.
that we will see a significant modal shift on the south side
Yep.
of the highway.
Yep. Look, that was all I had, but for what it's worth, you said you don't do this regularly. I felt you represented your group really well.
Thank you.
Can I just pick up on that modal shift? I'd anticipate with current issues that you probably choose when you go to some of those places. If you don't have to go at peak time, you probably don't choose to take your dog for a walk in a park that's going to put you half an hour in peak traffic. Would that be right? Would that be fair?
I think everybody's got smart with working the traffic. The biggest issue is taking the kids to school. It's an absolute nightmare. You've got no faith of getting anywhere on time at that moment, at that period in the day. We live in a semi-rural environment. You can take the dog for a walk down at the river or to the council-owned land at Ladies Mile, which is shortly going to have a civic centre on it. But sorry, that's a flippant remark. But the point is, you work within. You try and work within what you can do, but you also understand you are very constrained.
Right. So just to understand, in terms of, you say, dropping the kids to school, would it be fairly normal then to drop the kids at school on the way to work, so that in future, if we were trying to get a mode shift, you would have two people on a bus from Lake Hayes, one getting off if there was no school in Ladies Mile, one getting off at high school, and then the other one travelling through further to Queenstown Central?
Yeah, that's a perfectly good example. I think where professionals have not been confident that they're going to get to work at 9 o'clock, they dump the kids on the school bus, and let's hope that they continue, and then the school bus gets stuck, and then the car gets stuck, and so you're in a car and a school bus, you're both stuck. But at least the person who is trying to get to work doesn't have to reroute via the high school or Remarkable School or to get into town for work or into Frankton for work. You have to think ahead and skin the cat every way you can. There's not a lot of car sharing going on for school traffic. And I think the other thing, of course, when you're 16 and you can drive a car and take yourself to school, you're going to want to do that.
That was my next question.
So they do,
And so that's pretty common, is it?
100%.
So what would that be, year 12 and 13?
Mhm.
They're all in cars driving, adding to it as
Single,
well.
single individuals.
Right, and there's plenty of parking at school.
There's plenty of parking in Frankton
Yeah.
presently.
Thank you.
I think I have one question, but a bit of a statement from me. I know on the Otago Peninsula, almost at the end of it, so I've not too much of an issue with road users. If it's anything that comes from tourists that are also using the same road, and there hasn't been a lot of discussion around tourist users of the road here. But I've been to and from Queenstown probably a dozen times in the last 18 months, either for work or for recreation. So have experienced the 8 to 9 a.m. traffic, and living by Wellers Rock, I know to avoid coming into Queenstown at that time of the morning. So I'm just putting that on the table to say that I wouldn't have needed a site visit to know exactly what you're talking about there. And on occasion, have gone to Joe's Garage in Central for a coffee at the wrong time of the morning, and then tried to get out of there. And I think even last week I was late to this hearing because I'd misjudged the transport. So understand that it fluctuates even when the school isn't there. They're talking about signalising the road coming in, which was the presentations we had from Pūtahi at the end of the hearing last week. No consideration around whether they might do something like a T2 lane as part of that, which they do in other regions, which might halve the number of cars, because most of the time I'm coming through there, I'm seeing a single person in a vehicle.
Yeah.
And just wanting to understand your opinion on whether signalisation, because they're saying the problem's already there, is going to help with improving it, or besides the bus lanes, because they're not calling it rapid transport, and being able to use some T2 type activity there to at least get a couple of people in vehicles will also help to alleviate the transport issue.
Can I talk to the points?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Look, we all know that the bridge is the bottleneck, and there's no intention to change the bridge. So that's why rapid transport can't eventuate, because there isn't a free-flowing lane to deliver people from point A to point B. So we also recognise the congestion is not going to get any easier. So it's about controlling the congestion. Maybe I was listening to the QLDC planners. I can see that blocking the road into blocks makes some logical sense. It's not going to improve journey times. It's moving the problem elsewhere. I think that you talk about tourism. I'm a tourism professional. When I first lived in Lake Hayes Estate, I could leave my house, drop the kids at school, be in my office door, and it would take me pretty much 20 minutes door to door. I shudder to think really how long that journey time takes now. I work in a different place. But from a tourism perspective, if I can just talk on that, I'm engaged with multiple tourism operators in this town, and basically the congestion is killing the goose that lays the golden egg. No tourist wants to sit in traffic on Ladies Mile for 10, 20 minutes, wondering if they're going to get to their destination, whatever it is they may be doing, whether they're coming into town or going out of town. But in one respect, we're going to have a new issue for them, is that they'll probably be sitting so far back up Ladies Mile and State Highway 6, they'll be looking at views of the lake rather than views of the development that's sitting there. And again, that's a flippant answer, but that's the way it's going to go. And the traffic jam will be around the lake. Not a great look for Queenstown, I'm afraid. And just to bring it back to actually, rather than just a general conversation about traffic congestion, what we've actually got to really focus on is the fact that the congestion isn't going to get any worse, and if this development rolls out as we see it planned to roll out, we are still of the opinion that you are going to have at least one car per residence on the north side of Ladies Mile and then all hell will break loose. Where are they going to park them? They're going to be parking them through Shotover Country, through Lake Hayes Estate. So many questions. And it's all going to be going via the bridge. And it just seems quite convenient that the bridge is not kind of part of this master plan. It's kind of left out on the periphery when that is the single biggest issue when it comes to traffic as far as we're concerned, and it's only going to get worse. So every device and lever that is being used and suggested is only going to limit to some extent. We're ultimately facing a very, very, very busy road, and the timing of which it's not just going to be peak hours, it's going to be all the way through, which is quite scary, really.
And one of those tasks that I was doing here in the past was as an expert panellist on the arterials project to kind of get around the centre of Queenstown, and I can see they're only part way through that, and it's causing some of the angst as you get in. But also we heard from the planners that there's probably never going to be an opportunity between Frankton and the new arterials through Queenstown to widen that road. So there's always going to be a bottleneck. And so no matter how it's approached, the only way really to address it is to move that activity to the east side of the bridge. And we have been having some discussions through with QLDC last week about what should be coming first. Should it be the commercial zones, the schools, and those sort of things to drive the development, or whether the development goes there and the problem gets worse, they get a bus lane and we see people on the bus, and then you shift and say, well, I could be in town 3 minutes quicker if I was on the bus. Is that going to provide us with the shift that we need from your perspective, from those that are further to the east of that corridor?
You will only be able to deliver a finite number of services on the east side of the bridge. People will still travel to the west side of the bridge. The hub's in Frankton, that's the city centre basically, so we're going to still continue to travel to Frankton. The school has to be there. That is going to alleviate the traffic congestion immediately, particularly with the school traffic. That has got to be a cornerstone of this development, and if the development goes ahead, and it's not a done deal, if the development goes ahead, that has to be where the ground is broken. The Wakatipu High School is pretty much at capacity now, so we need a new high school. If we're going to put this development in place, get it locked in, and you're going to find that a lot of the residents in those communities have a little bit of a sigh of relief. It's not going to say it's going to be smooth sailing, but there's finally going to be some logic. And all of the kids that live within that region, and it's a lot of families, they can all walk to school. And there you are, there's modal shift on the south side of Ladies Mile straight away. So, you know, great having a master plan, but let's actually make sure that there's some logic in how it unfolds and actually works its way through. If you've got a school up there, let's get some shops around it. And then let's worry about the housing and the rest. But obviously, you know, there's probably a lot of pressure from private development in terms of what they would like to see. At the end of the day, if QLDC is going to stand up and say we're going to own this development, well, put your residents first. I think there's some QLDC people sitting over here. Put your residents first, please.
And I see those comments on schools being a very positive response. I'm going to stop my questioning then pass somebody else. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burnell. Thanks for coming in today. You've clearly, you and your residents, put a lot of thought into your presentation. And as Commissioner Munro said, a lot of the matters that you have raised have been explored at a lot of length with the experts. A couple of questions I have based on a few things that you said. My fellow commissioners have picked up most of what I was interested in. Is you talk about concerns that with all the development on the north side, you could end up with people parking on the south side because every household wants a car. In your personal experience, how far away from your house are you prepared to park if you didn't have a driveway and then walk to your house? I'm just trying to get a sense of scale of how much of an issue it might actually be.
Look, I think, let's say you've got a two-bedroom unit on the north side, and I think that's kind of the typology that we're looking for, a little bit more of a mix than just your three-bedroom family house. And let's say within that, this is just completely off the top of my head, let's say in that two-bedroom apartment or multiple two-bedroom apartment, it's a flat share, they rent it. They might be hospitality workers in New Zealand. There's three professionals in that two-bedroom apartment. Let's say there's a couple and one other. And let's say, for example, that they don't need a car to go to work every day, but they want the ability to have access to a car.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that car's parked... Look, we live in a very safe environment and not a lot of crime. And if that car is parked down in Widgeon Place in Lake Hayes or in some other suburban street, yeah, that's fine. We'll go and get it at the weekends when we need it.
Yeah.
I would park that car wherever I could find a space.
But
I'm
how
not going to
far
pay
away?
for parking. I won't be paying for parking. I don't know whether another car storage building will pop up on the north side of Ladies Mile, but I won't be paying for parking. I will go and find a space and pop the car there, and I'll probably hope that it's okay.
In your personal experience, how far away would you park a car from your home?
It's difficult to say because that's not my personal experience. But if... Okay, in real experience, the car parks are full and my wife and myself are parked there and my son hasn't got anywhere to park his car, so we're a five-person family with 3 cars, quite shortly to become 4 cars. That's the reality. Turned 16, son number 2 wants to get a car. I would probably park down the road if my parks were taken. I'm talking 500 metres.
500 metres.
But if that wasn't available, I'd go further. You might be able to tell from my accent, I come from a large city in the UK, in London.
So do I.
I didn't own a car until I was 32 because I have an idea about what modal transport is about and not owning a car. I didn't need to own a car. Plenty of different options to take transport, train lines, bus services, trams, the whole thing. And in London, you park where you find a space, and that would be what I would do.
I do appreciate that. Thank you, also being from the UK originally. So we've talked a little bit with other commissioners around public transport and mode shift to the buses, and obviously you've expressed concern around the reliability of services based on congestion. I don't know how closely you've been following what's been going on this week and last, but there's been quite a lot of discussion with Mr. Smith and Mr. Shields around the provision of bus lanes before development on the north side of State Highway 6 within Ladies Mile can be occupied. And the position they've got to is they are advising us, in their capacity as experts, that a westbound bus lane on the east side of the bridge, so on the Lake Hayes, Shotover County side, is required before development should go ahead, and that there should also be bus lanes both eastbound and westbound on the west side of the bridge. So that's a bit of a late change because originally I believe Mr. Shields was not supportive of those being required. So with those bus lanes in place, which allow buses to skip the congestion, and a number of intersection upgrades, excuse me, also being committed to as part of the NZ package. So that will be signalising Howard's Drive, State Highway 6, and I think signalising also the BP roundabout, so that's 6 and 6A. How does that affect your views as an individual or representing your community in terms of how that might encourage people to get on the bus? Do you think it would be more attractive or less, or what?
Not greatly, I would say. And I think And the reason I say that, I think, is because it probably be our expectation that as part of the development, bus lanes on both sides of the road are again, common sense. If you're trying to create modal shift, you need to give the buses priority to get to the bridge. So I think you'd probably find the community would be quite surprised if those bus lanes weren't included as part of this plan, and I'd be astonished if that wasn't the case. Again, just from a residential perspective, so I don't even know why that would be a matter of conjecture. Would that encourage people to get on a bus? Look, I think if we got a pattern where the buses could prove that there was significant time saving in people's commute and travelling backwards and forwards to Frankton, I think we would find that a modal shift would be encouraged through the lived proof. But you just made the comment about my concern regarding if bus lanes were included in that. Actually, our fundamental concern is Waka Kotahi going to provide the bus lanes, and is the ORC going to fund the bus service? And again, this has been picked up in conversation that I've had with people within the association, and in particular a person who works in the planning industry who doesn't want to be present at the hearing, but the conversation was such that they understood that there are concerns that the density is really only scraping through to actually enable a funding commitment. That's the bigger concern. Sorry, I've taken the question elsewhere, but
that's fine.
It's
We are here
to
to listen and to understand concerns from the community, as well as sort of delve into detail with experts. So just picking up on the drive to school piece and the year 12 and 13 kids wanting to be able to do that. Having two just gone past that age, I understand where you're coming from. Just to test that with you a little bit about them wanting their own car. I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit with you here. Isn't that a lifestyle choice rather than a requirement?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's they would see it as a rite of passage, and if I was their age and got to the age of 16, I'd want a car too. That's the society that we live in. You're also living in a society with decile 10 schools. I don't even know if that's the correct terminology any longer. But there's not too many people... Sorry, I'll just pause and start again. There's quite a lot of people that live in this region that don't see that as a financial challenge to be able to provide those cars for their children and to their children and actively encourage it. So from a societal perspective, there's a lot of trends here that are unusual for typical New Zealand, I would suggest.
Thank you very much. I'll try again. Thank you very much, Mr. Burnell. That was all my questions.
And thank you, Mr. Burnell. All of the questions I had have been extensively covered and canvassed with you. And also your submission was very clear, which is why I'm keen to get those notes, just 100%. So we can make sure
I'll send them this afternoon.
Wrote them down. It aligned with what you'd already said in the written submissions and the questions you'd posed in a way through your evidence. So that's good, and thank you very much for the time and effort that you've put into it.
Thank you. And can I just ask, from this point forward, there'll be no other requirement to... This is it as far as participation is concerned?
Yes, this is it. You're welcome to, of course, watch and be fascinated on the live stream or in the room. But in terms of requirements, no, this is it.
That's fine. I just
thank you very much for all the input.
Not at all. I've got to get back to my day job. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'll leave that on.
Now, the next submitter is Winter Miles Airstream Limited. So we've got the team here at the back. So please come on up.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee or the panel, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I think that if you've had the opportunity to review the material that we've filed, you'll see that right. Is that better? I can't tell if it's on or off.
Yep, that's up.
Okay, right. If you can see a light, I can't, but that's good. The issues that fall to be determined in terms of the Winter Miles submission now fall within a fairly narrow compass, and we hopefully won't need to take too much of your time. Immediately to my right is Brett Giddens. He's our planning consultant, and Greg Wensley is one of the two directors of Winter Miles, and you have his evidence. Owen is down the back, not wanting to participate in the glory of the appearance. And as we advised, Leo Hills won't be attending because essentially the issues that he wanted to raise are all flat. And
thank you for the proactive nature of that as well too. That's much appreciated.
It's a pleasure, sir. So turning to our legal submissions, you will recall that it's something that I tend to do, and I don't know why, file a submission, a memorandum with the evidence that we file, just so that whoever's reading it reads it in the right order and gets the sort of thrust of what we were intending to address. So we won't go through that again. All these submissions really do is draw on that memorandum and updates it against what's been happening throughout the hearing. And I have to say that we have taken quite a close interest in the video recordings, but it's not possible to really stay across all of them. So there may be a couple of curlies that you want to throw at us that we won't have been familiar with. So turning...
Appreciated. And also to the degree you've got any submissions in writing, please afterwards just hand them up.
Sure. So these submissions have been filed and you should have them, I think. The legal...
Well, I've got the memorandum.
You don't have the submissions?
No. Were they filed today?
No, they were filed...
Yesterday. Cool. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. Excellent. Okay. That's good that they align with the memorandum.
Yes.
Which was what I took the purpose exactly as you said.
Yeah.
Of the
That's great.
memorandum too. Okay. Thank you.
So I can trot through these pretty quickly. Winter Miles Airstream Limited is a Queenstown-based land development company. Owns a 3.3 hectare parcel of land, currently zoned rural lifestyle, that is subject to the Ladies Mile variation, and obviously the development potential of that site depends upon the outcome of these proceedings. The company filed a primary submission, a number of further submissions, and 1.4, I'm just apologising for being a day late, but I was unwell and couldn't review the final review of the documents. If I move through it fairly quickly, Chapter 2 just simply sets out, and if we're going from the big picture to the small picture, the company's support for the variation. And I don't need to read this to you, but essentially the submission is that it supports the LMV as representing an opportunity to provide a new residential neighbourhood. We submit that it meets the higher order planning instruments, which is what we cover in 2.2. We submit that it's an appropriate measure in terms of all of the tests in Section 32 of the RMA, and indeed in terms of the sustainable management purpose of the RMA, and we don't intend to take that any further. The primary submission set out, and this is a summary of what we put in our October memorandum, and there were concerns, while there was support for the rezoning of the land for high-density residential purposes, there was a concern that the level of information required was excessive, that there was uncertainty in relation to the trigger points required to be met before development could occur. The provisions will encourage or direct development that is not financially feasible or attractive. There was a lack of direction on affordable housing, concern about development being in general accordance with the structure plan. Residential visitor accommodation doesn't represent an activity that generates such adverse effects that it should be a non-complying activity. The provisions relating to traffic are unduly restrictive, and I think that's really related to the triggers. The point about residential flats being unreasonably precluded, and that the LMV should support the establishment of a primary commercial precinct while refining the location of smaller scale commercial zoning across the structure plan to ensure sufficient provision is made. And it seems, and I'd like to pay particular regard to Mr. Brown's analysis throughout this, his ability and preparedness to adapt to what has been an excellent process of expert conferencing, particularly planning and traffic, which are the two main things that relate to the WMAL submission. And the upshot of all of that is that, for the most part, if the relief that or the provisions that are recommended in the rebuttal statement or the rebuttal version of Mr. Brown's evidence, and the main points of which the new provisions that came out on Friday evening have not changed. So while these submissions were filed yesterday, there is no change in terms of the points we wish to make. We filed further submissions in support of other parties, and we don't need to go there. And it may well be that, turning now to the evidence that we filed, I might pause at each point and let Mr. Wensley give you his evidence now, and then keep moving so we get on to the particular points.
Lovely. That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg?
Mr. Wensley, you'll just talk to us?
Yes.
Lovely. Thank you. And we've read your evidence, so over to you.
Yep. So I've just prepared a few more notes sitting in the back today after listening to everyone else, and to sort of summarise, because that evidence has sort of the items have developed as the process has gone on as well, so a lot of those points aren't necessarily worth talking to today either.
And sir, that's I've reviewed those notes, and it's going to be a simple matter to file them later this evening or tomorrow.
That'd be great too, thank you.
So just a couple of minutes.
And listen rather than frantically.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a long-term resident and have owned and been involved in property in Queenstown for over 20 years. And I've never known the current level of anxiety and unhappiness that is rippling through the community. COVID was hard and awful, but we could also see the horizon. But the housing crisis has very little magic bullets, but this might be one. Queenstown and housing crisis has been in and out of the headlines for decades. But the difference now is our community is a lot more developed and has a lot more depth to it. Previously, the people affected by the housing crisis tend to be temporary workers, people that were only here for 6 months, 12 months, and were passing through, didn't have a lot of responsibilities. Now the housing crisis affects families, people that might have lived here for decades. It's not just as easy as moving to another city. Some people have shared custody of children, and leaving town means giving up on their children. These families are placed in an unimaginable situation. I thank you all, the commissioners, and also the council staff for all the work that's gone on to get to where we are today. From a developer's perspective, the most important thing is certainty. The successful outcome of this process will also be measured on how it provides developers and funders of the development certainty to be able to move forward as quickly as possible. The SSP has been great in having firm dates to work towards, but leading up to this process getting underway, I would often think that every day it was delayed starting was another day that hundreds of families are left without a home. We need to move this as fast as we can because this crisis is only getting worse, and it's going to take years for us to deliver the product to house these families. I have 3 main points that I'd like to address today. Cooperation with the landowners, the commercial zoning that we're seeking, and the infrastructure funding. Firstly, cooperation. A lot of infrastructure requirements require cooperation from the landowners. I'm only one of them sitting here today, but I'd like to make the panel aware that we have a high level of cooperation amongst us. We regularly communicate and meet and often share costs. I believe that once we have more certainty around guidance, that we can actually reach consensus on a lot of infrastructure questions quite quickly. But we also need to be able to progress independently as well. It's like we have this good balance of all being quite equal and being able to discuss and reach outcomes. If we're sort of forced into a situation where we have to do X, Y, Z, then that cooperation can become difficult. A point to do with cooperation is the stormwater. As a lot of previous experts have said, each landowner has the ability to be able to manage their stormwater independently, but we are actually incentivised to cooperate because there could be a much more efficient solution by working together. My second point to do with the commercial zoning, we have requested a commercial zone of 2,500 metres, and this is to help deliver our end product faster. We're in discussions with large employers to provide office space and apartments to accommodate their staff. I note the provisions allow us to provide 100 square metres of commercial space, but Queenstown does not need more small commercial spaces filled with yoga studios, cafes, and other small businesses that pay low wages. Queenstown needs more high-quality office space for high-paid professional workers. Allowing us to build office spaces and apartments will allow us to kickstart the development that's required faster. There's also a lot of community pressure on the council to move their offices to Ladies Mile. If this was to happen, it would bring hundreds of more people to the mile, and therefore we would also require more commercial spaces to provide the services that these extra people would demand. And then my last point is to do with the infrastructure funding. The Infrastructure Funding Act is the tool that should be used to fund the infrastructure cost on Ladies Mile. This is exactly the sort of project it was developed for, and we've already had preliminary talks with the responsible minister. This then means it's not on the council's debt and is completely separate. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wensley. Now, questions? Ian? Gillian? Well, oh my.
Wow, 10 out of 10.
There's still me, and given the speed of that, I'll just... Just with the delivery and the housing crisis in your comments earlier, and again, like I was discussing this morning with Beam Panel, you might not want to talk about timing, etc., for commercial reasons. That's fine. But how quickly could you see development on your site kicking off if, and that's a big if at the moment, we need to decide that, if the Te Pūtahi Ladies Mile variation gets approved?
Immediately. I mean, we've already done a lot of urban design work on our piece, and we probably have a slightly different view to a lot of the other landowners that are more focused on sort of providing that medium sort of density, which is easy to provide. There's also a lot of good high density solutions out there as well. And like I say, it's not necessarily just about putting up rows of terrace housing and putting them on market. There's a lot of actually other types of product out there which the market needs. And part of that will be filled by the high density.
And we've had evidence about high density in terms of apartments being long-term at best, given the market and the costs and the pickup.
Yeah.
Do you see that as the same, take that same approach, that the real high-density offering would come much later in the piece?
No, I don't think they've just been creative enough with their thinking on how they deliver it. There is a lot of different systems for building now overseas, and it's only a matter of time before they come to New Zealand. And some of them are already here. So much of the construction industry is just so incredibly inefficient, and that's what drives the high build price. But there are more creative ways of building. And Bullendow, for instance, which has been discussed today, I was the project manager for Bullendow, and we delivered that in a slightly different way. And achieved a much better square metre rate and build time frame. And it's just been a little bit imaginative about how you deliver the product. And I think Commissioner Munro, in his asking, I think it was of the Economist this morning, about the makeup of types of product that could be built. And I was thinking, going, man, it's exactly some of the product that we want to deliver. We do want to deliver good quality apartments because the views from those higher levels will be incredible. And it will help deliver product faster by having a range of types of product there.
I did wonder that, because the view in one direction is shot over and up the Remarkables, which there was a comment this morning about it not being maybe the greatest views in Queenstown. They're still pretty spectacular. Typologies is an interesting one, as is affordability.
Yep.
How do you see the two going hand in hand? Does a diversity of typology provide a diversity of affordability? Or if you give too much typology, might you just get one type of sort of building outcome?
Yeah, again, it's like they were saying that, well, you have one building, all small apartments because you don't want to intermingle. That's not necessarily correct. because you can, some people, obviously creating apartment buildings, you have smaller apartments, you have a lower purchase price, and it means that more people can get into the market. But at the same token, you can have more premium smaller apartments, and they can be mixed in with those larger premium apartments that have great views. You can still have a mix in both, because you can also have double accesses into buildings. You can have different distribution channels within buildings. So you can have some smaller, lower cost apartments on the lower floors. You can have larger, higher value apartments on the higher floors. And the two different communities aren't necessarily mixing within the same distribution channels.
And within the high density area, there's been discussions, I've been talking this morning about it in the medium density, but within the high density, the level of density's come down. Do you support that sort of lowering to try and unlock more of the market in that high density zone?
Yeah. I mean, we're very happy with the high density because we can see the solution that we can provide with that density. But also, it is something that we can't do immediately, particularly without the commercial zoning. We sort of need the commercial zoning to be able to unlock that high density residential as a starting point. And so, I mean, it is nice having the option of having the lower density to actually make that first inroads in.
And at the other end, the cap on the top level for high density, do you see that there needs to be a cap per se done like that?
No. It's like the build envelope is reasonably constrained, and by removing that cap, again, it just gives more flexibility to what the community actually needs in the coming years. It's like, we don't necessarily just need to be building a whole lot of 2-bedroom apartments. It's like maybe we do need a whole lot of 1-bedroom apartments. But we're not necessarily going to be able to deliver a whole lot of 1-bedroom apartments if we're then having to live within the density cap.
And you mentioned the commercial zone, and you will have seen the council's expert evidence about dilution and concerns there. Given your development experience, you've lived in Queenstown, etc., just what's your take on the effects, because it's close to, in very close proximity to the commercial centre. The commercial centre is now being proposed to increase by 50%. Just what's your take on the potential implications, and whether I'm assuming you don't agree, but just I want to be very clear on your reasons for disagreeing.
Yeah, there's just not enough of it. And like one of the arguments that we keep getting back is that we can do 100 square metre allotments. It's like, but 100 square metres is not what Queenstown needs. Like I say, we need larger office buildings to house more higher paid professional workers, not more service workers. And I think that's what that is missing. There's not enough good quality office space in the plan to accommodate what the future needs are as Queenstown develops away from being just solely a tourist town.
And again, just being completely fair to you, and so I'm very clear, the Ms. Hampson was doing the office space side, and her view on that again was the demand, etc., would be sufficiently supplied through that commercial zone. In your experience, again, it's back to that general comment that there's not enough office space. That's your
Yeah, that's right. And it's also an important part of our development plans. Like I say, we've got employers that are wanting to house their staff and also have their offices there. And so it gives us the ability to actually kickstart some of the high density development by having that ability.
Would it matter if the office was potentially a couple of 100 metres away?
Well, if it is, then that's less off it, but if it means that the tenants that we're talking to on this won't necessarily be tenants that are expected in the other part of the commercial zone, which will mean that there is actually more people needing office space on Ladies Mile than what's anticipated.
And just finally, we've got other, just on the commercial bit, we've got other submitters also wanting commercial. Do you think that that sort of demand is pretty much unlimited given all the growth and things that's happening? Or if there is to be rezoning potentially at the western end for some commercial, potentially down on the Doolittle property, etc., do you think that there is a problem of dilution across if there's too many areas?
Well, it sort of helps with the modal shift, doesn't it? It's like we want people to be living and working close by. And so if all the commercial is just totally centralised in one location, it just limits the ability to get to that modal shift.
Thank you, Mr. Wensley. There's nothing more from me, but that was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we go back to the script, and I'll skim over the, obviously Mr. Hills is not here, and it was clear that you had no further questions for him, so that's fine. Brett Giddens will be our planning consultant, but what I'll first do is just walk through the rest of this, these submissions. All I've captured in section 5 is that, and with all credit to you, Mr. Chairman, and the panel, the process has thrown up a number of solutions, and two of the key issues that the company had are essentially flattened if you were to accept Mr. Brown's recommendations. Chapter 6 relates to the concern that while it was probably, that what they say, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. That when it said shall not occur until all of the corresponding transport infrastructural works listed below are completed. And so we raised the point as to whether that meant that all of the issues per sub-area or across the whole. And that's clear, and it's the only common sense way to approach it. So if the recommendation is accepted, we'll be happy with that. The other was the concern around the nature of the key crossing and whether that needed to be an underpass, and again, that's gone. So we're happy with that. So the key remaining issue relates to the provision of the commercial activity on the Winter Miles land. In that regard, we have a bit of a standoff between economic evidence on the one hand and broader high-level planning evidence on the other. Obviously, we don't have an economist, but our submission is that the economic element of that is only one factor that needs to be considered in the context of making that kind of provision. And I think the conversation you just had with Mr. Wensley has thrown into quite bold relief that there are broader commercial considerations that go beyond black letter economics in terms of that decision making. So Mr. Giddens will address that. And then there are a number of other, in Chapter 8, purely planning issues that once again Mr. Giddens will address. You will have had his evidence. We forwarded his summary this morning, and we have copies of that for you if you haven't had an opportunity to read that yet. But I think what we'll do is just get him to walk you through that as a basis for the questions that will come.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Well, good afternoon, panel. Just if I may start at paragraph 4, and I'll just I'll scoot through these, and if I've got anything further to add, I'll just ad lib as we go. My evidence in chief set out my support for the variation as supporting representing a sound approach to enable a high density of urban development in Ladies Mile. From the submitter's perspective, the key issues are still that are worthy of comment are summarised below in my summary. Probably one of the key points that I emphasised in my evidence in chief was really the issue of uncertainty in the provisions, and I think Mr Brown and the council team's done a very, very good job along the process of narrowing things down and actually working through that to the set that came out on Friday. Triggers and staging. The concern I expressed in my evidence was that the transportation and infrastructure triggers could lead to a freeze on the ability to implement the zone. And I note there a question that came through on my evidence was what benefit is an enabling urban zone if it cannot effectively and efficiently provide for the outcomes it seeks to enable? And that links really to policy 2 of the NPSUD. I considered at the time this to be a very critical issue, as the implementation of having all these triggers required to be completed prior to development occurring in the zone effectively meant that the zoning process achieves little more than assisting longer term demands. So I think that issue has essentially been overcome as to where you're sitting at the moment. Turning to the commercial precinct, submitters sought the provision of 5,000 square metres of commercial precinct within their site. And I've read the evidence and the responses to questions from Ms Hampson, and I generally accept her responses from an economic perspective. I don't seek to question her opinion from the economic perspective, but that is only one aspect that needs to be considered. In that regard, Ms Hampson's response still does not address my concern that there is a high likelihood that the commercial precinct will include visitor accommodation, such as hotels, given that such uses are directed to be provided for under the proposed policy 492555B. That, alongside the expansion of the supermarket footprint, which you discussed earlier, would, in my opinion, mean that there would likely be a reduction in conventional commercial activity within the precinct. In my opinion, the submitter's land is logically located in a relatively confined area that could provide for commercial precinct. And Ms Hampson's comments did not seek to address any adverse effects of imposing that zoning. The only other point that I'll probably add to that, just from hearing the speaker earlier on from the Community Association, was the benefit of having the commercial activities in the Ladies Mile area as helping a modal shift. I think Ms Wensley noted that as well. That wasn't something I necessarily turned my mind to, but I thought was a valid point after hearing that evidence earlier. Issues relevant to density. A query that arose from the planning conferencing was what the variation is seeking to achieve in terms of residential density. Is it up to 2,400 households, at least 2,400 households, or is it something else? And I haven't seen a firm answer on that, and that's not to say that that issue hasn't been flushed out, I'm sure, over the last couple of weeks. From a planning perspective, I cannot see how the enabled density in the variation is not closer to around 3,000 households. Ms Hampson states in her response to questions that if there was a considerable certainty that the variation was to deliver 3,100 additional residential dwellings, rather than 2,400, then should reconsider the scale of commercial precinct. I support a reduced area of 2,500 square metres of commercial precinct within the submitter's site, and these grounds namely because that I considered that likely based on the provisions in rezoning requests and including the upzoning requests, that the number of households enabled in the zone would be higher than the 2,400, and also that residential flats are now enabled across the zone as permitted activities, and I've not seen any assessment that those household demands were considered in the overall density expectations. In reality, a residential flat often functions as a second household on the site, in which two separate families and groups reside, in separate accommodation on the same property, and I think that's a relevant consideration when you look at the overall household mix-up within the variation area. Turning to the information requirements, my evidence took issue with what those requirements were for the residential development within the high density residential precinct, and I requested that more consideration be given to provide a more permissive consenting framework alongside built form and design standards. My concern is that the matters of discretion under Rule 49.4.4, and that rule was the permitted 2 units per site rule, that these matters of discretion are so wide that any practical application would mean it would be treated as a discretionary activity because those matters of discretion are also encompassing. In my experience, this will likely lead to slow and costly consenting processes that will inhibit the speed of implementation of the zone, increase the cost of development, and therefore result in a cost burden that would likely be passed on to purchasers, which is obviously an affordable housing issue in the end of that quantum. I also raised concerns about the consent requirements under that same rule 49.4.4 being applicable for 2 or more residential units. In my opinion, this number should be increased to at least 5 residential units in the high-density residential precinct to ensure that there are some practical efficiencies in the consenting process that will assist with implementation of the zone. And I'll just qualify that a little bit further. There's no science to my 5 in coming to that suggestion. It was more the fact that I believe that there's, if you can get your consenting regime to be more of akin to a stage of a development, a minor stage, I think you'll see some efficiencies in that consenting process. Coupled with the increased unit allowance, I'd have less concern on the breadth of the matters of discretion if there was a clear non-notification provision for consent applications under this rule. I understood that this was contained in the original notified proposal, but the inclusion of the matter J under that rule 49.4.4, and you'll see that's referenced in my footnote there, which relates to stormwater, I think that could have the intended consequence, or unintended consequence perhaps, of excluding that rule from being considered as a non-notified allowance under the consenting regime. And I've copied and pasted Mr Brown's most recent section of that at 49.6 with his text there. And just in my next paragraphs I'll talk through that. There was considerable discussion during the planning conferencing about enabling more temporary stormwater solutions on site that would enable development to advance while ensuring that there is interim stormwater solutions that could be included within a wider stormwater system. My understanding from the planning conferencing is that it was not intended to exclude non-notification of residential development under that rule 49.4.4 because of stormwater, but rather to ensure that a stormwater solution was being put forward on a per development and per site basis, that there is the ability to serve notice as a way of ensuring other parties that would ultimately be part of that integrated stormwater system would be able to have a say in that particular consenting process. And that's essentially to ensure that if someone is providing a one-off system, that there is some dialogue going there and affected person status potentially to ensure that there's linkages as going into the overall wider scheme. The consequence of the drafting at present is that consent for 2 residential unit development could be caught up in a limited notified consent process, and I don't believe that that was intended or is an efficient prospect for the zone. I consider that the issues relating to stormwater would be best addressed under Rule 27.7.28, which is in the subdivision and development chapter, and when you examine that rule there's already quite a substantial framework there for stormwater. It may well be that stormwater itself would be best treated on a standalone rule, perhaps, so it can be dealt with as one issue, but that might be something Mr Brown would like to comment on. Quickly turning to residential...
Sorry, just while you're going through, it could be worth, after this, just having a chat with Mr Brown about that, because in fairness, it's trying to come up with a solution to something that, given the number of landowners, is very complicated. So I'm sure any assistance and thoughts and potential drafting matters, Mr Brown would be very appreciative of. He might not agree, but he'd be appreciative of. So please do
thank you.
Engage with him.
I'll do that. Residential visitor accommodation. My evidence suggested that RVA was provided for as a permitted activity in the high-density residential precinct and that the activity did not warrant its non-compliant status. My opinion is that RVA is actually not too dissimilar to a homestay activity, which is permitted in the zone, and RVA can enable landowners an alternative income stream, and that's an issue that was picked up as positive within the Economic Joint Witness Conferencing. I am pleased to see Mr Brown's allowance there for the high density residential precinct. The default status still is non-compliant. I struggle with seeing RVA as a breach for non-compliant. I think if there's a threshold in there as RDA, and looking at especially the other rules, say low density residential zone or the high density residential zone, they've actually got quite good assessment matters for those breaches. So I think that is something worth further looking at. As Mr. Berry's noted, the State Highway 6 crossing has been addressed. I won't labour that point. And just quickly on my final points there with the amended provisions, I've made essentially 4 suggested changes. One is amending the zone purpose at 49.1 to make it clear that the end outcome is for an integrated stormwater solution that does not preclude temporary or interim solutions as the zone develops. To introduce a new policy to provide for interim or temporary stormwater systems to integrate with an overall stormwater network. Amend Rule 49.4.4 to increase the number of permitted residential units and the high density residential precinct, and to amend the non-notification provisions under 49.6 to remove the stormwater exclusions, and they could easily be placed back into Chapter 27 where the stormwater rule is sitting at the moment. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Giddens.
Would you like me to talk through the provisions, or are they relatively clear?
They reflect what you've just read to us, so they're clear to me. That's good, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, questions for you, Mr. Giddens. Ian? Oh, yes. Sorry, we're bang on 5. Let's take 10 minutes. We'll have a chat, but we still would like to get through Mr. Murray if we could. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's windy, isn't it?
Okay, welcome back, and we're back with Mr. Giddens and questions from the panel with Ian.
Hi there. A question relating to the commercial activities. Very happy if Mr. Berry also chips in on just reading the proposed rules. As I understand it, we've got a 3.3 hectare site. And let's be really mean and assume you lose half of it to roads and stormwater and other things. So that's 33,000 square metres times 0.5. That's 16,500 square metres left over for notional development. If we notionally think about space for an office building, what, 2-3 stories, or 1 story? What's the thinking?
No, higher. So
let's say 3 stories. So 2,500 squares over 3 stories. Little over 800 square metres a level.
Yep.
So let's assume with car parking and landscaping, let's assume a 2,000 square metre site to do that. So I take that out of there. And that leaves 1.45 hectares of net land that could be used. If we just think about a subdivision of, say, 250 square metre lots, I just divide that by 250. That says 58 dwellings or residential sites. We then bounce to rule 49.4.8, which says 100 square metres of commercial activity per site. And so that seems to me that without too much bother, just with the existing rules, you could do a subdivision that very comfortably more than enables double the amount of commercial space you're seeking. The question is, can you concentrate it into one area, or does it have to be mandated lots of little bitty bits? And it's really interesting how the interplay, to me, of land use and subdivision might work, because it's a permitted activity rule. It could be read as simply saying you can't have more than 100 per site. And if you come in with an application for resource consent that involves 50 sites, you could say, well, I get 100 per site. Great news. We don't want to do 5,800 square metres. We only want to do 2,500. I'm really interested in your thoughts of how the council would handle that application.
I can give you a great example of it because I've looked at that scenario for a high density residential zone on Ladies Mile, which is a 9,000 square metre site, and do it as part of doing a development appraisal for that client and looking at a range of land uses. Almost the exact same rules as within the high density residential zone. And I think the short answer is yes, you can do that. And I think the council would have difficulty with the prospect of such an application from a planning perspective because the land use component will be permitted. The subdivision, I believe, would be restricted discretionary.
And I think in this case, the building the office building would be a restricted discretionary
as a
activity, just for the
non-residential
building.
activity. Correct. I think where the problem comes with that is that gets you across the line in a baseline perspective of your yield, but I don't think it creates a clear platform for actually saying we've got a zone here that we can develop and there's some rules around it. I think if you compared the two, you're going through quite a long, probably tough process with the council doing that and creating yourself an expectation, the baseline to get to that point.
So what's tough? Are you saying the council wouldn't accept an interpretation like I've put to you?
No, I think your interpretation's right, and I think they'd have to accept it. I think from a consenting perspective, but I think where my difficulty with it comes is that it will be quite a complicated process, and it's not creating the outcome you truly want.
What's complicated about it?
Well, you're going to have land use consent for the building.
Yes.
You're essentially creating for lack of a better term, you're creating a development outcome that you actually don't want. If Mr. Wensley's sitting here saying that he sees in his market a 3 to 4 story high office building, could you create a baseline to eventually get to that point? Possibly. but I don't think it's an efficient way of going through a consenting process. I think if there's a zone there and a precinct there to enable it, that's always going to be a clearer path in my view, rather than creating a baseline expectation.
So is it your understanding that buildings would be permitted in the commercial precinct?
I believe it's still RDA. I think.
So how is it more onerous to go from an RDA consent in a residential zone for a non-residential building if there's agreement that the quantum of commercial activity is itself within what the zone seeks, compared to an RDA for the same building in a commercial zone with, I suspect, broadly similar restrictions relating to does it look great, does it relate to the streets, etc., etc., etc.
I think the one difference from my reading of the rules is the emphasis on the residential component. So if you've still got, even if it is an RDA, we've got a very, very strong objective and policy framework that's very geared towards high amenity residential outcomes. I think, balancing that against a commercial precinct, which is emphasis on commercial activities, would lead through to a better planning outcome.
Okay. And look, I certainly do understand what you're saying, but I just want to understand it, because certainly if you were looking at the high density residential zone, a 24 metre tall apartment building, if you squint your eyes, might not look terribly different to an office building at 3 stories. What am I missing?
I think from an aesthetic perspective, I think you're right. And again, if I use Christchurch as an example, where you've seen many retrofitted office buildings turn into commercial, but I always think the best outcome is going to be having a clear planning framework, and rather than having this debate at a council processing level, which is where that position would be leading you down.
Okay, so just walk me through how we go about zoning a 2,500 square metre commercial precinct in the 3.3 hectare site.
Firstly, the identification is the key one in terms of where that would be located. Discussions I've had with Mr. Wensley on that is off the proposed collector road, being a logical location for it. We didn't have a plan showing where that would be, but correct me if I'm wrong, you had a master plan that showed a component of that, didn't you?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I was trying to think, you have that, Andy? No. So yeah, identification is the key one. I think and I'm talking purely from an implementation perspective, as opposed to looking at the economics of it in terms of where Ms Hampson's coming from. And those rules and the provisions that are already in the commercial precinct, I don't believe that there would need to be any fundamental changes. I believe Ms Hampson's view was that if a daycare was proposed or something like more like neighbourhood focused, that would be enabled through the existing zone provisions, and I think to a degree she's correct. There are some rules allowing for that, but in terms of offices and the like, I think that's where using the existing commercial precinct provisions would be best to overlay.
Okay, so we'll just wind back to the question which you started answering, and then you started the conversation with your client, which was, where do we put it? Because you haven't given us anything about how we would agree with you, other than it could be a good idea, but it's floating and we don't understand it, and it dies a death.
Yeah, the discussions we had on that initially was we didn't propose it on a plan or mark it on the structure plan just because there was a challenge to it in terms of where things sat. So in hindsight, it probably would have been ideal to have that shown on a plan.
Well, where is it now? Because I would struggle to understand how to agree with a request to zone an area of land if I don't have the area of land identified that we could frame into a recommendation. I'm not sure there's a user resource consent to figure out where on the site you want to put 2,500 square metres of commercial. I'm not even sure we could do that legally.
No, I think we'd have to provide a plan.
All right. Well, let's just leave that floating and thinking about. I mean, the submission clearly asks for an area of the commercial precinct, so it's probably reasonable for you to, in response to the question, in an extraordinarily short time frame, identify it somewhere on a plan. And that's probably where we'll leave it. Thanks.
Thank you. We'd be happy to do that within a short time frame.
Thank you. Gillian?
Can I just pick up on paragraph 20 where you talk about stormwater?
Sorry, evidence in chief or summary?
Sorry, today's summary.
Summary.
You've made mention that during the planning conferencing there was discussion around enabling temporary stormwater solutions. It hasn't actually really been a topic of conversation at all in the time that we've had this hearing so far. So can you just elaborate on what you mean by temporary stormwater solutions? Because we might actually be talking about different things but actually the same thing.
Yeah, and I've used the term temporary, and I've also used the term interim as well. And it was the discussion at the conference scene, and it is replicated in the discussions in that document itself, was around the timing of development, and when people are ready to go to actually press the go button on development, how can they achieve the trigger points when there's a requirement for an integrated system. And that's where the discussion went to, could you develop an interim system, or I shouldn't even have to say a stormwater system on your own property that could ultimately be connected into the systems on other properties. That's probably the best way of describing that.
Yep.
So that's what my intent was.
I think you're on the same page as others, but you've just used different language, so it's slightly confusing. Thank you.
No. No. This one may have been answered because I'm getting muddled now with the Doolittle land, but the proposals to bring, if it's accepted, would be to bring across the commercial zoning. Yes. So that would allow a lot more than just offices. So, for example, with Doolittle, there's discussions about size, and the supermarket's an obvious one. Yep. So I'm just trying to remember whether it was with you or with others, whether there was a limitation on the potential activity types.
Yeah, as the evidence in chief, I suggested more localised neighbourhood type of activities. I think the examples I used were cafes, childcare, and I think I might have said smaller scale retail and offices may have been it. And again, acknowledging I'm not an economist, I'm putting my planning hat on with these comments. That was really where I framed that. And that was ahead of conferencing as well, to really see where things evolve to with the discussions.
So do you consider, given that answer, that the actual commercial zone drafting would provide for a lot more than just what you've said?
Yes, it would. And I should preface that because I don't see that as a problem, and that's taken into account where we've evolved to now.
Yes.
When I prepared my evidence in chief, we were looking at a zone that was providing for 2,400 households. I'm not sure where we've landed on 2,400 households, and I'm not sure if anyone knows where that's landed, but
potentially optimistic is some of the economic thinking.
Yeah, and I think there's the other component to that is Ms Hampson was actually really helpful in her response to questions, where she said, well, if the household numbers were higher, then she'd reconsider the commercial precinct allowance in the zone. And again, I think it was the gent that was on before us from the Community Association who was talking about the modal change with the commercial. Again, I'm not an economist or a traffic engineer, but it did seem to me that there's some incentives to be proposing more commercial in the zone.
And I'm assuming your client, who's sitting beside you, wouldn't be adverse if the zone was to be approved to be on the basis of the more limited range of matters that you just set out in your evidence?
Well, from my perspective, it's not my client's perspective. From my perspective, that was what my evidence was. And as I say, the only change to that, from my perspective, is just the uncertainty around those numbers. If the household numbers are looking at higher, my view that there should be more consideration given to the commercial precinct as it sits in the plan. Ms Hampson didn't, to my knowledge, actually provide any assessment of what the adverse effects would be for providing commercial precinct on this property, and that's commercial precinct as set out in these provisions. So I'm still struggling to see what the actual effect problem would be from that.
The thing that immediately springs to mind is the initial proposal for a supermarket was 2,000 square metres. That could fit inside your proposed area, and then I can see that as being potentially a competing element, whereas I had, and I was right from my memory, read your evidence as being more constrained.
Yeah.
So just something to think about when you're doing your quick assessment of where you think this should be located. It would be clarity, if at all, because completely open to you to say, no, you just want the commercial to be brought across. But if you are bringing something else across to do the drafting, and then Mr Brown and the council team and ourselves and everyone else can just see exactly what you're proposing.
Point noted. I just do think while you're talking, I was just trying to find the rule on the supermarket. I did recall that it was a limit to one within the zone, but
there may well be.
But that's something I'll definitely take into account. There wasn't any intention in my evidence to suggest another supermarket.
It's just making that all clear, and if there is a limit to one, whether the second is non-complying or what's the activity status? Sorry, that people probably know in this room, but I'm just trying to remember. That would be good. And again, I mean, as discussed with the area, I think any pullback is within scope, so there's no issue there. So if you could just give that some thought, because it just jumped out to me with what I'd read and what was in my mind versus the commercial zone coming across. Could be two different things.
Certainly.
Thank you. I've got no more questions. Thank you, Mr Giddens.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much to the team. Mr Berry, anything?
No, that's it, sir. There's some very brief concluding comments that I don't need to canvass, but I did wish to acknowledge the process that you have case managed and the assistance that council officers have provided to be able to come and present as an important a matter as this within the hour is quite an achievement, and we're grateful for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, we'll just have very quick... can get Mr Giddens, though. Yes. Just in relation to the Corona Trust, but different matters. So, you will have probably listened to the comments on the stream, I'm not sure, live stream, or heard.
I'm up to date.
You're up to date, perfect. So we weren't happy about that, but what we have done, thank you for providing these summaries. We've read the summaries. None of us have any questions for the Corona, for either you or in terms of landscape.
Yes.
In terms of that, up to you, we could have a very short submission from you if you wanted to on Thursday in a 15-minute slot.
Yes.
But at this stage, we've got no questions, so we can't see a benefit of that. But if you'd like to do that, in terms of just saying your piece, you're welcome to say it, but we've got no questions. We've read everything. We've been up to 53 Max's Way driveway, haven't been on. We've been up on Cocoa Ridge, we've been up on Slope Hill, so we've got a very good knowledge of the site.
Great. If you don't mind, I'll just take instructions from the client.
Thank you.
And I'll get back to the
But it
panel
would
this
be a
evening.
15-minute slot. Just kept to that, short and simple.
Yeah, and I just do want to just apologise to the panel about the misunderstanding from last week. It's very first hearing that I've ever missed through simply overlooking what was going on. I wasn't in town, and I understood that with my when we booked the time for this one, that the my availability was known, but obviously we missed that, and that's entirely our fault.
Yep. Yep, and we've expressed our our views on that. So thank you. But yes, we've read all of that, so we've got no questions. We're very clear.
Okay.
So please make that clear to your client.
Yep, certainly.
And we shall see what happens.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we just confirm a time frame that they might mark up a plan?
Oh, yes. Good point. Thank you. Sorry. Mr. Berry. Oh.
Tonight, I think. Sure. I think we could probably do that by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Ideally, not just a circle saying in here. The size you're seeking,
Yeah.
so it could be, I don't think we need an AutoCAD tile style plan, but something that could form the basis of a reasoned and reasonable decision if that's where we landed.
Well, perhaps if we had 2 working days, sir,
Yes.
we could certainly achieve that.
Yep. No, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hold on, one last bit. And you would need to close the loop, I think, on taking away the 100 metres per site commercial that would otherwise have been provided, because I think the discussion we had was it was a concentration rather than both.
Right. You could almost draft an either or type of rule.
Your submission?
So whatever goes in the precinct gets subtracted from the rest of the.
I think that's certainly the way Mr. Gibbons has engaged with me on it. So over to you.
Cool.
No problem.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Gardner-Hopkins and Mr. Murray, thank you very much for being so patient.
No problem.
Though I'm sure you've enjoyed listening. Mr. Murray, I've got online.
I do.
So this is the last summary that we'll be handing up. I have had a little chat to Werner about how he might present, and it may be that he won't read it out word for word. I think the headings are fairly clear in terms of the issues, and so he may talk to them directly and then move to questions as soon as we can. That seems like it will be the most efficient way forward, particularly at this time of day.
Sorry, just 1 second. Just for the Wi-Fi, I've dropped off the access code, please. Pardon? Oh, cool. Thank you.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Werner Murray. I'm a planner and I'm representing Glen Panel Development. And I have also, very similar to Mr. Tilden that was here before, been on this journey with the Ladies Mile for a very long time, which started when I used to work at the Queenstown Lakes District Council and has continued to now. I have been exercising my mind to make this as quick and painless as possible, and so as Mr. Gardner-Hopkins said, I won't bore you with reading through everything, although it is there, but I have tried to just organise it in the sound bites that we've already talked around quite a lot today. You know, things like density, the growth boundaries, things like that. I do have the relief sort up there, and that was just a reminder more than anything else, because this process has changed quite a lot. And again, I would also like to acknowledge that especially Mr. Brown has accommodated a lot and had to keep a lot of things in his mind. And so a lot of these things, what I've tried to highlight in this evidence is what's still important in my mind, not to say that the relief sort is less important, but I also didn't want to just stick in the mud and say, I really, really want that, when it's quite clear that the world has moved on. So that's why the relief sort is up there. So the first matter, and I'm happy to talk through these points one by one. Some of them interrelate, some of them stand on their own. Interrupt if you want. I'm happy either way. So the urban growth boundary, this has been a matter that we've traversed, and Mr. Brown and I spoke about this in the joint witness conference, and the reason that I wanted to bring this up is I've worked on both sides of the fence in this district, and consenting that seems easy is often very difficult. And the lens that I've put over these things is one of enablement. I think that was and in my mind at least, has always been the goal here, is to enable a density and a community and a development that is quite different to what we're used to now. And so and look, it's not necessarily an order of importance, it's just the first thing that came to mind. The growth boundary, the urban growth boundary shift to put the tanks inside the urban growth boundary was really, from my perspective, to try and make an easy pathway, if you could call it that, forward. So Mr. Brown has put his view forward of what that pathway could look like, and I accept that. I just am cautious that that pathway is never as easy as what you think when O&L or ONF in this district are involved, especially when it intersects with the urban growth boundary. There are 3 or 4 avoid policies that just cause problems. And so what I did do is have a little look around the district. There is some O&L and zoning crossover, crossover towards Jack's Point. There are some reservoirs at Shotover Country that are just outside any ONF or O&L. And I do note there is a reservoir at Quail Rise that is, I couldn't tell you for sure, but I believe it's close to or just outside the O&L, but it is in an open space type of precinct. And that reservoir application at the moment is on hold indefinitely. Don't know what's happening. So I guess all I'm saying is it is difficult, and my view was if you can move the UGB boundary, at least you don't have this conflict, because there is a pathway in Chapter 4 for UGB and these things to exist, to kind of work through the ONF components. And now I'm certainly not saying that opens the door for urban development, because you still have the ONF and all the Chapter 6 matters in the landscape chapter, and you still have a rural zone. Now those two things together, at least in my experience, make for a very interesting and long consenting pathway for anything that is unanticipated. You've got reasonably difficult to see tests and a whole lot of things like that now. And I also just, look, and I don't want to harp on about this, but I do note that the landscape architects did have agreement that, hey, look, we expect to see these things up there. I have tried in the past to use something that was said in another process and put that in front of a consent planner. It generally doesn't work. So that's the only reason. It certainly wasn't a stalking horse, as Mr. Gardner-Hopkins said. I think it's still going to be very difficult, and as Mr. Gardner-Hopkins said, if you're not urban development, then you're this farmhouse, there's a difficult policy pathway there that doesn't match either. So I think anything on the hill is going to be difficult. If we're looking to enable things, then make it as easy as we can. That's really the only thing to say about that. And as I said, Mr. Brown does have a pathway there, and if that turns out to be okay, then that's fine too. I just don't want things to hold up.
For my clarity, that pathway is the utilities one, is that what?
Yeah, look, and some of what I'm asking or have submitted comes from experience. When the stormwater pipe went in through to come out at the Frankton Beach here, was when the PDP was really new, and there are a whole lot of sort of council stormwater-related functions that needed consent. So everybody thought that it was going to be just a permitted activity, we could put the stormwater pipe in, and that wasn't the case. And the whole project was delayed by months and months. The PDP had to be changed, and it was a big nightmare. So yes, there's a utilities pathway, but we also thought that that was the case for a stormwater pipe, and it wasn't. So that's my only caution there, is people do have different interpretations, and it's a little bit of an uncomfortable match. I think Mr. Gunn-Hopkins explained it as well, just with exactly how it's defined. You know, if you're treating water, you've got no problem. If you're storing it, it's a bit different. These are big, big, big tanks. So, look, that was my only... if there's any questions, I'm happy to move on off the UGB. I think I've sort of traversed that as much as probably is needed.
Anyone else, UGB?
Happy? Yes.
Yes,
okay.
all good.
Medium density. So look, we did have and we have traversed this with probably the correct experts. So if you could take my view as the planner who's come along to try and be the layperson trying to learn about the complexities of gross developable areas and all the rest of it. We've been on a journey with this medium density, and when Bruce and the team started designing Flint's Park, so I suppose I've got a bit of benefit here that we've actually designed down to a consent level, when I appreciate we're talking about the more high level plan change level here. But we modelled Flint's Park very loosely on Bullendale, which you've heard about a few times already. Now that density, and I did write it down, it's about 23 dwellings a hectare, and apartments were proposed that would bring it up to 29 dwellings a hectare. Now that was at the SHA time, and you've heard from Mr. Tilden that Glen Pennell was an SHA as well, so you can sort of see the nexus or the genesis of this idea of using Bullendale as an example, which is also on the toe of ONL at Arthur's Point and goes into the ONL almost exactly as Mr. Weir has proposed. And the reason he's proposed that is Bullendale did work. It was built, it's a good product. The apartments aren't built yet, but that's 23 dwellings a hectare. So we're up to 40 to 48 dwellings a hectare. And I know that there was a question about roads being in and out and all the rest of it. We've tried to work in parallel with the master plan thinking, which has changed over time. And people complained and said, oh, well, look, that collector road's really, really wide. Take that out in your calculations. So that's why it is quite difficult to track where our thinking's gone on density, because it has evolved. So what I have said, look, it doesn't matter what I've said in my evidence because everything's moved on. Where I'm thinking, and I don't know, I'm sort of trying to also pick up where we all are at. And so we've got 40 to 48 dwellings a hectare is what's currently in the medium density. And I believe there's talk of bringing even the high density down to 40. So they're sort of blurring, I suppose, between the high density. And I know there's averages and there's all sorts of numbers that have been thrown around, and I do note that a lot of the numbers have come from this traffic idea that you need 40 dwellings a hectare to have mode shift. So I don't know, I wonder if I propose or let you know what my thinking is on where we've landed on density is, if there were to be a density, and this could be an average density, that was about 40 dwellings a hectare, and in the high density, we're talking about a bit of a sliding scale. I wonder if there's a bit of a sliding scale at the medium density as well, which would accommodate where we're thinking, you know, if you're thinking Bullendale is at this 23 dwellings a hectare, this is just gross, you know, there's no sort of science to calculating the Bullendale one. If we went for a density that was, say, 33 to 54 in the medium with an average of 40. I know that sort of, does it maybe help answer the transport question, that it's just an average density of 40 across the mile, you've got a sliding scale on the medium and a sliding scale on the high. That's roughly where I'm thinking, because looking at what we proposed was 25 to 30, roughly there, which was a jump up from 23 at Bullendale, but that's quite a long way under the 40 that we're kind of aiming for here from a mode shift perspective. So that's where I've landed. I don't know if that's helpful to you or if it's maybe quite left field, but that was my thinking around medium density. I know there's been quite a lot of chat about high density, but...
I'd say from my perspective, it's not entirely helpful, purely from the point of view of I'm not going to go away and try and write plan provisions based on what I thought you were talking about.
Yes.
I think what we actually need are actual provisions we can compare.
I've handed those up as a go, but I do take...
Hang on. Which ones did you hand up? This is the bundle that accompanies your...
The second bundle, yeah.
Let's see.
So rules
Got
49561.
16.1.
Hold on.
Yep.
Residential density.
33 to 54.
Yeah. Okay. And then we have, how do you see your clause 49.516.1b working, the average density between different landowners? Who gets in first and does the low density bit and says my neighbour can deal with the balance? How does the method work?
Well, I
Does
guess
every landowner within their site have to achieve the average?
I think so.
Which isn't quite well, it says the same ownership or control of the applicant, so I guess that means whatever you own.
Or I imagined an application, so as you know, Glen Panel did it, with the SHAs did it joint. Well, it wasn't joint, but it was lodged together, so something like that.
So would that mean that a landowner couldn't just seek a resource consent for a small bit of the land they control? They would have to include at all times all of their land for the purposes of attaching whatever balance was required.
The way that I saw it, and look, this is roughly how we've been dealing with the Glen Panel, is you master plan your site, and you've got to think about your stormwater and how you intersect with your neighbours and connect the roads and all that sort of stuff. That plan goes along with your first subdivision application, essentially. And you use that as the guide for your subdivision as you go. Because I can't imagine, well, for Glen Panel, we wanted the flexibility to be able to go in super lots and stages, because given the jump in density from 23 that we knew worked at Bullendale, we'd like the staging. So
what that says to me is the need for some kind of subdivision requirement that says for every landowner, your first subdivision for all of your land has to sort out this framework for how you do this.
Yes.
And I could understand that linking up. That would plug, I guess, the hole in my head that I was trying to jump over. And in fairness to helping everyone, all parties, put their best foot forward, in the same way Mr. Giddens was asked to be a bit more precise.
Yes.
I would probably have to concede it would only be reasonable of me to ask you to also fill in the gap.
This is on the subdivision connection.
The subdivision. Yep. So your method in B as a land use density rule follows through to the mechanism which you've said would be subdivision, and how you see that following through. Then I could understand the package in my mind a little more clearly. That was the only question.
Look, that is certainly, and I just wondered if that connection with the subdivision package may actually help with some of the other issues that we're dealing with, like the subdivision, the stormwater. Maybe. I just think there's going to be a lot of work, and I'm just sort of speaking from the experience that I've had with preparing the Flint's Park application. There is a lot of thinking about what's happening next door, or else you can't really put a cohesive plan together. And I have to say, the council have been really helpful in that regard. They've allowed us, and maybe because we were ahead and first, but the council have said, look, we don't know how your stormwater is actually going to work. We understand that you've looked at your site, but why don't you have a peer review done? And so I think that mechanism can work.
Okay. Well, you have to think about it. Let's not forget, though, there's still a key disagreement that the council's talking about a minimum density of 40, and your method would be an average density. So
it would be an average.
Let's not bear in mind that there's still something to work through.
Yes.
But just in terms of you being able to present the coherent package, I think connecting your land use control to subdivision, I think without that, I would struggle to see how I could agree, even if I thought it was a great promising idea.
And I didn't think that that was necessary not in the subdivision. It might just be that link needs to be expanded on.
I certainly haven't seen anything so far suggesting every landowner would need some first off consent for all of their land, setting out a framework for it to be upfront about it. So if it's there, it's very well hidden.
No, I take the point, and I'd be happy to do that. And I would also probably then consider what other things I think, because just from these proceedings, I think there are other things that you also need to consider, not just density, in that first.
Well, the more you feel you can help us.
I'm just okay.
We're not going to say no.
Okay, yeah. Look, I just didn't know where it landed, because this density thing has been a fickle mistress, and just to try and figure out where it is, I mean, I could run away and write a pile of provisions, but the panel might not like them at all, in which case, but if that would be helpful, then I'm very happy to do that. And I would probably signal that I'd be talking to Mr. Brown.
Say, because that might help focus some discussion. Yep. There's no point doing a whole heap of work and then, but this.
Yes,
so
yes.
Not that just with that, because it's brought across from the high density, just be aware of the issues we discussed previously about the wording at least, and also just change HDR to MDR, but that's just minor technical part.
Was that in my...
The 33 to 54, the 33, as I take it, is there because at previous subdivisions it's closer to the 20 odd.
Yes.
The 54, is that more for the 17 metre?
Yes, and so that does come back to this discussion we had previously with Mr. Weir about why push up. So the benefit that we felt we had with Flint's Park when we started designing it was that we had the flats, which is quite, I don't want to say quite easy, but quite easy. It's flat, they're much less constrained. But when we modelled up the council's height, setbacks and all the rest of it, and I don't know if it was as obvious in those drawings, but we actually have modelled what Flint's Park is and what the council's provisions are, and it feels close. And so, and again, because Flint's Park is first, we thought, and you'll see in some of my, the relief we've sought, we had standalone dwellings in Flint's Park. And the way that you can get that density up is to then put it at the back around the homestead. As Mr. Weir explained, there's a bit of amenity there. It's got very nice gardens, and I don't know if you would have seen, we sort of developed a concept for what a park might look like with a bit of an oval. We developed a bit of a concept that went up into the gully because that was unusable space, but could be quite a nice park area. The Scout Hall, as Mr. Weir pointed out. So those are the reasons why we push density back to around the homestead, and yes, I do acknowledge into that toe of the ONF, which isn't easy, but there's been quite a lot of tension in this process, and even our team have had some robust discussions about who wants what. The stormwater guy wants this, the urban designer wants this, and that was where we felt the push could come, is have lower density on the flat, a little bit more open, and then where there is that high amenity, because the homestead really is a very nice sort of park amenity area, and that's why we felt push up the density there, bring the density down, and overall you can achieve, I can't remember where Mr. Weir got to, but it was within that 40 to 48. So look, and that 33 is sort of designed as you might come in for your first little subdivision at 33, but then as you push up into the hill, or you might not push up in the hill, you might actually now decide that you want to have more density along the road corridor, because there's not 80k
That was my next question,
is
why take on an ONF battle, setting aside you are taking it on,
yes,
but when you could either use more of the 17 metre zone that you've got towards the collector road,
yes,
or you could use density elsewhere without that battle.
Yes. No, look, I understand the point, and we have traversed this just in our project team, and the easy answer was it was an 80k an hour road, and the sort of second easy answer, none of them are easy, but we had a landscape lot that we internally called as the landscape transition zone, because we didn't know what was going to happen in this area. If it was 80k an hour, or there was talk, as the master plan team have signalled, there was talk that we'd love it to go to 60, but we just don't know. So we actually had a buffer zone there that we didn't know what to do with for now in the Flint's Park application, other than just have it as a super lot that waits. So yes, absolutely, we could now re-look at that because the road has changed. But from my perspective, it's still just a really nice place to live up on the hill. And just from my experience with Bullendale, because I wasn't actually involved in the Bullendale sort of subdivision, I was on the council side, and when it was built out, it was just successful. It's nice, people like living up against the hill, and that's why we are taking on the ONF battle. Yep, it's worth it.
Any other questions on density? Nope. Okay, perfect. We've done 4. Making good progress.
Getting there. Height, the height increase, 17 metres. The first thing that brought on the height thinking for us, because it's 8 metres at the moment, was directly next door, it was 24.5 metres. And we're like, oh, that is a very big jump. And so we started thinking about, okay, well, if we did give this homestead a space to breathe, then how high could we go to try and smooth that transition out? And so that's where the 17 metres comes from. And I do note that Mr. Weir has talked to Robin, and I think there's some agreement about looking at various provisions and all the rest of it. And I have, in that same bundle that I handed up with the rules, I've just got in blue there, those are the ones that Mr. Miller has recommended. Yeah, or suggested, yep. I've also just put in there, and look, this is just, again, I'm not sure if it's probably not helpful. I'm sure Commissioner Monroe will tell me if it isn't. But I did do quite a bit of work on the airburn heritage buildings, and the heritage chapter actually does provide quite a good bit of protection. It does tell you what the expectations are. It tells you how to do an assessment. So I mean, I would expect that application would come in for a homestead precinct, and it would have the heritage assessment there that would influence that very heavily. So I wouldn't. So what my thinking was around the rules was give us a framework, and then the heritage assessment can take it from there. And I have actually proposed a new rule in there, and I've stolen this from the Queenstown zone, where there's actually there's a 2 height trigger. So if we stick with 8 as restricted discretionary, but potentially what we do is we bump up the 17 to a discretionary application regime, but it still signals that 17 metres is anticipated if you're 40 metres back from the homestead, and of course if all of the heritage provisions and the assessment and all the rest of it would come out in the application. So that was something that I have put forward in these updated provisions that I didn't have there before.
That's up 49,542. Just to check I'm looking at the right.
Yes.
So that one's the 40 metre. Oh, maybe it's earlier. Oh, yes. Or are you meaning the building heights? I think.
Yeah, 49,542 is the one. Yes, right. Yeah. So 40 metres back.
Yep.
Or I have. So
where buildings
higher
are higher than 8 metres.
Yes.
What's the?
And you may be looking at that now. 8 to 17 might be the.
And then the setback for 8 metres would be done on an assessment basis.
Yeah, the way that I understood that or read that rule was that if you put a lot around the homestead, you've got a 3 metre setback, and then you can be 8 metres. But bearing in mind, you've still got the heritage chapter that you need to deal with as part of that application bundle.
I think Mr. Muller might have covered this, but what would be stopping you putting a lot just a metre from, well, 3 metres from the boundary of the homestead?
Again, still the heritage chapter would come into it because it's about the setting. So even subdivision, that captures you even in the subdivision, yes.
Thank you. And then just in the blue, it's a timely one.
Yes.
In Mr. Brown's latest version of the provisions, there's comments beside all of those subject to scope.
Yes. ...
Yes. Well, the ... dot's not there, but the subject to scope leaves it to us.
Yes.
My reading of the Glen panel submission is potentially there is scope in there. There's discussion about heritage. It's clear as to heritage. This is all heritage matters. And it might be more for something for Mr. Gardner-Hopkins, but just whether there needs to be the subject to scope in the council's version, or whether actually the Glen panel submission gives the scope, recognising the heritage values pretty much fundamentally throughout.
I think there is scope, and I'm happy just to pinpoint the references. If we do come back with some additional drafting, it will accompany that.
Thank you. That would be great. Thank you.
And then while we're on that, though, I just thought it might be helpful, and this is how the discussion went in my own mind about how do we protect. I did have another under, so there are assessment matters for site and building design, 49.7. If you just roll down through that, the blue was Mr. Miller's suggestion, and I just thought that the red that accompanies that might be helpful as well, because we have had quite a discussion about the grounds as well. It's not just the building.
Cool. Thank you.
And I have put driveway in there, and that was just, I was listening to Mr. Miller, and I note that there was a question about the driveway. So that's why it's there. That's the only reason.
What part of the driveway? The whole, you might want to be quite clear as...
Well, look, it was just a question that came up. That
Yep.
Mr. Miller seemed to think that the driveway was important enough to put it in the structure plan, I think. Was that the answer that he gave?
Right from the road...
Yeah, was that...
Up?
Look, it was. I only listened to it online. I wasn't too sure.
Oh,
So
okay, I need to go back and check all of that.
just because, look, when we first imagined what the Ladies Mile Master Plan could look like, and you I think you've been taken through that there used to be an indicative master plan that the council had. Instant character was the... Oh, you've got these great trees leading up, and there was even thought about, because that driveway is actually not in the Glen Panel land, it's neighbouring, but there was thought about, could you have a linear park that runs up through the trees and the pathways and all the rest of it. Look, that just was an initial iteration of what it could be.
Thank you.
So it may well be that Mr. Miller might want to comment on these again now that maybe the subject to scope's not there, and with him and Mr. Ware working together, it might be that these change a little bit. And I'm happy for that.
Okay, well, we'll leave that in your hands. Obviously, the more you can provide through and get the council on board, the easier it is.
Easier it is for you
to consider it as one package rather than two competing packages.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm happy with that.
So ONL boundary.
So this is the, what's that? I have, but yes, I think it's sort of blended with the UGB and O, and yeah. And look, what I did want to cover was just questioning from before, because there's obviously always concern that there's creep. I mean, we'll be talking about creep on Wednesday as well. And there's quite a strong policy framework there. If you hit the ONF and you hit rural, that's it. It's reasonably difficult to see, or nothing is kind of the really my simpler planning way of looking at it, because landscape architects will have different views and you'll end up in a hearing and so on. So I think that if you were to move the boundary and the ONF, of the zone I mean, that keeps your zone where it is, and anything above, to say that there'd be creep would be it'd be an equally difficult application as anywhere else in the basin. The ONF line is the ONF line, and part of us wanting to challenge it now is, as Mr. Tilden said, it's never really been challenged at this granular scale. And I suppose my view is, and we'll talk more, I certainly don't want to bore you with the plans that Mr. Weir handed up, so I'm sure we'll talk more about that, but what Glen Panel is proposing is to redraw an ONF line and a zone line, and that contains the development, basically, and that line is still under what we think the actual geological feature is. It's still below that line. So just in terms of, hey, where do we draw this line? That's how we've come up with where we think the line is the most appropriate.
One thing that made me, sorry, just briefly, that made me think about is going back to your urban growth boundary. Does it have to extend all the way up for the reservoirs, or could it just loop around the reservoirs if they are so important?
We've just had that conversation before. Potentially, yes. Yep. It's all it is that it's a signal that these things, from the avoid policies in Chapter 6, it's a signal to say, this stuff you probably don't need to avoid. But again, as Mr. Brown has sent out, this stuff may be utilities, and then that might be fine. It's just that definition of urban development is very broad. It covers all the servicing that you do, and it was written in a very weird way, because it was written to not capture things like Millbrook, that when you looked at it, you'd clearly think is urban. There are roads, houses, sidewalks, streetlights, but they're not urban, or they're not urban development. So it was a difficult time when that definition was written, and I just am concerned that the water tanks, given that they are part of urban development, could be captured in that, that's all. And they're not clearly defined as a utility. Or originally significant.
Keep talking with Mr. Brown and see if there's some clarity that can be provided there.
And it could be in a policy. Yes, I'll make a note. I will do that. Transportation. Just simply noting or remembering that there isn't a provision at the moment that allows, or at least when it was notified, it might have sort of shifted a little bit, but there isn't a provision that allows for the collector road itself to move. There is provision to say 40 metres from where the intersection is, so the intersections are covered with flexibility, but the actual movement of the road isn't. But I do understand we've now moved to a world where the road may well be able to move, so it'd just be about capturing that in provisions if that was the case. But our submission is that the road should be allowed to move. And certainly when we prepared the first fast track application, the council's position was you can't move the road 5 metres, not even 5. It has to be exactly there or it's a no deal. And so if that has softened, it would be our preference, that is our submission, that the road isn't necessarily fixed.
Again, if you could just make sure that there's clarity on that, and if there are changes that you're seeking, that you give us a clear drafting for what you're seeking.
We've talked through most of these things, and you've talked through these with other witnesses. I mean, there's no real reason for me to repeat anything. Other than if there was drafting, and I'm not sure where we're landing on, is it a 10-metre setback on the amenity space? I would be interested to see or understand how that drafting evolves, just because that would change how we lay out subdivision, that sort of thing. So we do have an interest in that, just to see where that evolves to.
And the flip side back to you is going to be, unsurprisingly, you've listened to the questions to what your Glen panel witnesses have said. You may have been lucky enough to listen to some of the discussion last week. Again, it would be easier for us if you provided drafting that you would be looking at in light of the evidence that we've heard. And that way it gives a starting point and may assist the council. May not, they might not agree with it, but at least it's clear as to what, from Glen Panel's perspective, that setback drafting should look like.
And that's really it. I mean, there's a very...
Hold on.
No, sorry, I just mean from extra stuff to throw at you.
If you're going to have a think about those setbacks in general, which is up to you.
Yes.
The starting point for me was with Mr. Brown last week, and it is, where is the basis of the method and the objectives and policies? And you talk in your summary about what the zone is trying to achieve. So I think to the extent that you might go and do some more thinking about plan provisions that give effect to your view, in that 32AA type space, I think you need to just explain how you've landed and how you think the objectives and policies, A, of the proposed variation, and B, of the existing district plan, and C, any other relevant planning document, support it. Just giving us a series of methods might might only take us so far.
Yeah. So I will say that my view of this plan change comes from Chapter 3 and 4. If land's going to be urban, then it should be urban. And that would be what colours my view, I would say. I just think, look, and I haven't touched on this yet, we will touch on this on Wednesday, but the land's pretty scarce. There's not a lot of it. And the district plan, I think, in Chapter 3 and 4 give very clear direction as to when land can be considered urban. It has gone as far in Chapter 4 to put a map in there. This is urban land, so that would colour my view, yeah. And just to come back, there was some questioning, and this might just help my thinking about tree spacing in this corridor and big trees and all the rest of it. I had thought, but I went and looked at the plans again, and it isn't the case, that there was a cross-section view and then a top section view. You know, sometimes you see a plan with a cross-section and then just below it is the top view of the cross-section. And I just wondered if that was something that could help solve this problem because I think the problem that exists is in that amenity area, because we've got a new problem now that we've solved the 80 kilometre an hour problem, that you've got different landowners who are going to put different trees, potentially different cycle pathway treatments, and some of those things are covered by standards, but trees may not be. So I'm not sure if it would be helpful or not to have that type of thinking.
A number of questions have been asked of several witnesses, and my position so far is that nobody seems to have a clear understanding of what they've been giving evidence to me on. So the more anyone can give me some assistance with what is it, how does it work, what its requirements are, how it gets assessed, how it gets maintained, can only be a really positive thing.
And this is in particular the amenity strip.
Specifically that.
Specifically that.
Yep. Hence the questions about frequency of trees, for instance, pretty fundamental to the method, but doesn't seem to have been covered at all. And the risk of leaving it to subdivision is that the first subdivider doesn't deal with the council, and that sets the tone for every other landowner. That might not be a very effective or efficient solution.
Yeah, and I can see that happen. I have to say that, as I just said in our Flint's Park application, we kind of just left it as a super lot. We didn't know what to do with it. It was in transition. So, I mean, guidance would be, I think, appreciated on both sides, from the council side and when you're trying to prepare an application.
Well, we're not giving anything. So we look forward
if I just volunteered for a pile of work, okay.
Now, any other questions for Mr. Murray? I'll just scoot back to your evidence to make sure that there wasn't... here it is. You're an outlier where I've actually been online, talked about reservoirs. Let's put triggers. We haven't discussed transport triggers. Here they are at 12. Would be appropriate. The only caution is that we don't end up with provisions. Cool. No, that paragraph, the benefit of the summaries is it can answer quite a few questions. So that's great. I've got no further questions either. This is normally when Ian says, just wait. No, Ian is... Ian is out.
Maybe good waiting to the end.
Thank you very much for waiting. And then thank you also very much for being willing to do some extra work, obviously to assist your client, but hopefully it will assist the thinking and a better outcome from the whole plan perspective. Now, Mr. Gardner-Hopkins...
Yes, just really on that homework, if we could just discuss timing.
Sure.
I'm obviously conscious Mr. Murray is here back tomorrow afternoon and Wednesday morning as part of the other team. So maybe Thursday is probably the earliest I'd be comfortable volunteering on Mr. Murray's behalf for him to complete his homework. Would that work for the panel?
If it's going to be done... No, if it's close of play Friday, just gives more time for some thinking, but also some more time for a any conversations, for example, with Mr. Brown.
I was just going to say that
Um,
to the extent we do need to try and work together, it would be good if we could have a bit of time.
And it may be from those conversations you come back and say, look, next week,
Great.
We don't need to have it this week. We won't be reading it until next week at any rate. So the more thinking and the more coordination and clarity on areas of disagreement, fine.
Great.
Just keep us posted and let us know. But recognising you'll be quite busy, I suspect, and with some other homework that we might arise out of tomorrow. Who knows?
Excellent. Well, look, in the meantime, then, that is the case for Glen panel, and thanks to this panel for ensuring we got heard today.
Thank you very much, and thank you again to the team. Not that there's many of the team left, but everything was done in a very succinct manner, so thank you all very much.
Thank you.
So we'll call it quits there, and we'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry, I've ruined your...